of history. back to the stage of history.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
What you're telling me is that it could be in the dickless PS5.
No, it's not in the dickless PS5 because it's a good dick.
No, pros don't have dicks.
Pros are dickless.
Pros are dickless.
So if I want to find my copy of MK1, it's definitely not in the dickless PS5.
No, it's not on your Pro. It's on the PS5
There's
Pro.
no chance of it having a dick.
Pro's dickless.
No dick drive.
Yep.
Okay, just making
So
sure. Hi, chat. Hello.
So what do you do if you get a Pro without a dick?
You have to add. You have to add a dick.
Yeah.
To the
So what we're
Pro.
saying is that I was having a hard time finding my
MK1.
copy of MK1 on PlayStation, and I
blame me.
ultimately realized my PlayStation that I'm using now is a PlayStation 5 Pro, which is dickless.
Yeah, and you're like, no, all pros have dicks. I'm
And
like, no,
I'm
no,
like,
all
no,
pro. I'm like,
wait a
no,
minute.
all pros are
Yeah, and
dickless.
Simmons was like, "Oh God, that's right." It made me realize all these systems are dickless, and it's like, "Oh no!" So I think my game could potentially be in the dicked PlayStation. I think literally the dick system might have the dick drive right here could have it.
That's what I said.
So we got to find like let's find a plug. Kenny, look in that box over there for a generic plug, and we'll just plug this guy in to see if we can find the disc.
Generic.
Anyway, chat. Yeah, we're dealing with our dickless PS5 right now. You can hear the disc rattling around. Yeah, let's.
Is that really something you want to do?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Something's rattling. Something's rattling. What is that title? It's the end. It's the end times.
This is the end.
We had to make sure if the last video, the last argument wasn't the end of days, today will be the end times.
My only
The best video game systems.
System.
The top 10 video game
So you're gonna get a
systems.
So if you've been following the Video Games podcast for a long time, you might already have a spoiler for where I'm already at on this. I don't think that's gonna change.
TurboGrafx 16.
Oh well, it's there. It's right there. But like, I still have not plumbed the depths of the turbo to really know.
You know.
I don't-
You can smell what it's cooking.
I'm like swimming in this shirt, by the way. This new shirt. But like, they only had like a super large size, and
Is that a 2X?
yeah, I'm like swimming in it.
SKO?
I'm like swimming in this shirt. I hope when I wash it, it'll shrink, like everything does these days.
Make it hot. Make it extra hot.
Put it in a. You give it a cold wash, and it shrinks. You know?
wait. No, this is not. Jesus Christ! It's a Jaguar controller. Holy
me.
hell! I really got to do spring cleaning. I'm gonna invite you guys over for spring cleaning.
All right.
Chat, should we stream the spring cleaning of The Office?
No.
Should we stream that?
They'll
It'll feel
say
like the
yes.
it'll be like the moving stream.
They'll say yes.
They'll say
They're
yes.
Just gonna say yes.
Just going through and organizing all of our horse shit. Like
One guy said no, so we shouldn't.
no.
No, the only reason I say no is because people will get like weirdly pissed. Like, why is your Jaguar controller just thrown in a crate like that? Show some fucking respect.
No.
Put some respect on the Jaguar's name.
That person will be evaporated into existence so fast they won't even be able to finish reading the sentence. Not in this chat. They'll go real quick.
Is it the
I
same?
was too busy taking a piss on your mother.
Right.
Hold on a second. Yeah, we're looking for a cable, a power cable.
Cable.
Cablili.
Could you just steal the one from that's in?
I don't want to go into the back there and like unplug shit.
Just go. Kenny, go back there and just take the plug out of the Pro.
21!
That's our Jaguar.
Dude, yeah, Kenny, good luck.
What?
Good luck. Go back there and unplug the Pro. Well, good luck.
No, I can't. What have you done to the back of your Pro?
If you haven't realized, there's 17 systems plugged in back there, and they're all triple bypass.
Where's the Pro?
Good luck.
It's right there.
Yeah.
Right, dude.
Unplug the whole thing.
Just the power. I could do it right now.
Then you're gonna pull it out the front?
No, we're just gonna go back there with that and just plug. You just need to get it out of there, right?
Yeah.
You're not putting HDMI into that thing.
Then do it. Be the change you want to see.
Okay.
I'm looking for a cable.
Can you turn the PS5 off? I'm not just gonna unplug it while it's on. Controller. Just turn the system off.
Anyway, hi Chad. We're gonna wait on Steve to get here for the eventual end.
Turn that off.
For the end.
Yeah, I don't want to unplug it while it's on. All right.
Shit. Shit. Well, there goes that. There goes that. Anyway, hi
Hand me
Chad.
the PS5, Kenny.
Here you go.
Actually, put it right here. Turn it around.
There you go, Chad. There you go. Happy birthday, everybody. Eject.
But how are we gonna put this disc in a PS5?
It's
Bro.
Bloodborne.
Dang.
Damn.
Bloodborne.
Oh, you know why? Bitch, that isn't even my normal PS5.
God damn it!
That's my hacked ass firmware PS5. Thank you for the Bloodborne. I might have to go downstairs. I think the PlayStation is hooked up downstairs. No kidding. JJ's got it for
Monster Munter.
Manster Hanster.
One's the eject button, one's the power button.
Yeah. Who knows?
We'll find out.
Who knows?
There's only two options. Just press all of them.
You want the power back in your Pro, or do you want me to just wait for the other?
Oh yeah, you definitely plug the system that is going to get potentially used. And I realize that it doesn't matter. Even if we have the disc,
It can't go in the Pro.
it can't go in the Pro.
No, you have to.
So it ultimately doesn't matter. My copy of MK1 is rendered null and void.
matter.
I got a disc on PS5, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Can you hold down the PS5 Pro?
I bought this
Hold down?
console
Just hold it down.
for
Plug the power back.
700 USD. For all this, you should give me what I need.
Alright.
I got a disc for you, and you won't play or go for all this.
I told you it wasn't that hard.
Alright. Well, I mean, doesn't move us forward anymore. Anyway, hi chat. Hello, how's it going? How are you doing? We are gonna get started soon. We
know
can
what?
actually get started.
Preview
Okay.
most underrated console of all time. Underrated.
Super Nintendo.
Not the best necessarily. What's the most underrated? Super
The
Nintendo?
PlayStation
Saturn.
2.
Saturn.
Saturn.
That's easy.
Definitely Saturn.
The Super NES.
No,
the
Saturn.
most underrated system in human history.
Saturn. Easy.
So underrated. Depending on where you live.
Yeah.
Really depends on where you live in that
United
system,
States,
bro.
yeah.
In the U.S., it was cool, but
Look, man, we all live on the same planet, so we all have the.
that is not true. I mean, by technical definition, we are not living in the same You know, we were very stifled by what we could enjoy regionally.
Does it include handhelds?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, it's like.
Are we including handhelds in this list?
Oh, fuck it, why not?
You just made this harder.
Why? Why? Game Boy?
Yes.
What's on Game Boy that's any good?
Tetris.
Tetris is okay.
Link's Awakening.
Yeah, top 10 handheld
Pokemon,
doesn't
the
even-
original Pokemon.
Pokemon isn't
Like
gonna...
what?
Come on, dude.
What?
Come on.
Excuse me.
Those
What?
don't really do much in the
Oh,
long,
excuse me.
in the long running pantheon of things. Those really didn't have much of an effect at all.
Oh please.
Really, let's be real.
Oh please. Yes. Let's be real.
I did not
Game Boy is probably one of the greatest systems ever.
really do much in the long run. Anyway, yeah, I think we can maybe even start compiling. We can even begin the compilating because.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's only so many consoles.
You know what? Yeah, and I want Steve to put some shit up here that we wouldn't normally put. Let's wait.
Steve's not gonna put any console up there that you've never
Steve's
heard
gonna
of.
put up. Dude, 100% Steve's putting a PSP on there.
Yeah, he's
And
putting
you
PSP.
wouldn't?
Me? Oh,
You
definitely.
Kenny wouldn't just throw PSP on there?
Fuck no! I have nothing to argue for PSP other than it could be hacked.
Wow, I thought just just for
what
the
Steve-
sake.
And that's literally what Steve is going to say. Like PSP library was
Okay,
neat.
hacks we cannot consider hacks.
Can't. No, that's unfair.
We have to
No.
because
That's like
if
third
we
party
do, then the two best
It
systems
opens up too much.
Yeah, it opens up. The two best systems are the Wii U and the PS3 if hacks are involved.
Yeah.
You involve hacks, those two systems are the greatest systems
Yeah,
ever.
but without hacks, there's no leg for Steve to stand on. Because if the PSP was like a hacked version, it would be one of the best. It would play like PlayStation games.
Oh, and then you know what would be better than the PSP? The Vita.
The Vita, yeah.
So,
And ain't no way Vita's making top 10.
not on its own.
Yeah.
No, not on its own.
Not on its own merit. That's where you have to judge the things based on their own merit. Chat, in a top 10 consoles list, we were arguing the things that matter. What matters in a top 10 console list? Also, obviously, the library is legit the most important. So that has to be a consideration, which games came out at the time and what they were good. Also, it isn't a 2025 list of what best video game systems are top 10 now.
Right.
That's unfair.
Yeah, this is not a hindsight list.
Yeah, because an N64 in comparison to anything else now sucks.
Like if your name is RetroZade and you're like 20 years old and you're like, hey, I want to collect games for this system. Is this a good system to invest in? And be like,
So it's
well,
mostly what it
kind of, because the best games on that system have an HD remaster or just are available easily now on something else. You might as well just get that now instead of having to buy an old system and a converter cable or a converter box. And
it's about what the system offered when it came out during its active life cycle, right? When it was around. How long was it good for? What did it do for you? And then the other thing is like weird things. So games, obviously, system when it was new. Does controller matter?
kind of.
Does having a really good controller matter?
I think it does in the sense of did the controller revolutionize
Something.
Did it change and improve gameplay? Did it add a gameplay experience?
And here's the thing. That's why you put Super Nintendo over Sega Genesis. But Sega Genesis came out first, but the 3-button, their original.
You almost have to
Then they started packing it with the 6-button later.
Way too late.
Way too late.
It almost doesn't even count.
Well, I don't. What is way too late though? Because the thing is, like, the PlayStation 1 had that one controller that didn't work great with 3D games at the start, but they got the DualShock, which is like all time, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing where it's like you eventually had to buy the better controller.
But eventually they started bundling the better controller. It became standard.
Yeah.
Genesis had that thing too, where they just started throwing the
Becoming the standard.
Became the standard later, which is still in the life of the system. So, are we judging the system at launch, or are we judging or are we judging? I say we judge the system at any point during its 5 to 7 year lifespan.
You know what I'm going to throw out? I'm going to throw out a wild and bold concept. Let's ignore controllers.
Okay.
Because there's too many caveats, like you said. Do you judge it based on its launch period? Do you judge it based on what was eventually available? Do you judge it based on third-party controllers? Like, there's a lot of, like, weird caveats in there where the system's functionality mostly stayed the same. However, there's going to be one system in here where the functionality did not stay the same.
Thank you.
And what your experience was at launch in comparison to people later is vastly different.
Yeah, it's PS1.
PS3.
1 and 3.
Yeah.
Well, 3 just got rid of or added.
3 literally removed most of the functionality that the launch system had.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the back of the system, but
Yes.
there was. If you count launch model PS3 to
so a launch model
super slim, it's
does a 60 gig launch model PS3
the God.
which is the God system technically count towards its overall positivity because eventually
Not all of
most
them
of that
had it.
shit went away.
Yeah.
You pretty much the PS2 backwards compatibility of it got super minimal and actually not that great because it was emulation.
It has to be
and it
that
just had
specific-
PS1
It has to be that
Yeah,
specific
it went to
version.
emulation and then it went to nothing, and then they just gutted it completely.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting part of the conversation. We're talking PS3, not just 60 gig launch PS3.
I mean, that's
You know?
kind of a harsh thing because like a literal point of the system got removed,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that goes it's a positive, but also a big negative.
and then it got removed for the majority of the system's
Yes,
life.
most people will never engage with that system the way that we do with ours. They will not, or they had not in the past. Like, no kidding. So anyway, was the PS2 emulation on PS3 any good? Not particularly. It was okay. When it wasn't like actual hardware that was like making PS2 games run. I remember people putting like FF10 comparisons way back in the day. They were not good.
Yeah.
It was like,
And there were some games that like didn't work. There were like Metal Gear 3.
Not everything worked.
Subsistence.
Not everything
God
worked.
of War 2 didn't.
Yeah, not everything worked. So it had compatibility. It was like a limited amount of games now worked instead of everything. So I think that'll also go into the argument. You know, to be fair, that'll be a thing that we have to talk about on the PS3.
Well, because that is a feature of the system that got taken away.
Yes,
Not an addition.
it's a thing where it's like this is an amazing aspect of the system that is not available for everybody.
It's not available for most.
Well, that's what I mean. So it's like it's a positive, but also a double negative
Yeah.
in terms of its chance of making a top 10 situation. So that's that. I think those are the interesting stories that kind of go into it, because very few of them have that, right? If not, most consoles and stuff like that kind of got better over time, more functional, smaller. Like, but they could do the same things.
There were a couple systems where there was like a really tiny mini version of the system that came out pretty much after it had already died.
Yeah.
And I don't think we really need to think about that too much. Like did you know there was a Wii Mini? It was a red. And black
the
Wii
weird red thing.
Oh, yeah.
that was, It had very little functionality.
Somebody just said a great thing. The Red Ring of Death on the Xbox 360. I think it's almost unfair to account for hardware defects. It's almost unfair because if we're doing that, Xbox 360 wasn't the worst of them. It was PS2. We worked in the stores, dude.
Yeah, you and I were there.
Every other PS2 that was sold came back in like the first year.
It wasn't even every other. It was every. We had whole shipments that were just replacement.
Like the system was mega fucked in launch. It was crazy, dude. So Xboxes
My
eventually
PS2
had problems.
my
Like,
PS2.
I get you. My Xbox is a launch system. It's still fine. It's still fine. But I'm a unique situation, and I know that.
Yeah.
But I think that is unfair. I think
For-
that's kind of unfair. PlayStation 1 had the same exact fucking problem. PS1,
Remember
all the
people
original
turn their-
PS1s, we just had to throw them away.
You would turn the PS1 upside down.
You had to
get
turn it upside down
function.
to get it to even work.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think accounting for technical defects, which was definitely prevalent in the 2000s, definitely a big thing, is kind of unfair because.
Not to mention, Microsoft made good on it, where they ate like $1 billion or $3 billion
Redesigning the system.
and to literally have a exchange program for people because they
That's tender.
they lost a lot. They ate the money. Sony never really admitted that there was ever anything wrong with the PS2.
Oh no, yeah.
They just kind of like ignored it.
Yeah.
So
Fat PS2 is beautiful. Yeah, that's what I have. That's what I got. I'm looking at it right now.
I actually don't like the system because of the stress. I have like actual PTSD from dealing with fucking
Angry.
irate customers.
Yeah.
Where they're like, my PS2 is broke. Like we made it.
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
we just assembled this ourselves.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Maxie didn't make a post on Twitter. A stream post? I might not have. I'll let you guys set up this shit. Well, no, we have to wait for our good friend Steven.
We're just gonna put the
who was
PSP on there.
almost in a car crash, Kenny.
Yes, I
You
know.
can't do that.
Yeah, we put a PSP on there.
Kenny,
for
we have
him.
to be supportive of our friend. We cannot just start without him. We have to engage in human acts.
The stream has started already.
Our good friend Steven is on the way here.
Oh.
We have to give him time. Eat some nuts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Put some nuts in your mouth. Put some
We have
nuts.
to wait.
Just
I didn't really know he was gonna start. Let me tweet or some shit. Anyway, what happened this week? Anybody pissed off?
No, but I beat South of Midnight.
Was it good?
It was excellent.
was
Except for
good?
the combat.
Look at me, I'm going downstairs.
Except for the combat. The combat is like adequate.
See that chat? I'm going downstairs.
Like the combat is very basic.
It looked kind of like okay.
It works. It functions. It's basic and it doesn't
That's
change almost at all.
Oh, that's not good. Does it really elevate itself, or does it kind of stay the same from the beginning to end?
The combat?
Yeah.
There's a kind of a skill tree, more of like a small upgrade tree,
Right.
but it doesn't dynamically like change the combat hardly at all.
That's
Like
unfortunate.
it is not good
So it's
combat.
pretty much story and visuals.
Story and visuals. And fun platform.
Sounds like a Microsoft thing. Sounds like it's a Microsoft game, right?
Yes. Well, it's from the people who made We Happy Few, which, from everything I understand, this is way better than We Happy Few.
Yeah.
But it's a Western designed real time combat. It's like there's a wall. There's like a mental wall or something with like Western combat designers where it's like
You know what?
they never really quite get it.
I kind of agree with you on that, and it's all kind of samey, to be honest. You know,
Yeah.
it's all like
So you're telling me is the combat we were talking about fighting games recently? Is the combat very much like square shape goes in the square hole, where it's like triangle shape you just do that,
Kind
and
of.
it doesn't move like fast enough where it's that interesting. It just sort of works.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's probably a way
That's
to
Western
describe it.
combat.
Yes.
That is also Ghost of Tsushima. Like, let's be real.
Ghost of Tsushima has a much better combat system.
But Ghost of Tsushima does it with like a polish that makes it okay.
Well, see, because Ghost of Tsushima puts an RPS on there. This isn't really RPS.
Well,
This isn't really RPS at all.
yeah. Ghost to me is an RPS. Ghost was Simon Says.
Well, yeah, okay. Simon Says. Ghost to Simon Says.
Yeah.
This isn't.
It was like you're just looking at what the attack is. Okay, then I do the opposite.
Right. This isn't that at all.
Okay.
This is there's an attack button,
you know what's
and there's a dodge button, and you have spells on the shoulder buttons.
What
right?
about that? What about that one game? Like the DreamWorks looking launch PS5 game, the Kids of Kai,
Kenna?
The Kids of Kenna, whatever.
A lot of people compare it, and I don't really know why. Because
Is the combat so you played that shit? Is the combat similar?
No, I don't remember it being similar to Kenna at all.
It looks similar. I'll tell you from someone that didn't
I
play
guess
other
it
game.
kind of does.
Certainly
but
does.
It's basically you just sort of whack on things until they die.
Yep.
And you have a dodge, and you just get out and this dodge just get out of the way. Like they have this thing where like if you perfect dodge, it'll actually damage the enemy.
Right.
Which is nice, I guess. But it's just sort of like whack, 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 dodge, whack, 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 dodge, and then when they're dead, you can press a button to get like this little bit of health back and gives you iframes while you're doing it. But it's super basic.
We're out here talking about like games with sort of basic ass combat.
You know what American company does it well is the God of War team.
Right.
Yeah, they did, and I think
They've done it like
I think God of War 2018 especially is one of the best examples.
All the old school ones, they're kind of like
God of War is fantastic. It does have a bit of a camera issue because they're sticking to the whole. My camera's here.
Felt that way more in the sequel than the first one.
So did I. I don't know if that's because there was just way more people throwing things in the second one.
There's more projectiles in part 2.
Yeah, I feel like that, and that's kind of a problem. Same problem with South of Midnight. I mean, it's not nearly as good as say.
Yo, Opera Zeta, thank you.
Like,
boy, they're gonna be good. We're waiting for Steve. We're talking. I am doing my best to hold in my frothing contempt of like basic combat and stuff like that, where it's like, as if it just doesn't grab you, because I am currently playing Kazan, and it's fucking incredible. Like, there's parts of the game that aren't great visually. It's only okay. Like, it's kind of a drab art style.
So it's the complete opposite. Where like
it's the complete opposite.
Like you're really engaged by this combat.
Like I am so
everything is fucking engaging in South of Midnight except the combat, which is like this exists. It's there.
Like in Kazan, at the end of every boss fight, I'm like, come on, get the fuck over here! Like I'm like so tuned in to like, give me the fucking move! Like every boss fight is that. Every single and the regular encounters are okay, they're decent. But like at the end of every boss fight, I'm so like, oh, I'm gonna kill you, like, and you're so close, and you get right back in and do it again, and it's like, something about it, man, just like really does it for me. Like I'm gonna land, and you know what it is? You know what the difference is? There are so many defensive options. Right. There are so many things you can do defensively. Of like, well, there's a generic universal Sekiro Lies of P parry, straight up. And it does the same thing. It damages their stagger gauge. It also eventually does damage.
Yeah, there's no parry in South of Midnight.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So to give you an idea, there's a dodge and there's an attack.
Here's my comparison. Kazan has way better combat than Lies of P. Way better. Everything else in Lies of P is so much better than Kazan. Visually, level design, story, all of that stuff is way better. Kazan's combat is, dude. Like, it's literally the same. I parry this shit, and their fucking arm flies off. Get the fuck over here. It tries running away. Get the fuck over here. Like it does shit.
Because
I
don't have much, because I only watched a little bit, and it was just like, here you were in a fantasy setting with a big giant greatsword going.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, running around with it. Yeah, oh yeah. 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 Oh yeah. There's a lot of that. That is the typical quote unquote enemy engagement in the world. The typical world enemy engagement is that 100%. But when it comes to like, they don't just have typical horseshit enemies throughout the world. They have elites, and these elites also, again, the way the game gives you new shit. The way you get new shit, new gear, new abilities, new things happens so at a pace that is like, fuck me, I'm addicted.
My question is like, is there like a weapon variety in the game, or
there's 3 different weapons,
or are you just like obsessed with long swords?
Great sword. There's great sword. There is spear. There's also dual wield. They have 3 entirely different skill trees, 3 entirely different skill sets. Completely changes the game. I have only stuck with great sword because the great sword is heavily inspired by Monster Hunter, as well as the dual wield is heavily inspired by Monster Hunter. The spear is pretty unique, but the dual wield does a similar ass thing as Monster Hunter. When you dodge, you get stamina recovery, and you get to go fucking crazy when you get these perfect dodges and shit.
See, when I saw the gameplay, I forget where it was, January or December or something, and they were showing him fighting a boss. It was some gameplay demonstration. They're like, and he has a stamina gauge, and I'm like, out. Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
I'm like, I'm so done with stamina.
Everything you said about it is pretty much why I wasn't even going to play it. I literally, the game was out for like a week, and I didn't play the demo. I didn't play the beta. I didn't play any of that stuff because I watched somebody play it. And I'm like, yep, it looks okay, but like all the same things you said, I'm like, I think I'm good. Like I think I'm fine. I'll just play other things. There's so much stuff out there right now. I'll just be okay.
Hot take.
So
what's your hot take?
I like stamina meters in combat. It makes me think. You just can't whack, yeah. You know? And it actually made me a better person in fighting games. It actually made me better in fighting games because then I'm like, you know, you have to think more, right? There's no stamina, I get to do whatever I want, but like in Elden Ring...
general word of advice in any game you play that has a stamina gauge, then there's combat.
Yeah.
You spend your first like 5 to 10 levels leveling up only stamina.
Yeah.
You only do stamina. If that's a cumbersome thing to you, you have to do that in Neo. I recommend it in Kazan. I recommend it in Elden Ring. I recommend it in fucking Bloodborne.
Because I've lost a lot of fights in Elden Ring because I get too anxious and my stamina's all gone. And I'm like, I want to hit, and like that's why.
You need a level of stamina recovery or your maximum stamina.
And it made me actually better in fighting games because like, oh dude, this at the end I have to chill. I can't just
I
go
think
crazy.
I'm also in many games like so I really didn't like it in. For some reason in Neo 2, it really irked me. Because the beginning of the game is so stamina dependent, even with key charging, right?
I was really irked in that fucking Wukong.
In Wukong, it sent me over. It sent me through the roof. I felt like most of the time I was like not engaging with the enemy. I was just looking at my stamina bar. Just something about that game really got me too.
I don't know because like for me in the Elden Ring, like I think it was perfect. I think that's why I like the stamina bar because in Elden Ring. I lost this fight because I got too panicky and wanted to end it. And you do like in fighting games. A lot of times you get panicky and you end it and you do something stupid. Like in a fighting game, you know.
Neo 2 nerfed stamina because they wanted you to use the summon mechanic. So I don't even know like if that was if my feelings were true on Neo 2, but I definitely felt Neo 2 at the beginning, and this is just an NG playthrough, right? I definitely felt that because I never completed an NG playthrough of Neo 2, just because the combat felt better in many ways, but also more cumbersome. Like something about it, because again, Neo's combat really opens up in NG Plus, where you just have access to so many more things and so many more cool shit you can do.
See, here's the thing, like, nobody knows this because nobody's played it, but Phantom Blade Zero was such a perfect, because I don't think that had stamina.
It did not.
That was a perfect example, and I talked to the director about it. Where I'm like, this is why I prefer.
They had stagger gauges.
Right, but like, because they have a lot of weapons in that game, and I was like, I love dual blades. And he's like, why do I love dual? Because I want the fight to be a dance, and you have to be in rhythm with the enemy you're fighting, and you have to basically like read their movements and like find the rhythm and flow of the combat in it, and not sit there and be like, wait, doesn't matter, you're tired, go take a 5-minute breather. Then come back, and then we can start this fight again.
So there's a really cool thing, just to bring it back to Kazan. There's a really cool thing. What?
We'll do it after.
Do what?
Floyd.
Floyd?
9:30 something.
Oh, well, we'll check it out.
Yeah.
There's a really cool thing that happens in Kazan in the skill tree, and it's that when you use your like pretty like tight timing defensive things, once you really learn the boom, 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 like timing of monsters, like the DDR timing, like you do in Lies of P. When you do that and you hit those things and you properly counter, you get refunded your stamina.
Right. Yeah.
Like go crazy. Like, and that's the thing. You can't go too crazy. You can't boom, boom. You can't just wail the shit out of him with a greatsword, right? So ultimately, when you start getting like the flow of the fight, it's like they you get more. You get more. You did that, cool. Go get him.
But
get the fuck in there.
Can you imagine a game like any Devil May Cry? Any Bayonet.
It's not designed around it.
Right. Can you imagine throwing a stamina meter in there? Do you think that would improve those games?
No, but at the same point,
those type of games.
Souls combat is designed around having stamina.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Every
boss engagement
Souls
is designed
games are specifically thinking about it. There's a lot of games that just fucking threw it in there.
Because it's want to be Souls-like.
Because they just wanted to be Souls-like.
No,
and that drives me the most nuts.
I completely... You can tell. Like, you can tell when you're playing the game where it's like, this game feels like it wants me to have fun sometimes, and then it really doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, something about me playing this is like, oh, I'm really getting into this, and then it really just says, no, stop having so much fun.
Yeah.
And you feel that. Like, that becomes like, ugh, dude, this is rough. Like, this is a lot. And yeah, there's a little bit of that also in Kazan at the beginning, until you crank stamina for a bit. And then you also open up the skill tree it happens quick. Just a little bit, like after the first hour.
I feel like that's just sort of like an annoyance. A nuisance more than like, well, just spend your first 10 levels doing just specking into this. And I'm like,
so so what they do, instead of it being just a generic combat puzzle, it's more like Tetris, where you can't just like, all right, I'm just going to apply whatever the hell I want. No, you're given pieces. You have to figure out where they go at what time. And if you put something at the worst time, you're out of stamina. Yeah. The out of stamina moment in a combat game like the one I'm playing right now is when you fucked up the drop, dude. And in Tetris, I was like, oh shit, now I have to fix this. Oh god, now I have to start playing repair. Nice. That's what good stamina combat is. It's Tetris. Awesome. Instead of just like Meteos, where I'm just gonna drop shit all over the place. I'm just gonna engage like crazy.
Yeah.
It's much so when you get those moments in Tetris, when you get those moments in like a good stamina based combat game, I'm like, oh man, I fucking nailed this fight, bro. Yeah. Like I cleared these boards.
Like, I really liked Lies of P.
Yeah.
Really liked it. And I thought Lies of P was
That's a stamina game, dude.
It is. And it was the best feeling Souls combat I've ever felt. Elden Ring was fine because Elden Ring had answers hidden throughout. Like, okay, well,
it had mini answers all over the place.
There was just all these different things you could go and
builds is what he's talking about.
Yeah, so there's all these different things in and around the world that you can sort of use to sort of build up. You know, you sort of like build around it. Oh, well, there's this amulet. There's this thing over in this cave over here.
And you know what you had to do?
I'm like, okay, well, that's pretty cool.
You had to fucking explore.
Right. So why? Because it had the idea. It's rewarding you for going around and doing things.
Oh yeah, you found shit
and finding stuff, right? So tangible rewards. So Elden Ring kind of like got around that. I do not think the combat in Elden Ring is actually anything all that special.
Dude, I love FromSoft games. I love Bloodborne. It's crazy to me when people say the combat of those games is like exemplary combat. No, the boss fights are amazing. Some of the engagements are really cool, but no, my dude. Like, straight up, Neo 1 had better combat than any Souls game I had ever played. I played Bloodborne, I played Dark Souls 3, I played 1 and 2. Neo had better combat than all of them, and it was like, Neo to me was like the first big AAA sort of Souls-like.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, wait a minute, I thought this was like a Ninja Gaiden. It's not. It's a Souls game. You drop, you die, you get your souls. The enemies are hard. They jump at you. They do all this bullshit. You gotta like really survive here. And it's like, oh, this is like a Souls-like. You know, it's really trying to do this thing. But the combat's 10 times better. The level design fucking sucks.
Is the rest of Neo.
Yes,
right?
and then those are the moments that made me realize why I love FromSoft games so much. It made me realize why they're so exemplary. Level design is also so important, dude. Like, as much as Sekiro is not the most engaging combat game for me throughout the entire thing, dude, Sekiro's level design is fucking amazing. It's fucking traversing the canyons and shit.
It's not like, I mean, it's obviously not like Elden Ring.
No.
It's not even really like Dark Souls, is it?
No, dude.
Or is it like Dark Souls?
No, dude. Sekiro is
Sekiro seems
Lies
different.
of P.
Right, okay.
It's Lies of P, but you only have one weapon.
Just the katana.
And you are specifically focusing around parry striking. It's a parry game.
Oh, there it is.
In fact,
that's what I said
call
while
it
Panda
a
Man.
rhythm game.
600
it's practically,
seconds.
You just know where the boss attacks and what the rhythm is of the boss, you win. But it will take even longer to beat some bosses because you have to see all their patterns and memorize all their shit. And in Lies of P, you get some more options. This one hyper focuses that. Hyper focuses like, okay, so it's just a recognition game.
Well, the interesting thing about Lies of P was that it was meant to be a parry game, and people complained. People were whining.
But you get two options
about the dodge. So they made the dodge viable.
Way better, yeah.
In the final build, because that demo came out, and people were like, "My dodge is so bad." And it was like, okay, so they made dodge good in the final game, which was kind of cool because it kind of opened the game up.
Exactly. That's what's great about Lies of P combat to people that are like unknowing. It isn't just a dodge every attack like Souls experience and then parry every once in a while. No, you can straight parry all the time. Or you can dodge all the time. It's up to you. You just have to spec into it. Kazan's the exact same way.
Nice.
Like you could choose that your dodges take less stamina. You can choose it that your parrying does more stamina damage to them.
There's that near the end of the game boss on the bridge, like that one puppet, like chick captain of the guard or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And like there's perfect runs where someone just like walks up onto that bridge and just like they're just parrying everything they throw and then just killing them.
Yeah.
Never gets touched, and then like they taunt them at the end, and I'm like, I'm like, now that's a good boss fight.
Yeah.
Like it's not about, oh, this boss has a fucking 15 swing string that you just have to sit there and avoid and wait. You have 3 seconds to get your hit in, and then wait, dodge, wait, dodge. No, it's like, okay, go up and fight them head on. Get right in their face, but you're gonna be god at parrying.
Yeah.
You better be a god at parrying, but you can do it. You can do it.
But it's also different, you know. It's also like this game wants you to parry. This game kind of wants you to learn, and that's why of course you can parry or whatever. But that's why I go back to Elden Ring. That's why I like the stamina. It literally made me better at fighting games.
Yeah.
By the time I beat Elden Ring,
you have a bit more foresight.
Yeah, I have way more foresight now. I am looking at animations now. I'm like, I see that. I realize I have to slow down even when the fight is almost done.
Oh, yeah.
You do the same thing in a fighting game.
not wrong.
If you're like, oh shit, the fighting game's almost done. We're both at low health, or and then you do something stupid.
There's a very good
have
reason
to chill.
why a lot of like fighting game players, just in general, jive pretty hard.
Problem is
Souls
that
games.
that argument goes out the window with some bosses in Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, well, because everything can't be the same.
Yeah.
You know,
Like-
some things are just bullshit.
Like Consort Radon is a bullshit boss. Just straight up. It's just
He's very fucking hard.
The strings are just so fucking long. And I beat him. Mind you, I beat it, but it was just kind of like, this wasn't even a fun boss fight. Like, the camera is all over the place, and then he goes into second form with the hair everywhere, and like, you can't even see anything. You know, if he gets too close, and you're just like, I'm just waiting for this opportunity to do something.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not being like, to me, Consort Radon was like, this boss is hard, but doesn't necessarily make it good.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just hard.
Yeah, Consort Radon is something else. Like,
It was like I
that's
said,
like the hardest from
that whole
what about that
whole
goddamn
DLC
What about
was
that
like
Snake Man? Jesus Christ, the Snake Man.
Oh,
in
I
DLC?
love Mesmer, bro.
Mesmer.
I think that
Jesus
fight is
Christ.
the perfect, like, this is difficult, but fuck.
Mesmer was ball breaking, man.
He's really hard.
It was only annoying because...
And I didn't beat him with a cheap build. I mean, well, for the record, I did use I did use a summon. But like
he was better than Radon. He was.
I didn't use like a broken build. I was going for my paladin build. Like if I could have built a broken build, yeah, I could have fucked him up easy. But I was like, okay, I'm gonna continue with my paladin.
Mesmer seemed like a more like traditional Souls boss. Like he's tough, he's annoying, but like he's doable. And then Radon was just kind of like, I have contempt.
Jesus Christ, what do I even do?
Yeah, because Consort Radon was like, I have serious contempt for people who beat Elden Ring too easily.
Hey, that was me. That was me with my build, dude.
And someone found like a way around it with like another broken build, and I went and I did the whole thing to get it, and I beat Consort Radon with that build, and they patched it minutes after I beat that build.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
With my busted build, and I was like, you fucks.
But even dude, like I went back, I played Elden Ring, and I had to beat the Bloodlord. I beat him in 35 seconds before he could even transform with a blood build. Yeah. I fought a blood boss, beat him with a blood build, and it was 35 seconds.
Moog.
Yeah, Moog.
Yeah. That was crazy. Because like, oh, you have to beat him to get into the DLC. And I just used my 2 dual blades. Done. I'm like, damn. And that's just like another thing too. I like builds. The combat,
the personal customization.
The personal customization allows me to play that game the way I want. And there's so many weapons.
Hold on a second. Let me check on where this
Blood is OP in every Souls game, yeah.
Yeah, bleed is always...
And I'm so happy that I just kind of like theory crafted and made that. Shit was awesome.
Me too. I'm glad I came up with it too.
Yeah, right. And you fucking used it.
The build I beat Radon with
used my build.
It was a magic build. It was like you had two magic staffs. You had like a thorn, and it was like a thorn spell. One of them was like a rare drop.
That boy, thank you.
Like one of the staffs was like a rare drop from just like these random like cultist villagers at the bottom of a canyon in a corner of the map near the volcano.
Yeah.
So that with whatever talismans and what have you and boosters or whatever.
We're waiting on Steve a little bit, Chad. We're just we're killing time until we do our list.
That was good, but it was like kind of
thing.
It was kind of dumb because like, and here's another thing. Here's a real hot take. All FromSoft games are not exactly well programmed or optimized, but also not well programmed because the way that the spell works is like you put this thing down and this wave of thorns comes off the ground. Well, the ground where Radon is uneven. It's kind of like chunky and blocky, right? But where you put the spell down, it just goes in a straight, invisible, vertical line from off wherever the spell casts. He could be literally standing in front of you, but if his elevation was just a slight bit above or below, he actually wouldn't get hit by the thorns. It was like, oh my god, really?
Easier.
So, dude, he has an ability when you're charging Greatsword. With the attacks coming, you have an ability that goes, ugh, and you block it with a hand, and you get a triple charge after. So, like, they reward you if you're doing shit, like, in the moment.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no! That pretty much is it. If I'm on this high of plague at the start, just to get really lucky here.
After parry, you get post-parry attacks specific to those contextual events.
This is an ugly game.
Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, yeah. It is gray and brown.
That's cool.
You get a big moveset. You get like 6 abilities, 6 uniques of like buffs and all this stuff. Those aren't based on cooldowns. They're based on spirit, which you just get by attack.
Right? Yeah.
And that's a complete unique thing.
The yellows, I kind of guessed that just because it was color coded. Yeah. To the yellow.
Ah, my spirit.
My real question on this game is: can you parry out of an attack? Like, can you parry mid attack, or like, can you cancel your attack into a parry?
Yes, and there's the things later that allow you to completely circumvent any animation.
This is the thing that I think a lot of frankly picking on them a bit, but a lot of Western devs don't get
You
it.
commit.
Like, they're so obsessed with, like, oh, well, you're doing the swing. You're committed to the swing. You can't cancel your swing into parry. I'm like, yes, you should be able to.
Yeah, there's stuff later that literally you
care.
skill tree into it that
Yeah.
unlocks that. That is like you just animation cancel the whole thing into like
Right.
your big shit.
Like, that should be part of any real-time combat system. Sorry.
So they literally have the Sekiro like logo thing. This is a unique strike, and this is like a big counter hit that you can also get. So there's like a ton of different core game mechanics that give you opportunities to get big damage.
Yeah, I can actually see this does look fun, what you're doing with, like, just sort of baiting with parries and stuff.
Shit.
Ooh.
Can't see anything. God damn it.
He's the same color as the background.
Wherever you were finding some dude, he had like a gun, basically.
Oh yeah, the guy with like that guy was fucking hard because you were always on fire.
Yeah.
And you had to like mitigate being on fire with all of his crazy horse shit.
That guy did not look fun to actually fight.
Let's go! Boom! Ooh!
So there's like a lot of shit you just have to be aware of on their attack patterns, a lot of like mechanical shit happening, and then you have to weave in all of your bullshit. So like I have to like make a game plan. Like I have this opportunity to do this. They have big windups, big tells, like all this shit, you know?
He's that magic pixel.
Yeah.
I can't believe how ugly and gray this
Fucking
is.
ugly.
Oh wow, but now he looks much better.
It's still gray as fuck.
Yeah, it's great, but he was more like
And yeah, like the rest of the game like doesn't have the most incredible art style. In fact, I think I literally changed it after this. I like, hi Steve. I added like color to the game a little bit.
Oh, did you?
But yeah, 100%. The game is fucking ugly, bro. But
Like,
check out this enemy.
like RE5 ugly?
Yes, legit.
Yeah.
Like there's like people are like, dude, I was saying the exact same comparison. Like, this shit is like literally RE5 graphics. I don't understand.
Yep. It's Wahhappen.
There's like literally an RE4 enemy right here.
Jesus Christ!
That's cool.
It's supposed to know to block all that at the first try. You know?
No, I ran into him a couple times before. This guy kicked my ass.
Yeah, of course. No way you know how to block all that at the first
Is
try.
everything parryable or is not everything?
So every regular strike is, but some big enemies have like command grabs to throw you off.
Yeah.
But they're big tail command grabs. They have a sound.
Yeah.
But if you're so locked in, you get command grabbed. You know. But dodge beats command grabs.
But before we get started,
Right, that is the sort of
That's the
general
loop.
RPS.
This is just a regular monster. This is like this is like not even an elite.
Yeah,
this is just a big hard guy.
Yeah, it's just a big enemy.
It looks like your hits aren't even doing anything.
Yeah, these guys don't get stunned very easily.
God damn it.
I got you.
Heal, dude, heal, 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 heal.
So, yeah, parried him out of it.
Dude, that's
Did you do a parry?
barely noticeable.
Damn, these things.
You could tell like they're Disney and shit because they're not moving, but
So like,
parry itself
there's stamina bars, like there's stagger gauges above their heads, like right here. You see how it's like about to go down. The parry just emptied it, and then they go into a huge stun state.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's the fun shit where it's like, if you do the parry from the front, it's good. It does 25-30% more damage from the back. So you have to like do all this stuff to like optimize. Do I have enough stamina to get back there? You know, am I going to go for this? Am I going to go for that? So, yeah, like this game fucking does it for me, bro. Like
Damn.
this engagement right here is like one of the best. This room is like one of the best examples of like Jesus Christ. Like, come on, you fuckers! Like, type of shit that happens.
4 guys there and a big dude.
Well, just get ready.
Armor boy. Is every Souls game has like a giant armor man. He needs to have a sewer
Oh
level.
jeez. Oh jeez.
Through the fucking
A ton of unique kill animations. A ton.
That's permanent.
You like grab basic guys and just blah, their blood goes fucking everywhere and shit. It's, this to me, this is the Doom of Souls games. That is the best way to describe Kazan. It is the Doom 2016 of Dark Souls games.
Jeez.
Oh no.
Yeah, just wailing on you, bro.
Does his
Devil Trigger.
does his stagger gauge only go down from blocking, or is it like?
No, it goes down from every attack. And there's things that you can do that make the stagger way worse. Like you have a big parry thing called Counter Strike. Whole point of it is that it does massive stagger damage.
Are those like other player deaths? Like you're just sort of like.
No, there's no online component at all.
So what is all this
there's
floating in the
another
air
one.
shit?
These are just items. Those things right there are like revenants you can fight. They're very similar to Neo.
Oh, revenant.
There's the ability for you to get more gear and items if you want.
Ooh, I like that block and dodge.
There's also perfect dodges. There's perfect parries. You know, the rewards are, they give you more stamina back and shit. But you notice like any direction I'm just able to parry.
Did they have like one of the perks where you parry something like perfect and you get like health back?
Oh yes. You get your stat. See how quickly I stunned him because I hit him with all the big shit.
Let's go.
That's fucking cool.
Crazy animation there.
God damn.
So yeah, like I'm telling you, like there's some rooms in this game where like you feel like you're playing, dude, like let's fucking go, like come on, you pieces of shit.
I think I'm safe, and all of a sudden, oh Christ, there's another one.
So anyway, I'm not saying I'm just showing you all the door. It's neat. It's not like the sickest game. It doesn't look great. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is like the thing where I'm just like, wow, this game is.
It is fucking ugly. Like the characters look cool. The animations are awesome. Like so many. The enemy design looks really cool too. But they just chose like the weirdest art style.
Yeah.
Fucking, and it is
like,
literally Siegfried the game.
I don't know why it does. I mean, I get it. It maybe looks a little too Tales-of-y, but like, why didn't they just make it look like DNF Duel?
Yeah, I mean,
Like it's from the DNF universe. Why does it look like this? Why does it look like a budget PS?
They want to go with the realistic.
it looks better than that when you're
not graphically, but art style wise.
Yeah,
like of that
it
era.
looks like an Xbox 360
like
era game.
The era of gray and brown. Why are we going with this?
It's trying to be like a little edgy, you know. It's trying to be, and it is. It's a very like, to me, it's like edgy in the perfect way. Where it's like it teeters the line between like this is annoyingly edgy to the point where it's like oh yeah, I'm just gonna go rip these motherfuckers up. Like it feels like literally parallel to like a Doom 2016 of a Souls game, you know.
Well, I think you can. I mean, this is how FromSoft like has made their mark in the world. Is like you can make dark, depressing, oppressive atmospheres look good.
Oh yeah. That's what FromSoft's the best at.
Yeah, that's their kind of.
Damn, I'm gonna die, but it's gorgeous.
Yeah, like there's like a beauty in the macabre where that just looked like, eh.
A pretty way to get wrecked. Is that
A pretty way to get wrecked.
Yeah.
Like this,
Hector, thank you.
This is
you'll love
great.
Stellar Blade Combat. It's not off my chalking block. I pretty much waited for all the chudness of the game to go away, which was obviously present. And I'll give it a little bit more time, but I would actually be curious.
For what?
Stellar Blade. Just give no fuck about the story. I'll skip every line of dialogue.
That would make the game better.
What is chudness?
Oh, dude, like the entire giant defense force for its ass and tits, and that's what gaming
Oh, you're talking about
this is what women should look
that's
like
the
in all
chudness.
video games.
Okay.
The legit, like, the
It's
goonability of the game
It's
is what
called
the industry
fan
is.
service.
No. The game was
No.
being propagated as, like, the goonability of this is what we really need in the industry.
Yeah.
This will save video games.
That's a certain group of assholes.
Exactly.
Yes, but that was the entire launch of the game, dude.
You're right. Yeah, that's people saying that. I don't think the company ever tried to promote.
Well,
They just brought the game out and they just brought the game out and they were just unapologetic about it. But they didn't try to like fucking force feed you into like, oh, this is the reason why this game is great and the industry needs more of this. No, people were saying
it was just a part of it.
Yeah, the
in the
people
same
were
way
saying
that
were just
like
the assholes.
beautiful asses are a part of like Nier.
Yeah.
Like, and yes,
like that.
they pretty much took the book straight out of Yoko Taro.
Yeah.
Where beautiful asses are beautiful, so I'm gonna make that a big part of my game.
Yeah.
You know?
Stupid.
I hate the fact that games like that are actually just fun to play. Like that fucking drives me nuts because it's the DOA syndrome all over again.
Dude, isn't Laura like the most fun character ever?
Oh, she's so amazing. Oh my god, I love her so much because of her gameplay. No, I'm just saying it's like fucking this is the reason why I probably missed out on a great game that people put to the high esteem, which is DOA. Like none of us play DOA, but it's a solid game.
Oh yeah. To be completely honest,
I can't say it like that.
To be real,
Yeah.
it was one of the greatest benefits and one of the biggest I'd say detractors
Right.
of DOA being a legit awesome
solid
game, which it
fucking
always
fighting
was.
game.
But 100% in the 2000s when we were around, it
Yeah.
was straight like disregarded by many.
Couldn't fucking touch it.
Because of like you like the tits.
Yeah, right. Like you look like a fucking
and
gooner.
it was marketed that way.
If you
dude.
were
It's
there
like-
playing that game, they were like, "Bro, where's your other hand?"
But
Please tell me where it's at.
To be real, it's almost like unfair because of the quality. Like the game is legit.
Yeah.
Crazy high quality.
Yeah.
And when you eventually get to a game like DOA 5, which is like the ultra refinement of DOA
Yeah,
with like
I wouldn't know.
everything staged, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But yes, like you're not wrong.
Yeah.
What DOA had eventually built itself up to be for so many years was sort of biting it in the ass.
Yeah.
So, but at the same point,
But they kept it real.
they were trying to change that. And the first game that they really changed that, like full commit, was DOA 6. And it went, but they, you
And
would
they
blame,
pivoted right back real hard.
but they DOA 6, and then they pivoted back, but at the same point, DOA 6 critically like damaged the core gameplay aspect of what made DOA 5 fun.
It wasn't just that they.
It was just not the less tits, bro. It was, and to be real, the DOA community isn't specifically in it just for the tits and ass. Like, no, like the whole system and the engagement that comes therein is fucking great.
It's hard to tell. That's what I'm
here's
saying.
And that's the problem.
That's hard to tell.
That's the problem with what has been built up over
Here's
time.
the problem: is DOA 6 wasn't as horny as 5.
Definitely was less.
So the Gooners were upset,
Yes.
and the combat wasn't as good as 5.
So they were pissed off too.
So
nobody's happy.
So the gameplay people were unhappy as 6 as well. So 6 ended up pleasing nobody.
Max is selling this game hard. It's obvious, chat. Like DOA 5 is great. None of us have ever really gotten into it.
Yeah.
None of us like understand its core mechanics like deeply.
Right.
But clearly, when like you look at it played like well, it's clear
see
that
some shit,
this game's
man.
pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
and
it's
we
shit,
absolutely did not give it the time of day because of like other reasons and associations.
It's what's it called? Don't judge a book by its cover, but we all did.
Because
Yeah.
to be real, they drew the cover.
They drew the cover.
They knew what
And
was
you
going
saw
on
the-
for many years.
And you were embarrassed to hold the cover in front of other people.
to be many
You're like,
years.
oh shit.
Well, it's been many years. They knew what they were putting on that cover.
Yeah.
So
If you had the game in your hand and a mother and her child walked by, she looked at you funny, but like, it's not me. It's a great game. It's a great. I'm sorry. It's a great game. You should play it. She covers her kid's eyes. Just keep walking. Keep walking.
you didn't go into a GameStop and you're just like going to everybody else around you like, say, have you played this game?
Have you played this
Have you
game?
played this? Is it good? Is it good? Is it good? Is that part good? Is that good?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ask 6 more people. Let me go find out.
Well, yeah.
Hey, you! Is this good?
Hey, you see
Is this good? Hey, you, check this out. Is this good? Is that good? Should I buy it?
It was over.
With this game,
Is it good?
you were in the store, and then like the girl was working in the front, and you're like,
man.
"Oh, you're next," and she was the girl, and I'm like, "Oh, well, no, oh, actually, wait a second," and you had to wait for the guy.
That happened, bro. Oh no!
You had to wait for Max.
no.
You had to wait for Max.
That shit.
You had to wait for
I'm
Max
sorry.
because you're like, "Oh, what game are you getting?"
Oh no! Kenny just unlocked the core fucking memory.
Oh,
we
no.
had an assistant manager working at the store when that game came out.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember one of the frequents. I wasn't there at the time, and they're like, "Is Max around?" And I rung him up, and he bought a copy of DOA and a few other things. And he didn't want the assistant manager who was like a 40-ish-year-old, just nice lady.
Yeah.
Wow, dude! I
Sprinkling a
forgot
couple
that
of
happened.
shit, yeah.
And he was like, "Is Max around?" So I like started talking to him, and then I rang him up, and then I really realized I'm like, "Oh,
Oh, yeah.
all right, it's fine, bro.
Yeah, it's whatever.
It's fine, bro."
okay.
Oh, dude!
Yeah, right?
Wow, Kenny, like it happened in the
Poor
moment.
guy.
I was like, "Holy shit, core memory unlocked."
Poor
It's fine,
guy.
bro. Anyway, hi chat. We out here. Steve is alive.
Ah!
High five to Steve.
Oh God!
Steve is alive.
Ah, I'm
Steve
here.
is living. Steve almost got into a
did.
head-on collision with a vehicle and his own personal body on a
Yeah,
bike.
my freaking bike almost got wrecked, but I mean, like, I was scared. I just thought it was fucking weird. Like, the dude slammed his car right in front of me, and I'm like,
Was he aiming at you?
no, he was just like, honestly, I could tell by like the stickers in his car and the nose ring and everything like that. He might have been a little
something.
So by the time he
drinks gasoline. Okay.
yes, and by the time he hit the pole, he was sleep. Like I saw him completely gone, and everybody in the intersection had stopped and they were just staring. So I thought something was wrong, and I was like, okay, somebody needs to do something. And everybody was just like, what is going on? Because it was just so surreal. Why would you just swerve out of nowhere and hit a pole in the middle of the road? Nobody was around the kid.
Oh. Did you actually, did it happen in front of you or did it happen behind you?
Literally in front of me.
Oh shit, so you watched it. Yeah. So it was just driving and all of a sudden,
yeah, and he just started swerving and it instantly hit the pole. I'm like,
oh, so you're saying he fell asleep or lost consciousness or something?
No, he lost consciousness afterwards. So after he hit the pole, I saw him slump like this, and then I saw everyone just start staring, and I didn't know like what anybody was gonna do. So I said, "Fuck it, I'm on the bike. I'm the only person right next to him." So I said, "Okay, I gotta fucking see what the hell's going on." I walk over to him, and I literally try to open the door. The door opens instantly, and he starts waking up, and then he starts like it's like, "Oh, dude, my bad. Oh my god." I'm like, "Bro, like." Don't worry, let me see your arms, let me see your hands and stuff like that. Tried to get the seatbelt to unwork. That shit was hinged out. I think the airbag knocked him out.
Yeah.
Because that thing like
saves your life. No, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah,
it'll save your life, but it won't feel good.
For the most part, the driver's side door was hinged into him. So
he was crunched.
Yeah, he got crunched in. So I couldn't even like get him out of the seat or anything like that. And the window was fucking wrecked. So his arm was on it, and his arm got ripped up from the glass that was on there. And since I was trying to like pull him out, I was like, "This isn't a good idea. Let me see if I can get around from the other side." But by the time I tried to get to the other side, another guy came in and tried to do the same thing and get the seatbelt out. We're both just trying to get him out, like at that point. But then I realized, oh shit, I'm fucking like covered. Like my arms, my hands, and my pants were full of blood. And so I realized, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, don't touch him.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And at that point, it's like you're trying to do something and help in some way, and not realizing it's like, it can make it worse.
Exactly.
It's so much adrenaline.
It's on fire.
Yeah, as a first aid certified person for many years.
You just
don't.
If the car's not on fire, just leave it.
Unless there's immediate danger to like spot he's in. Don't move the body.
I was a similar thing with Steve. And the car was on fire, and we were all trying to break the window.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like,
That's
car's on fire, this person has to get out.
Yeah. Like, you get him out as any way you can, so.
Well, it's good that you were, like, one of the first people, like, shit, I better go check on that.
Yeah, I gotta do something. No one else is doing anything.
Okay.
So I was like, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, it's fucking just crazy fucking surreal shit, dude. I was pretty much, like, I'd say from that chair to right here, that's how far away it was away from that guy hitting me. So it was pretty crazy. Like, I was like, all right, this is some Final Destination type shit, you know? Like, holy fuck. Like, all right, just count your blessings, bro. You never fucking know.
Now that you want me,
it is fucking random on this planet. Nothing is fucking for certain, dude.
There are little utility pocket knives that have pointed ends.
Mm-hmm. So if the car's coming at you, you stab the car.
No, so you're to break windows.
You bury it.
It has like these little little slits in it, and there's a blade inside there. You're not going to touch it. It's really hard, but it's for seatbelts if they're stuck. In these situations, you put it in and it just cuts right through the seatbelt.
Next time, if you're doing it, you can if you're watching something happen, it's hard to react to. But if you do your offset slash. As the car is like coming at you, you time the offset like right in between, and you'll get a counter.
I literally was about to do an Hadouken to kind of force the attack.
I don't know if you can play zoning with it, bro.
I've played countless Street Fighter 2 where I'm beating up a car, so I know exactly how to do that.
That's true.
I know exactly. Well. I can tear up a car easy.
I think the offset slash would be a bit better.
Yeah, you're right.
Just making sure. But if you want to zone it, you can try. It's just a heavy vehicle.
I mean, maybe electric.
You could red parry the car crash.
Dude. I have to block it first. You know how hard that is?
Red parry.
Yeah, you have to block and then parry. Like, come on.
Well, Steve's okay, chat. The first thing we saw that post, and we're like, dude, are you okay? Did this just fucking happen?
No, it was fucking scared the shit out of me, and I was a little shaking a little bit.
Red Roman cancer.
That gets your adrenaline.
I was at the grocery store, and some like 70-year-old lady was ahead of me talking to the grocery person, right? Mm-hmm. And she was having a conversation about how, she was out walking one day, and some car just like she was on her bike or something.
Yeah.
Some car just swerved and like crashed like right behind her.
Fucking
like
shit.
right on, like she was just riding her bike down the road. Not on the sidewalk, right? And the little car just boom, like right behind her.
Fuck.
And she was like, "Whoa, like, what the heck?" So sidewalks seem dangerous.
Yeah, right? Like, holy shit. They're for
Sidewalks seem
pedestrians?
fucking dangerous.
Are
now,
they for
dude.
pedestrians? Like, at this point?
What the hell?
Look.
Well, so she didn't do anything after? Like.
Well, no, like she called the police and stuff. And
Yeah,
yeah, what
yeah.
happened. But she's like, I'm just trying to stay fit and exercise so I can have these last years be nice. And like something's trying to end me.
I felt bad for the kid because at the end of the day, when the cops came, I was pretty much like the only witness.
Yeah.
And so
Everybody else pieces out.
right, everybody was
I've
driving.
done that. I've done
And
what you say.
I felt bad because I told him the truth. I should have said something like, "Oh, there was this random guy that like swerved on him and then he took off and shit like
animal.
that." Like an animal or something like
deer.
that.
I heard a weird sound like an animal.
Yeah, or
I didn't
something like
see
that.
anything, but I heard something.
Yeah. So I told him the
He
truth.
pretty much told him the truth that he was.
He all I saw was him swerve and hit the thing. That's it. And that's all I said. So obviously the cop is like, "Oh yeah, this kid's fucked." You know, like he knows that this kid is destroyed. So I'm pretty sure he's cooked. He hit the pole. The pole is wrecked. The car is wrecked.
Truth
yeah,
or no truth, the insurance
and if-
company wouldn't have bought any. Like, oh, try not to hit
Right.
squirrels. The insurance company's not going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
If anything, if they don't catch anything in the system, then he should be okay.
Hopefully,
But
yeah.
but you know.
All right, Steve's okay. What we here are to do today is to be the end of all things. The Switch Top 10 nearly ended our entire friendship. It nearly ended our relationship with the internet.
Nice.
I have gotten into approximately 4.5 fistfights with people in public about the Breath of the Wild situation. Thank you, Kenny. That being said, we are here today to discuss something that will bring us together and then tear us apart at the same time, the top 10 video game consoles of all time.
Nice.
We will begin now. Number 1, the Neo Geo. All right.
Neo Geo.
Let's start debating. Well, let Steve go first because he had a death-defying experience.
Oh,
today.
God.
Please go first, uncontested.
You can have,
Uncontested.
you can have portables.
You can
But
have portables.
portables can't be because they can be hacked.
Right, hacking.
so,
the
okay,
hacking of a system.
some
is
rules.
not,
Doesn't fall.
Some
under
rules.
this.
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
focusing the most on the system at the time,
Okay.
not now. Like we can't look back at a game.
Yeah,
where,
not.
like,
This is not like how good is the system to buy.
The systems of the time.
yes,
Okay,
the
yeah.
system when they were at the time, like what it did for you in 1994 to whatever,
during
you
the
know?
time the console was alive.
when it was
Yeah.
alive. Also, the library of games, what it had on it at that time, also mad important. You know.
Yeah,
Okay, we're not talking about controllers. We're gonna keep that out of it
Interesting.
because some systems got evolved different controllers over time that got better.
Right.
So do we judge them at the beginning or at the end? That seems kind of unfair. So let's just judge the system based on what the system can do, what it was offering, the games, and other things that could manipulate the conversation in some ways to make things better or worse. Is that in some console situations, the console got worse over time. Things that was offered at the beginning were not offered by
So
the
we
end.
are taking that into account.
We're taking that specific thing
Yeah.
into account. We're not taking, like, again, we're not broadening it because there's too many fucking variables.
Yeah.
We're taking the fact that, like, a system at the beginning of its life was offering something. At the end of its life was offering probably a pretty similar thing for 99% consoles.
Yeah.
But in some situations, bro, we know what you got at the beginning might not have been what you got at the end. It changed.
Significantly less.
but what-
Maybe
you know,
significantly less at times, maybe more.
PS3.
Maybe more.
Just say PS3 fat.
Yeah, this is, I'm specifically talking about the PlayStation 3.
fat.
Right. We're
This is
thinking about that,
this
yeah.
is a PS3 thing that we gotta
Right,
talk
right.
about.
But
So-
you can't really claim that for the fat system itself. You can only claim that for
They're saying PlayStation 3.
So-
and because of that, somebody's experience of what the PS3 is different than the fat experience. That is not.
Or
that's a
even
negative.
just later fat, because they only had the 20 and 60 full backwards compatible model for a couple months.
right. So
Then they immediately changed it.
So we could say-
the
we could
PS3
say-
fat could be the best system.
that's what I'm saying is that
Then-
we could say PlayStation 3 fat and PlayStation 3 slim.
And
so we
that's
could
what we
separate
have
that.
to. We are not separating the system.
You're
that
not
way.
separating.
We're not
That's
saying PS4 and PS4 Pro. We're not doing that shit.
I don't know.
We're not saying Xbox Series S and Xbox Series X.
I feel like
it's to make a decision.
I feel like that's a different system though.
That's the problem. There's only one system that is like that.
Yeah.
It's just the PS3, dude.
I mean, I would say, Xbox and Xbox Series X and Series XS and stuff like that. Those are very different consoles, dude. So they definitely have
the X are just
so you can't really lump those two together.
They
You
are.
have to separate
It's
it.
lucky that those definitely are making into our top 10 to argue.
Right, but I'm just saying like stuff like that. So
the S and the X is they all play the same game.
There's an interesting
it's
conversation.
Just that, like, one is way better.
There's an interesting conversation to be had about the PS3 because you literally can't play as many games by the end.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I'm saying. It has to be separated.
And what it also is truly one of the most functional systems. Actually, the best system of all time by comparison of like true functionality. But that is only to a small subsect of people that could afford it now, much less could have afforded it then or even had it available. It's a small chunk.
Yeah, they had you had to be in this window of.
You had to be in this small ass few months window before they took it all away.
I don't like the rule. Let's make an exception for the PlayStation 3.
PS3 fat.
Let's make an exception for the PlayStation 3.
Honestly,
Everything else, I think that rule applies.
If we
because that isn't fair to the system.
We count the PS3 fat is probably the best.
Well, I think it is fair to the system because that is the product Sony fucking sold. That's the bed they made.
Price didn't
Where
go
they're
down.
like, we have this.
The price didn't go down for the Slim?
I mean, eventually it went down.
I'm saying the
but
price didn't go down even though they took stuff away. It stayed the same.
Well, you say eventually they did, though.
Every Slim lowers in price over time. I'm saying this was within a few fucking months, dude. This was like within the first year.
The Slim came out within the few...
Not the Slim.
The PS3 Fat offering the fact that you can play full PS2, full PS1 games.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
That functionality goes away within less than a year. It's gone. They add an emulation thing where it's sort of compatible.
They tried.
With some PS2 games because we spent too much money doing this. We need to make more money.
Also, which one's your 60 gig here, Max?
It's probably right there.
I mean, I don't. Chat can't.
If it has all the USBs and shit.
Right. So this one does. So
it's the one with all the USB I/O.
You just turned it on.
I turned one on. Oops.
All right.
There's this flap here, right?
The SD card flaps and all that shit.
Right.
Yeah. There's like there's so much I/O. It's crazy.
These memory card sticks. There's 4 USBs in the front.
Yeah. It's incredible.
There's only 2 USBs in the front here.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah. So they had like different versions and shit.
And this doesn't open because there's nothing here now.
Yeah.
So all of these ports in here, there's like 3 or 4 different types of memory card.
It's
inputs.
incredible.
It's gone in this version. This is still a fat.
Right.
It's gone.
So you're saying that there's different versions of the fat?
Yes. There's literally 2 different versions of the PS3 fat.
And so when I say PlayStation fat, obviously I'm talking about
fully featured,
the big boy,
the $600,
the George Foreman grill, you know,
$599.
Yeah. So
the ultimate point is that like that system in a tiny window of time, there was a model of a PlayStation 3 that had this features, and then for the majority of its life did not.
Okay. So
we're gonna that's going to be a part of where we would place it, where we would rank it.
Right.
It's also a part of the whole PS3. So with that being said, just in a hypothetical, that could launch the PS3 straight up to like top.
Launch 3. PS3,
yes.
Okay.
Like straight up to top 3.
Easy.
But do you consider just that unique experience of that system being that way, the entirety of the PS3?
Here's the thing,
or does it move it down a little bit maybe because
of that, right.
Here's the thing, that's kind of fair because it's such a limited thing and those things became hard to find and it's just like...
It's like arguing the PS4 Pro is way better.
Yeah. I mean, I still got mine. I'm pretty sure if I fired it up, it'll work, so...
Your PS3?
Yes, my
I mean,
fat,
of course.
Yes.
We have it because we know.
I still got my fat PS3,
We have it because we know it's like one of the best fucking systems ever.
Yep.
Like, and I've argued this forever. So anyway... let's first write something down.
All right, so it has to be on the side.
We're not going to have nearly as many nominations.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out. This is not going to be
I can write fat now.
as exhaustive. Yeah, write real fucking big. Like write some not too heavy. Be gentle.
Don't imprint it in there.
Okay, gotcha.
If you write into the board, it will not come out.
Okay.
Damn, that system sucks.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let me just assume a stance. This is the stance I have when I'm playing PSO.
Get him.
What's that like moment in the raid?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Where they're like,
Or you
Well, they gotta get the feet. You gotta go.
No, here's what you do.
like
You
the
do.
shimmy.
Yeah.
What's the stance called, Chad, in Shenmue? Horse stance.
Oh, God.
Horse stance.
horse.
You do this, and you do this. Come on, boys. Come on. Knees,
So yeah, you gotta get it.
knees all the way.
All the way down, baby.
All the way.
Come on.
All the way. Keep going.
All the way.
Horse stance. Legit horse stance. And you stay there for 60 seconds.
That
Horse.
feels like sumo.
It is.
Yeah, it feels like sumo. Yeah, I like
This
that.
shirt is so big on me, I look like a pregnant woman trying to exercise.
Damn.
All right. The Martin Luther Dreamcast.
Nice. Who's up?
I have a Dreamcast.
Okay.
Oh, the Nintendo. Yeah, I guess that was okay. I guess. The
Nice.
Super Nintendo. Never heard of it.
There
Yeah?
you go. There you go.
The
Okay.
Nintendo. What happened to the 63 before it?
Oh yeah. I always called it the Ultra 64. That's what I always wanted to call it. But
I have
they
a
stopped doing
bold. I have a bold claim.
that. Ooh, here we go.
Yeah.
The P54? Oh man, I know about the P54. Oh man, the P54
Not
chat.
the P54.
I love it.
Satan.
Head for Saturn. Head for Saturn. Go there.
It's up here. I'm like Satan.
No.
Oh really?
Jesus.
PS1? I guess so. I guess so.
It's bringing the rivals, you already know.
Okay.
All right.
Where's he going with this?
Oh
yeah!
Oh, yeah! Oh, there's a little dash in there. Yeah! Oh, yeah!
You got it.
Yeah! America! America!
Xbox 360.
Xbox 360!
Hell yeah, my dude.
Can we acknowledge that the 360 was kind of a dumb name?
Oh, absolutely.
I never liked it.
But
liked
also brilliant. It was
good for the
stupid
time.
when you hear it.
I
They're
think
like
it
the
was
Wii.
Yes, exactly. Terrible fucking name. But
think it was good
somebody
for the time.
cooked, right? Somebody, because it's eventually, what do you do with the 360? You just back where you were before.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah,
It
'cause
makes
they're
no
like-
sense when
'cause
you think
they're
about
like,
it.
we don't want to call it the Xbox 2 because it'll make people think it's inferior to the PS3. I'm
Exactly,
like,
but
oh my god,
God, my dude, everybody like, I'll see you on 360.
Yeah,
Like saying I'm see you on 360 or like maybe on Xbox. Or,
Yeah.
If you the thing is, this was known as either a 360 or just an Xbox.
Yeah.
Because the original Xbox was gone.
Yeah, it only had a 4-year run.
It was gone, dude. So nobody gave a shit about OG Xbox. It
Nah.
was your Xbox was the Xbox 360. This shit was fucking huge, dude. Everybody had to have an Xbox.
Dude, how long did the
360.
Xbox last, dude? Like, I
Like
felt
4
it was
years.
The
yeah,
first
4
one?
years? Yeah.
60,
Not that many games.
Jeez.
God of War,
4
Gears of
years.
War.
4 years
man.
for
Gears
Xbox
of
or
War.
OG
OG
Xbox?
Xbox was 4 years, 2001 to 2000.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Bro, the 360 though.
5 or 6.
All right.
No, that was yeah.
Then is it? Do I have to put anything up here?
I was
I
last.
did. I put PS1.
I was last.
So
So who's after
then
me?
it goes.
Kenny, make one.
I did. I put PS1.
Oh.
When he put Xbox. Yeah.
Then Max. This Max's turn. I got one over there.
Do I have anything else? I'm
Put it over there.
down, bro.
Put it over there.
Are you fucking kidding me, man?
What do you mean?
There's plenty.
You got the Saturn. You got the NES.
Do I need to list consoles for you?
I mean, for me personally, I'm thinking of ones that I'm willing to champion and defend. And I don't know if I'm willing to. I already put the ones out there that I'm willing to put my toe.
Genesis.
Ooh.
Genesis, definitely not. I love it. But I'll be interested in being involved in that argument. I don't want to be the one to start that argument.
Or to defend it. You don't want to defend it.
I don't want to.
Now, usually portables are okay.
Do it, bro. Do it. Let's just do it.
Max is actually skipping his turn.
Oh, I was about to put that.
Max is actually skipping his turn. I think he's done. Yeah, you gotta start thinking, Max. What else you got?
Game Boy, yeah.
Arguably the greatest system ever.
Crazy.
Game Boy, okay. I mean, yeah. The Game Boy is a boy that games.
All right.
Nintendo DS definitely has to be up here too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to be up here. I'm surprised nobody's putting up GameCube.
We all know the GameCube is great.
See, the way you feel about the GameCube is the way that I feel about some of those other systems, like the Genesis and shit. where
right,
It's like,
the GameCube is great, but
But-
it's
it's happening.
it would be lucky to crack top like
It's
bottom
happening.
5.
So start deep cutting, I'd say. Like Simmons, you like the Nomad or some shit, right?
That's just a Genesis, though.
Well,
3DS.
You know.
Yes, 3DS. Good.
I'm waiting for Steve's eventual diehard argument for the Virtual Boy.
Ah! Max, you gotta put in something, man. It's only me, Simmons, and Kenny right now, dude.
All right, I'm gonna put it here because this is absolutely, arguably a great system. You just have to like get over some of your hangups there. Impact. The impact of the original Wii is absurd.
We need something from you, Max. Come on, man. We're still cooking.
I feel like I have my things that I'm passionate about, and I'm willing to discuss them, and they're up there. They're up there, bro. I'm not gonna put something up here that I'm not like willing to fight for.
I can make arguments for so much stuff here.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
not
it's
even-
crazy. This man hates consoles.
I agree. That should be up here. Absolutely. Absolutely should
Never
be
heard
a
of it.
conversation.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
You know, we're fine. You know, Steve, I don't think you're not putting anything else up here, are you?
I
Okay. Sorry, then I jumped ahead of you.
am. I'm not putting that.
2600 is a slapper.
Let's at least acknowledge it for what it is, what it did.
All right, we talked
Willing to acknowledge its existence. This is true.
We talked about it enough. Let's just say we'll just put launch PS.
We talked about this.
But it still will apply to everything. But I just want to say launch PS3. But it still will apply to everything.
I mean,
But
but
PS3, bro.
Yeah, he said we'll cross it out, but he just wants to acknowledge.
Right.
I just want to acknowledge it, right?
Well, we acknowledge it. We're talk about it.
Okay, so that's
Just erase the launch part.
never.
Like, you're by you putting specifically launch PS3.
I want it to be ingrained in your mind while you're talking about it, even though you're still talking about the whole thing.
It directly brings up the argument. So you like being a rich piece of shit?
Yes.
So you really okay? So you come from a point of privilege then?
No.
All right.
Fine. Go ahead and take off the
PS3.
launch.
That's already going to be
The
something that
discussion
like,
will be part of it.
like it's a part of it. I would not
So
focus.
just put
I would not
PS3.
focus that part
Put it
being
in
part of the
green, sure.
conversation.
PS3.
Because there's no space over there.
Let's just put PS3. Is DS not up here yet?
Yeah, it is.
No, 3DS is.
3DS.
3DS over DS?
Well, he
that's-
put that.
If you should put it up there, Max. Put it up there.
Yeah, I would argue DS even over 3DS.
Put it up there.
Make that argument.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the 3DS is fully backwards compatible.
Well, but that's unfair. Again, that's
It is
the
a
thing
little-
that we
yeah.
can't. It helps.
It's a feature of the 3DS.
It's a feature. It helps, but it isn't like the existence of backwards compatibility nullifies the DS, right?
Right, yeah. Too much stuff with, like, why would we have a PS1 up?
Why do we even have? Yeah, if the PS3, if we talking about PS3 backwards compat, then we just erase PS2 and PS1. You know.
All right, I'm going to put it over here. I'm ashamed it's not here yet. It just has to be here.
GameCube? Genesis?
Yes. Genesis does! You can't do that on Nintendo!
That was my first system after an NES.
Oh, yeah.
The Genesis. I had it before a. I had it before.
Genesis
Super Nintendo.
does! Genesis does!
No
Genesis was pretty cooler.
No GB Advance for you guys?
Not me.
No.
Not me.
It's great.
It's great, but when it's top, like Game Boy just clears.
To me, that sort of like GBA is an in between like the Game Boy
And the
printing
DS.
money and the other money printing things.
Yeah, the DS.
You know?
Also had a short life. I mean, it's a great system, but like,
So Nintendo.
so much of the GBA's market is a lot of just, here's some Super NES games, put them on here.
Yeah.
So Nintendo had the 3DS, the DS, the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color, and the Game Boy.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
Game Boy.
Steve, you know that
the Game Boy, which lasted a long fucking time.
Which one?
You know, like,
Game Boy.
Yeah, no, of course.
We're talking
long
about
time.
4 systems that lasted collectively like
Game
20
Boy-
plus, like 20 years.
Game Boy Color,
Right.
Game Boy Advance SP technically, but not really. It's the same game.
It's the same system.
It's the same system. So GBA, DS, 3DS, Switch.
Good lord.
Yeah. I'm not going to fight for it, but I put GameCube.
Okay, this is worthy talking about.
Yeah. I like the 4 ports, but if
Not
this,
putting PC on here.
We'll put PC right down here.
Yeah.
if it push comes to shove, chat, I'm not going to fight that hard for it, but it's a great system. I love the 4-player.
Yeah.
I love the, it was easy to carry.
Oh my god.
Why?
It was,
Why?
I was calling friends. Well, I didn't even own one. I watched a friend calling friends and playing games.
Ah, that's so it's your experience.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, all right then.
Any other last minute?
Good luck with that
Hey,
one.
that's a joke, man.
No,
Here's the thing.
no, top 10, Simmons.
You legit put Turbo
Oh, there you go.
Graphics.
Oh, he's flipping it now.
Here's the thing.
Top 10.
That has a special. That system
flipped
has
it
a
from all of
special
us.
place in my heart because I joined a tournament for the N-Gage and got a free trip to San Francisco, like all expenses paid. You know, like 3-day trip. They paid for our food, everything. It was nice.
Ooh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck you spell it, right? Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do we not have a Vita up here?
Vita.
Steve, you put PSP.
You put PSP.
Vita's a different system.
Yeah, I knew he was going to do that. He's like, if he control. Damn.
Oh, we need the sock, bro.
That left a bad taste in his mouth.
Where's the sock?
I did see.
You got it.
He was the first to ever do it. He was the first to ever do it. First rapper to make an actual console.
All right.
First rapper to make a console. He was the first, chat. He was the first. Drake, don't ever talk about that, man. He was the first.
We need another board, Simmons.
it was-
Don't tell them.
It was the first crypto scam before crypto
That was the
scam.
first crypto scam. That's true.
That was the first crypto scam.
Hey, man, he's a pioneer. He's a pioneer.
I cannot endorse.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Why the humanity, Max? The humanity. What is he doing?
Gonna close the window.
This is serious. This was serious, guys. Come on.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Wait.
You're gonna have to answer the Soldier Boy. You're gonna have to answer the Soldier Boy.
Here,
bro.
I'm gonna write one after this. Ready?
Unbelievable. Wow, that was very
Here it is,
serious.
chat. The Stadia. The Stadia.
I don't even remember what that is.
It's Google's no system.
Because I was going to say.
I
yeah.
thought-
The Stadia.
I legit
it's
thought
nothing.
the Stadia was the Ouya.
No.
What the fuck is Stadia?
Stadia is the
Stadia's
Google.
Google.
Is it a cloud system?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is a cloud.
What the fuck is an Ouya?
That's the little
is-
Android base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like a little cube.
Yeah.
It just runs like Android.
Did you like my joke, chat?
I got Stadia and Ouya mixed up in my head. I thought Ouya was the cloud-based gaming system.
No.
No, it's an Android base system.
Oh wait, here.
We went to E3
Yeah, they did.
and they put their truck
Right outside.
Yeah. And we're like, check it out, guys. We're better than the industry.
Check it out, guys.
That was really cool what they did. And where are they now?
Ouya and
I think it was a good idea. I don't know, like maybe it was just too ambitious or something. But a system that plays only
The cloud.
a system that plays only mobile games when you can just buy a phone. Feel
all right,
like,
here we go. We're gonna have to delegate.
Here, 1, 2,
We're gonna have to start scratching these out. All hail the sock.
10,
All hail the
many
eraser
do we
sock.
oh god.
Oh, sock.
20. We have
Take away the
20?
things
Oh,
we love.
That thing needs to get washed, bro.
No. Oh, sock.
Man.
Taketh away the things we love it. Make us argue with them to death. Be one all. God
right,
bless the Republic.
There are
Give-
20
give us some
consoles on
eyes.
here. I'm sorry, Turbo fans.
10's gotta go.
I'm sorry.
TurboGrafx 16.
No.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Turbo fans. It's not listed. Neither is Neo Geo Pocket Color, but
Oh, yeah. Game Boy Pocket Color or Game Boy.
Neo Geo
GBA's on there, you dumb shits. No,
Damn.
it's not actually. You stupid, you observant
Boy.
shits. Not on there. No, we
Game
didn't even talk
Boy.
about this. No
Game
GBA.
Boy.
You observant shits.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
It's fine.
I can't stand this. We got it. It's got to be here.
GBA?
Nah.
He wants his
Philips CDI.
Shut up. Neo Geo Pocket Color.
Oh, yeah, that's
okay.
worth talking about at least.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Can't stand it.
What about the Tiger handheld?
No.
No.
Yeah.
That's so
Game.com.
general, dude.
It was awesome.
It's so general.
It was fucking amazing.
Play it here.
Where is it?
Play a Tiger
I'll play it right fucking now.
Here.
I think better be working, Max.
Get to the end.
Is it working?
Get to the end.
all right, let's knock some.
I don't think it actually. Nice game, Max.
Literally working.
Your batteries are going.
Literally working.
Is it though?
Yeah, look it. Select.
There's no.
Start.
There, okay, that.
Literally working.
Now it's working. See, there's a character there. There was no character there. Oh shit!
Beat Virtual Fighter.
Oh, dude, I'm the best.
All right. Well, Steve beats VF. Damn, he's game playing. He's television game playing. We're going to delegate the top 10 out of here. We got to get this down to 10, where we can actually argue which 10 in order they are. Let's begin.
So we got to remove 11.
We have to remove 11.
I made it 21.
Okay.
I made it 21.
All right. So let's start going after some obvious ones. I guess I'll go first.
Oh, Steve.
I won.
Yeah.
You did it.
I won.
All right, well, what's the
first
first
game.
thing? It goes Max cuts, then who? Kenny, then Steve, then me?
Sure. Somebody jump in. Somebody jump the fuck in.
Oh, you don't want to start?
I'll start.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the Atari 2600.
Sure.
I put it up here for legacy purposes.
Yes, yeah.
There you go.
It's the first video game console.
Actual.
It lasted for like 15 years or something.
It was the definitive product. It was the definitive gaming console.
Yeah.
It was.
Like-
And we had our 2600 night.
Question.
Remember that?
Did Atari have competition?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Around that time frame?
ColecoVision.
ColecoVision.
Intellivision.
Forgot about that.
The Magnavox
Television.
Odyssey. The Magnavox Odyssey 2.
Magnavox Odyssey. I've heard of
The
that.
Magnavox Odyssey actually preceded the Atari 2600.
Really?
But it's barely a video game.
Atari
system.
was also like responsible for the demise of the industry eventually because
Yeah.
everything was crap.
Right, so
All the games were bad.
I just want to put that out there before it gets like slammed in at me. Yes, the Magnavox Odyssey is the first video game console.
Yeah.
Kind of. But like
The first one to
Question
actually
marks.
make it appealing.
Question marks.
like what you did on it is barely considered video
What is it,
game.
like a stick, right? You a giant stick and you kind of.
No, you had these weird little like
Nubs.
they look like toasters with like nubs on the side.
What the fuck?
It's weird.
And you would put overlays on your TV. You would put like these flaps on your TV screen.
Holy crap!
It was the
It's
equivalent
weird.
to those VHS games. Remember that? Where it's like you'd have a VHS game and you would be like, oh, what is this? Fast forward to this point to find the
Bro,
yeah,
Vectrex.
yeah.
Have
It
you
was
played
almost like that.
Vectrex? Have you played a working Vectrex? I have in Tokyo. It was great. Weird. I'm not putting that on here, but bro, don't just throw out Vectrex unless you've played it.
But yeah, it's worth talking about. It's the Atari, bro. You know, none of us were born in the 70s, so there's no way it's going to be up here.
We should just cross these out, not like erase them.
Yeah, erase them.
All right.
It means we hate them.
Damn. We don't ever want to see them again.
All right, Kenny.
All right, no more
What should
Atari.
be cut, Kenny? Yeah, Odyssey had no scoring. Yeah.
I mean, we're going for easy ones, so
Erased.
VG Pocket.
Neo Geo Pocket?
Yeah, it's good.
People say, "Oh, ET the worst video game experience ever." I'm like, I don't know, dude. I could show you a couple Jaguar games that might be worse.
The
good,
ET's
it got
bad,
up
bro, but ET gets the bad rep. The problem is that what crashed the industry around that time frame was the fact that the system was mostly full of games that were like that were just like shoveled out super fast with some sort of like marketing attachment to it, and people were done. Like, people were done. So it took until like the NES to exist where people were like, oh, games could actually be like good? Oh, well, there you go, you know? Yeah, they were worse than fast food games, man. Like, it was 99% of the system was like practically garbage.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because it's like
It's crazy because at the time,
That's really well the Nintendo seal of approval.
Custard's Revenge.
at
and
the
shit like
at the
that.
time,
God.
you didn't have perspective of anything like actually good,
It's just cool because it's like,
and it was the only one of its
Yeah,
kind.
it's like ET's
So-
shitty, but like like Max said, you got Customs Revenge. That's shitty and racist.
E.T. had
It's
gets-
doubly worse.
E.T. gets the historical nomination as being the worst game of all time, but the problem is that the system was full of shit like that. It was that one is labeled, but like the majority of the library was bad.
They were just churning out stuff because they knew they had the
Yes,
market.
it was
cornered.
the equivalent of where Kenny used to work at Mahalo, where they would just inundate YouTube with as many fucking videos as possible.
Yeah.
Everywhere, so
Yeah.
that no matter what, if you were on the website, no matter what, you were getting a Mahalo video in the early 2010s.
I think the point of that was that they were trying to be a video version of Google, so that whatever question you asked, they
Yes,
had the
because
answer.
there was only so much video content available on the internet at the time.
Right.
So
Yeah,
They're
they were
flooding
trying
the
to be
market.
it, yeah.
they were just trying to fill every hole with
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, they're
Is anyone
flooding the
going to
market.
stand for Neo Geo Pocket?
Well, it's Simmons, and I understand because
Here's my defense of Neo
it's
Geo.
really good.
Here's my defense of Neo Geo Pocket. Okay, if you judge things on like say like a median or like on the average, there's no bad game on the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Library is tiny.
That's a benefit to it because it has a small access
Small
point.
library, but its ratio of quality to crap games is probably the best of any video game system in the world on the Neo Geo Pocket.
In comparison, this is such a small system that like we worked at the store when it was launched, right?
Yeah.
And I think 2 people pre-ordered it. Like and then Simmons was one of the ones that eventually like got one too over time
I did.
when it got discounted because it got discounted really fast.
Yeah.
The market for this was pretty small, but it had the best fucking handheld fighting game I had ever played. Could not believe like a handheld fighting game could feel this good to play.
And on top of it,
Capcom vs SNK was incredible.
absolutely has the best portable thumbstick ever.
It was good. It was a comfortable system.
For like one of the best thumbsticks ever.
Yeah, like SVC and like a ton of like KOF games. Like it legit, they made those games work on that system in a way that handheld fighting games sucked. Like they were bad, dude. You don't want versions of Game Boy Street Fighter and KI. This is rough, bro.
Yeah, it is all killer, no filler.
Yeah.
There you go.
But you know, we understand that it's being taken off.
I guess. I feel like it should have hung around a little longer.
Well, wait, we should put that up there over the Wii?
No.
Over the DS? Over the GameCube?
Yes, over the GameCube.
Really?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Again, the biggest argument for it is that the library is immaculate.
But it's also a negative.
But it's also the library.
Because there's like 40 games.
Yeah, like the library is that small. So it's like, well, the library's great. Yeah, well, when you can count them, when your 4-year-old daughter can count as high as how many games.
You can literally label every game right now in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. So.
All right. Who's next? Steven, what do you want to hit?
You guys were just talking about it. GameCube.
Okay.
That bad boy.
I mean, there's some all-time.
Damn, I picked my game.
That one. You guys mentioned it, so I was like, I just realized, you know what? That was not a good system.
Damn.
Look, man, there's some all-time greats on the game.
The legit is.
All time.
I'm seeing a lot of Nas.
But
I'm seeing a lot of Nas. Chat.
Thank you, Nas.
Can you defend GameCube, chat? Really? Over Saturn?
best version of Soul Calibur at the time, the best version of RE4.
F-Zero,
and
Smash
the first
Brothers.
version, F-Zero, Melee, which outlived. Melee is a game professionally that outlived every game on PS2 and original Xbox.
Smash.
Melee? Oh, yeah, but that's
That game outlived
one game.
That game, well, sure, you can't name one game that outlived it competitively on the other systems. That game, which is still exclusive to the system,
one game
never got put anywhere else, outlived the entirety of of every other game. So
one game doesn't make a system though.
Tell it to Xbox.
Damn. Yeah, but it was on PlayStation, so
the best here.
Well, I mean, I enjoyed it on PlayStation,
But
so.
it played better here.
Did it though?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
It played better.
I wouldn't know because I was having too much fun playing it on the other system.
And you didn't need a dumb
You
multi-tap.
didn't need a multi-tap. Multi-tap for the PlayStation had the multi-tap and you had to set it up.
That's fine.
Any of the 4-player
Wasn't
games
the
at
end of
the
the world.
time were benefited by the fact that GameCube just came with 4 players.
GameCube also had the greatest online game of all time.
It had a handle!
So are we keeping it or?
You know what? I vote to stay GameCube.
I vote to stay.
Wow.
I voted stays for a little bit longer, at least.
Wow.
I'm willing to be like,
I vote to stay GameCube for now.
That's crazy.
Tinny, how do you feel? What is your personal deep feelings? Does that neutral out or does it not?
It should stay a little longer, but it's gonna get
It's gonna get shot.
It might, but I'm just saying. I think it's too early.
It's gonna get shot.
We're safe for now. All right, so I gotta
guess.
cut.
Okay. Oh no. Why do words? I like GameCube over N64. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
okay. That's fair.
I like.
I was eyeballing it.
Yeah.
You know what? Apologies. Sorry. Not really.
Cut.
Vita, which I put on there. But
Vita? It means
Vita.
life, Simmons.
Vita means life.
You're trying to kill life?
A great system for indies.
Fucking.
A great system for some of his exclusives.
A great system.
It was supposed to be my turn still because I didn't get one, so I was supposed to go
failed.
again. When you fail, you're supposed to go again. You're supposed to look kind of.
Sometimes today, no.
Is it today? Yeah. Okay.
I forgot that rule.
Yeah, exactly.
Today we won't do
I was gonna pick. I was gonna pick the Vita anyways.
All right, well,
All right, fuck the Vita!
God damn.
The Vita! Fuck life!
All right.
I was angry.
Okay.
Okay,
love
but here's the thing before why are we missing the memory stick?
Yeah, the memory
Yeah,
sticks.
Sony had the coolest portable system of all time.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
The coolest, could have been the greatest portable system of all time, and then Sony said, "Bend over, I am sticking this spiked bat in your ass."
And not
He has
only
a
that,
point.
It cost almost as much as the system if you had to get all this. The first two ones were expensive, but they didn't hold any games, so you ended up having to buy the system almost twice.
To give Simmons credit, he's kind of right. Like, yeah, Game Boy and Nintendo handhelds. Yeah. PSP was fucking cool, bro. We're gonna get another PSP. You know?
Yeah.
It's gonna be just as cool.
Cool.
As
It's
that
gonna be just
one.
as good or even
It was
better.
not. It was not
better.
cool. It was nothing as cool as what was going on with this shit. It was not cool.
Wasn't Vita backwards compatible?
Yes, with PSP.
It was.
Digitally backwards
Yeah,
compatible.
it had different cartridges, so you couldn't just pump in the cartridge.
Right.
It used little cartridges, so you could not put a USB.
No physical.
There was no physical
Backwards
backwards
compatibility.
Right. It had to be. Kenny, what games did you play on Vita?
Mortal Kombat.
9?
Yeah, 9. Power Stone.
It had like a new character, right? Oh, it had Shao Kahn. It's playable, right?
It has hitboxes and Ultimate Marvel 3, which no other version has. There's an Ultimate Marvel 3 on Vita that literally has we see the hit spheres, so we can see how the hitboxes of where the attacks land. It has a hitbox in the training mode.
Oh,
so you can see how fucking insane Virgil is and how fucking insane Dude's
Uncharted was good.
like we would guess. But now you can literally see it. So that's like the only thing I got is that it's got like a cool. It's got Street Fighter Cross Second.
So I was able to hook up my
it does.
PSP to my CRT television with there was like a dongle or something like that. Yeah, an adapter.
I had it too.
Did the Vita have that too?
Yeah.
I think they all had it.
Yeah.
I would love to see
the
how.
Vita basically came PSTV.
Well, that's a whole different thing.
It's a different
But the
thing,
Vita
but
could.
yes.
The Vita could also hook up to a TV. Yes.
So
But it was just a cable.
yeah, it was a game. It was like a dongle port or whatever.
Pretty much, I
I
have
would love to see the Vita MVC 3 on a television with that hitbox.
We could do it.
With that hitbox.
It would look fucking.
You don't even have a Vita though.
What? Dude, I have like literally several Vitas. Like literally have many.
That's a regular
I'm
one.
sorry, PSPs.
Yeah, that's a regular. What you talking about? Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know fucking. What the fuck are you talking about?
Battery.
Fuck. You have to. You should
this
have.
one.
Yeah, you should have taken them out. Yeah, take it out before.
So, by the way, heads up for anybody that has a that actually has a PSP or a Vita.
Old PSP
The
guys.
batteries that are inside them,
Take
the
them
lithium
out.
Batteries blow up.
Yes.
They like literally get bigger and they eventually explode. So if you have a system like that, go take it out. I have the limited edition one from Japan.
This guy.
The FF710.
Look at the flex. Look at the stunt. Yo, look at him stunt on you, chat. You ain't got that. He does. Now, chat. Do you have that? Huh? Yeah, you guys got. Nah, you ain't got that. Yeah. That man just rode in here in his Lambo.
I did.
Yeah, look at that.
That's my Lamborghini.
Yeah, check out his Ferrari, chat. You ain't got that.
All right.
You got
so Max has to cut it then.
None of us put on the PlayStation VR.
It's not a console.
I mean, it kind of is.
That is, dude.
Can it play by itself?
No, but it also can. It has games that can only play with it. It's a Sega CD.
Good point.
It's a Sega CD. It's a peripheral console. You have to have the peripheral, and you have to have games made just
This
for
guy.
the
He's
peripheral.
fucking this giant little clerk. Hardcover and shit.
That one can play like NES games and
Yeah, the big fat one.
all the good shit.
Max, please don't make me bring my PSPs over.
No, my PSP's better than
Nah, I'm telling you right now, my shit is in pristine
My
condition.
PP is
My PP is better than your PP.
my PP.
I got a fat PP and I got a slim
I got a
PP.
dickless PS5.
You got a dickless PSP? Well, I got two PSPs, man. Yeah, I got a silver one
I want to
too.
turn this bitch on. I want to turn it on. I have the cable, dude. I can like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I had. Yeah.
got a
I
big
actually
stick.
took this one off. Oh, I took this one off and I put like a rubber one on, and it's a sticky rubber, so it actually feels
so
really
it holds
better.
your finger better.
Yeah, it feels really
That was
better.
the problem,
Yeah.
is that this thing.
It was
nub
super
was
flab. Yeah,
woof.
it was really
Playing
bad.
like, dude, it's like, dude, Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max is the best Street Fighter. I'm like, motherfucker, you are lying.
Yeah.
Because I had to play it on this shit. Like, that was not the best way to
Well,
engage
I mean,
games.
I actually had no problem using
But, dude, where?
I put an adapter on. I put an adapter on.
Yeah,
it.
you need to like
Yeah.
add shit to
Yep.
it.
I put an adapter on the top and on the bottom. As
Oh, I know why that's in there.
What is it?
I know why that's in there.
Wipeout.
It was one of the games that allowed you to get kernel access. It was one of the games that had like a fucked up piece of code in it that allowed you to get access to the system.
That's wild.
You remember that, chat? Dude, Tony Hawk games on PS1 are like that. They give you access to the system so you can do like. No, I didn't play Wipeout, chat. That wasn't for playing the game. That was for access to like game files and shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now, chat. Amateur. I didn't need none of that.
Steve sucked his dick right in the system.
You're right
You
in
didn't
that
do anything,
second.
and you just
I
like,
didn't-
you
I
just
didn't.
talked to a dude or something.
No, I went on forums, multiple fucking
All right.
forums, sir.
PSP stays.
I figured that shit
long
out.
gone. We're just sitting here talking about PSP.
That guy's fucking awesome.
This is good. It is good.
All right, what
Fucking
are we-
awesome.
What are we cutting, Max?
You said N64 over GameCube, or
I will actually. You know what? Yeah, we're getting to the nitty gritty already. I will vote to nominate out the N64.
Wow.
Maybe it should stay a little longer, but here's the defense of N64.
Yeah.
Mario 64,
I know.
Ocarina of Time, GoldenEye.
Yeah, bruh.
I know. It's like
Bruh.
it's got like 3 genre-defining things.
Killer Instinct
Gold is
is
okay.
on that fucking
Killer
system,
Instinct
bro.
Gold is okay.
Bro, it was the only
It
console
is
rocking that bitch.
It was. It is.
Yes,
It
bro,
doesn't get a pass.
crazy.
And I do say Perfect Dark over GoldenEye. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Perfect Dark as well.
But to me, I
Turok.
I look at
Here's
the
the
other
thing.
stuff
Shit.
that's on here, and I'm like, dude, I don't know if I can take off. Like, I don't know if I
Your
can take
Banjo-Kazooie
DS
was on that
instead
bitch.
of N64.
Shit, come
I
on,
don't
Simmons.
argue PS1 over, and that I don't think PS1.
I will. Okay, I'll say is this: I vote to keep it on. What do you two
look,
say?
and at the end
I
of the
say
day,
keep it for a little bit longer for
I
sure.
choose to kill something else.
at the end of the day,
Genesis, bro.
At the end of the day, it's just like
yeah, fuck the Genesis.
You didn't.
But I didn't pick it. I didn't pick.
True.
So I'm just saying. You
I
said
vote to stay in 64. I'm kidding. What? Finish your
It's
sentence.
your turn.
Let Kenny finish. Let Kenny finish.
at the end of the day, like, oh, let's keep it a little longer. Like second, 15th place doesn't count. It's gonna get cut.
So you're saying to cut?
I love it. It's one of my favorite systems.
It does have some of the best games, but its overall library we know is not
Yes.
like the best. Like it's got a lot.
It's like it's got overall but
probably
also
played-
some of the genre defining.
I
does.
probably
It's weird.
played some of the most, probably with that console, almost the most, like with No Mercy and all those
It's
four-player
top heavy.
games.
That's a good way of describing it.
It's top heavy.
And also, that controller, in my opinion, is pretty much only good for Zelda and Mario 64. Like, I'm not fucking lying to
for
you.
banjo.
Like, yeah,
the games have to be designed
the game
around
has
it.
to be that way.
we're
Like
not
everything
talking- It
else,
was
we're just like,
controllers.
what the fuck?
No. It was great for Star Fox. Star Fox 64.
You're right.
But yeah,
You're right.
that
For
controller.
first-party games where
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like the controller was obviously at the forefront of their mind.
Yeah.
It's legit amazing.
Yeah.
But for 80% of everything else on the system, it's like Jesus Christ.
It was a platform system.
Yeah.
And a lot of the platform games on there
And to
were
be real, there was a lot of FPS on that system because of its 3D capability.
Platformers and shooters.
A lot of
Yeah,
shooters.
shooters, yeah.
And I will not defend, I mean, I know nostalgia aside, I will not defend that controller even in a shooter formula back in the 90s. Like, even to me, I'm like, ugh. Like, this is, ugh. Like, I don't know about you.
They
don't use
wanted
controllers to
you.
shoot things.
They wanted you to hold the middle like a dick, and then
Yes.
twiddle your thumb right on it like the balls.
Yes, so you never
twiddle
really,
the
you never
balls.
really put your hand on the left stick.
Yeah, you hands on the dick, thumb on the balls, and then you control
Don't you
the left
fucking
arm.
crap
Oh,
on
yeah,
N64?
Shut
No,
up!
what happened?
No controller talk.
Oh, we can't talk about controllers.
up.
I said
Simmons,
that,
shut
and then
up.
you just kept going.
What the fuck?
Steve.
What?
Jesus.
We can't talk about the
Is the N64
controllers.
saying?
Me and
Yes.
Steve voted to stay.
Yes.
But then it's gonna get cut anyways.
That's
So
fine.
okay, so it's staying for now. It's stalemated. So let's just move forward. Who wants to cut the Genesis?
Kenny.
It was your turn.
I fucked up.
And you fucked up, so now it's still your turn to
No,
finally-
no, no, no,
no.
We're not
Here we
doing
go.
that? Okay, fine. Who's next?
Genesis.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we
Because
go.
everything else is going to be really hard to pull off.
Who's
here.
defending Genesis? Let's go.
That was my first system after the NES.
There is an amazing amount of games on the Genesis. Unfortunately, this group here really only played a small amount. Now,
100%.
I have the Genesis lives in my brain rent free because of how badly I fucking wanted it way back in back in '90.
That was really good marketing.
And like they would have it like because you remember when like Nicktoons first came out.
The Genesis.
Ren and Stimpy and stuff like that. So they would have like this call-in thing where you would call into Nickelodeon and try to like match squares.
Yeah.
And the winner would get a
Jesus
Genesis.
Christ, I remember that.
And I even tried to get on it. I wanted it so fucking bad.
I moved to like the mountains, right? So I was like estranged from all my friends and shit. And a kid across the street that was like a couple years younger than me, he had a Genesis. And I just had like a NES, right?
Yeah.
So I went over to his place and I could not believe it. This bitch was playing the future.
He's playing the
He
future.
had Golden Axe, he had Robotnik, Mr. Bean Machine, he had Sonic 1. Sonic 2 wasn't even out yet.
I remember seeing Sonic for the first time.
He didn't have Mean Bean Machine if Sonic 2 wasn't out yet.
I think he had that later then. I think I just borrowed it.
Either way, the point
So
is...
what,
Yeah, the Jurassic Park
So
games.
what was it that made you want it over,
No, because it wasn't.
It looked fucking insane.
Yeah.
Well, for one, the marketing was just on point.
Yeah.
Graphics, of course, all that. But then it was like, then Sonic 1 hits.
I was just about to say it had to have been Sonic.
And then Sonic hits, and Sonic is like, oh, fuck, I really fucking want this.
Yeah.
And there was a time where, I don't know if it was chickenpox or just general flu. We got like really sick one time. It happened to me and my brother separately. I think one was chickenpox, one was just really sick. We both had it. And my mom was like, okay, they have to stay home from school. So she went to a video rental store, The Warehouse.
Oh, shit. The Warehouse.
You have to be really old enough.
Oh, man, Chad. Where's that? What is that?
Rented a Genesis for us. And one time it
You had to
was
put a credit card
like...
down.
I can't remember what it was, but one time was like Sonic 2, and one time was like because they had a Tiny Toon game come out. And when we get to that Genesis Top 10, that thing is going on there.
Yeah.
Because Buster's Hidden Treasure is one of the greatest underrated platformers of all fucking time. And then Sonic 2, one of the greatest. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, one of the greatest all times. Mr. Michael Jackson, sales count.
I've never heard
MJ
of Buster's Hidden
wrote music
Adventures,
for
whatever.
Sonic 3.
Never heard of it.
How are we going to deny a system that Michael Jackson wrote music
Why is Kenny wearing
for a
eyeshadow?
first party game?
Kenny, you're wearing Stop doing that. Looks like you're wearing eyeshadow. Quit it. Stop wearing eyeshadow, Kenny. Jack Sparrow over here.
Fuck you.
I will say that
So I'm just saying, it's
Simmons is
getting...
not wrong. The marketing for Genesis like got
Was
my
on point, bro.
got my fucking juices
They
flowing.
got Michael Jackson to market it in the early days.
And they constantly shitted on fucking NES. Anytime NES came out with something, they would say, "This is way better. Check this out." Blah, blah, blah.
So their marketing was that Nintendo was for children and babies.
Yes.
Right. This is a kid's system.
This
If
is
you
the
want to actually
coolest
grow
Yeah.
up, you need a Genesis.
Yeah,
it
Genesis.
worked, dude. And the thing is, the people that were convinced by that were 8-year-olds. So it was really effective because everything you want as an 8-year-old is to be a big kid or to not be a big kid anymore, to be like a grown up.
I want to be a teenager.
I want to be older, So
I want to
anyway.
be big.
I'm surprised your mom didn't say it was the devil.
Trust me, there was a lot of convincing that had to go.
Oh yeah, you guys had that.
I'm
You guys
surprised
had
he
that.
let you get the system because it was black. Like, right? It was literally like demonic looking.
Yeah,
And it's called Genesis for crying out loud.
Yeah, Genesis, that's blasphemy.
Right? Like,
So here's the
right.
thing. I never got it.
Oh.
I never got it.
Really?
We only rented it. She only rented it. So I spent a year of my life mowing lawns
Yep.
and doing chores.
Hustle, man.
To save up money because we were really poor.
We all have
Yeah.
these stories, bro.
Yeah.
And I saved up allowance for a year so I could go to Toys R Us and buy a Sega Nomad. Long after the system was already gone, but I didn't care. I wanted that system so bad. And so I ended up finally getting a Sega Nomad, one of the coolest ass systems ever. So
I lived in an apartment complex, very rundown apartment complex. So a rundown condoms.
Yeah.
So we didn't mow the lawns. Like, I had to do dog walking.
Yeah.
I fucking knocked on everybody's door. Oh, you got a dog? I can walk your dog. Yeah, dude, I was doing that shit for a
So
long
whenever
time.
you get to eventually the system you bought with that, you get that's part of your story up here.
Yeah.
Whatever your origin, your system, everyone has a system origin story up here that you did that shit for. We'll have to talk about it, okay? We'll have to talk about it.
So, anyways, I don't know. That's my defense of Genesis. If y'all want to cut it, I get it.
All right. So, I think like the problem with the library is that it does have a lot of good stuff, but it's like it's similar to Saturn in many ways. Like at the time,
Well,
wildly popular.
It's Sega's curse always. Sega comes out first, and then people come out after it and build it better.
build upon the bones.
Yeah.
Yes.
It happened with Dreamcast. It happened with Saturn.
Yeah.
Genesis.
Keeping
But here's the
Genesis
thing.
over Saturn, I don't think that's going to happen. Just because
So
the Saturn
y'all-
library is so very.
All three of you are good with cutting Genesis. Then?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just because, and then
It might be a little early. It might be a little early, but I think it's fair.
It could have lasted longer, but
Yeah,
since
yeah.
we also have like handheld up here too, we have to start moving.
So I think it's Steve's turn then.
There's too many PlayStations.
So which one goes?
Said it, not me.
So which one goes, dude?
The worst PlayStation out of the 4, because 1, 2, 3, 4,
There's 4 PlayStations up here.
is got to be PS4.
What? No.
PS4.
Dude, the PS4 library, you've probably played more than any other system.
It doesn't beat PS2. PS2's library.
But
and
the
it doesn't-
PS3 is literally right there.
Right, so that's why I'm not touching it. I'm not touching PS3
Right, so why wouldn't you?
because the system is too fucking godlike as a whole. Because I'm still counting the whole thing,
Sure.
but overall, PS1 still beats its library. PS2 still beats its library. PS3 isn't going anywhere in my opinion. So PS4 has got to go.
I definitely think, personally, there's an argument to be had for PS1 and PS2 library, for sure.
PS1 and PS2 do have bad games. They have a lot of bad games, but
All 4 of them have
all 4 of them.
right.
I'm
But
just saying, in terms
overall-
of extremely quality first-party and third-party games in total,
Yeah.
I think that the PlayStation 4 definitely beats the PS3. And I get it. PS3 did more things. It played more things. I'm down with you on that.
Yeah.
In terms of only functionality, I would put the PS3 really high. But the problem is, most of the games that were on this fucking system ran way better over here.
Yeah.
Everything ran way, unless it was a first-party game.
I'm not comparing that to this. I'm comparing that to the other PlayStation.
Right, but I'm gonna say this
I'm gonna-
eventually comes down between this and this type shit.
Well, then
and I
that's-
think the other one,
Yeah.
PS4, is such a fucking great library. It's insane.
Yeah. Here's the thing. PS4 games are still playing PS5 games. God of War on a base.
Yeah, to be real, this
on a base
generation is still
PS4,
doing
we're
this.
Still doing this.
So
We're still stuck here, dude, because
still
it was so
stuck here.
good.
So, I know you want Bloodborne, which means nothing to you, but Bloodborne, Ghost of Tsushima,
God of War.
God of War Ragnarok, both Horizons,
Yeah.
MKX.
Literally every fighting game.
Yeah.
Every fighting game was
game.
played here from this generation. There's so many fucking
Yeah.
fighting games. It's
Tekken
fucking
7,
crazy, dude.
like-
You
Yeah.
mostly play GTA 5.
Nier Automata.
Well, here's the thing. It's not going.
Oh, because we all agree.
Yeah, we all agree.
Okay, well,
So it's not
I would vote to keep PS4 on.
going. Yeah, PS4 is staying.
Fucking.
PS4 is staying easy.
There's so many good games.
Spider-Man.
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 If you got
Spider-Man and
okay,
Miles
I lost my
Morales.
turn because I was gonna say something else, but I lost my turn. So,
Okay.
can I go again or no?
You can talk. I mean, we're not taking
I
off
can't.
right now, but you can say what you want.
What?
No, never
We're
mind.
keeping it.
Okay, fine. That's fine. No, I concede then, I guess. Cause yeah, I'm not letting you guys touch PS3. I'm not letting you guys touch PS3. You guys go fuck right off. You guys are not fucking touching PS3. It'll definitely last a hell of a lot longer.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
PS3.
You can go fuck right off. You can go fuck right
It's
off,
happening.
sir. You can go fuck right off.
It's happening.
No, hell no.
Here's my
This system is fucking. This system is
The
literally the
biggest
best out of the
argument-
entire
The
fucking.
biggest argument for this is like if you existed in a small window of time.
Yeah.
The best argument.
And that small window still superseded all other fucking consoles. Regardless if it was a small window or not, it still superseded everything that was out there.
has.
It is the best system of literally all time.
It's my turn to talk.
Technically.
Oh, okay,
It's my turn
yeah.
to talk. It has the weakest first-party output of all 4 Sony systems.
First
Output. What do you?
first 4 years of the
Like-
system were embarrassing.
Yes.
Like
I'm
it
just
took
saying,
a
it has
long
the
time.
worst first-party output of the Sony systems.
Boy, howdy! We hope you love MotorStorm.
And
Here's the thing.
and
yeah,
you know how
And
you know how PlayStation and Xbox 360 had this big war, and everybody's like, oh, shit like that. But at the end of the cycle, PS3 still came out on top. Everybody knows that.
Sales don't matter, bro.
It doesn't. It does matter because that shows that the general population knew what they were buying, and that it was a better system.
You're not arguing with the general population here.
Well, I'm arguing with the population.
PlayStation has a brand sold more.
When it comes to these two,
The games ran better on this if they were multi-platform.
If we're arguing
the first party was
era.
arguably the weakest of any PlayStation home console. This thing, like, you had
At the end of the era, the people saw the light.
The online is
but
free.
I had party
That's
chat
true.
here.
Oh my god.
We're giving you that. The online was
The
free.
online was free.
Fucking-
All it cost,
And it was fucking good.
all it cost was your personal credit card information.
That did not happen to everybody. You can't use that. That's very circumstantial.
No, that's circumstantial. Come
That's
on,
very
Cindy.
circumstantial.
That's
That did not happen to
All
everybody.
it
Flag on the
cost
play.
was personal information.
Flag on the play.
Alright,
You,
That did
your
not
personal
happen.
flag.
That did not happen to everybody,
Why did you
sir.
turn a flag? Your credit card was part of
We
it.
can't do the leaks.
No,
Okay, I can't.
no.
We can't do that.
Can't do controls. Can't do leaks.
Anyways, point is party chat.
Red ring of death.
True.
And no,
Red ring of death.
Which would be the argument there.
So we also
But-
argued technical misfortunes with
Right.
systems will not be. We can't use that.
Party chat was such a godsend.
So, okay.
Especially in COD. I did not want to hear every 13-year-old's racist, homophobic tirade playing any sort of video game.
it's basically Discord before Discord.
Right, so 360 gave me the option to party chat. I could be party chatting while not even playing a game or with people across different games.
That's great,
PS3
Simmons.
didn't
How much
have.
money did you spend on that? Because
Less than I spent on this.
You threw all your money away on your party chat.
You spent $600.
$599 US
This did not
dollars.
cost that.
And it was all worth it.
But you're saying you're using price as an argument, and you
Right.
have the least argument with price with that.
The $600 was for a console. You're paying for a service when I could just mute the other person on the other end. It's not that hard.
But how but what are you gonna do about your friends? Could you go on PS3, jump into your friend's party chat and go, hey guys, what y'all playing? Oh, we're all on this game. Oh, cool, send me an invite. You can't do that.
My base argument here on the Xbox 360 versus PS3 is that pretty much every game ran better on 360 by like a lot.
Sure.
They just functionally, and fighting games especially, this was a huge era for fighting games.
And
everything worked better
I
on
think that
360.
was a problem with the communication of how to make games for the system.
Yeah,
and
extremely cumbersome.
and I was and I was working for Activision at the time, and all of the devs were saying the same shit. It is how it was
Designed.
not necessarily the design, but how they taught people how to actually make games for them.
No RAM.
Towards the end of the cycle, a lot of the devs started figuring out, and that was a bad communication.
First party devs.
Yes, the first party devs.
Pretty much Uncharted games and shit were getting amazing.
A lot of
Killzone
them.
2 happened, like, yes.
Oh
like,
my god, fucking Uncharted was godlike on that
no,
fucking
dude,
Bro!
So the thing is, I had both of
It
those
had a
systems.
solid fucking catalog.
So if I'm going to propose my argument, right? So yeah, PS3 online was free. Xbox 360 online cost money. However, online was significantly better. Like what you had for like fun, even if I wanted to open up messages and shit, I'm like, this sucks, dude. Like just functionally using the system.
How
and
hard was
having
it to push the home button and scroll over the?
It took forever. The Xbox shit just worked. Like things would have to load up, and you'd have to wait, and you'd have to like.
The
I'm like,
RAM
bro,
bottlenecking was pretty slow.
You don't know how rough the online experience was with shit like here until you had an Xbox and things. And the only reason that is no RAM. It had no RAM to load anything. It had to offload it to the CPU and shit to make that shit actually work.
Right. Don't forget custom fucking themed menus where they have yo video games on the fucking menu.
Yes.
Crazy fucking customization that you can have there. PlayStation Home. They even had a fucking PlayStation at home where you could fucking help poor children in fucking poor countries that needed the fucking CPU system. No system was able to do that. This wasn't just a fucking system. This was a godsend. Are you out of your fucking mind?
The marketing's really working on Steve.
Are you fucking crazy?
The cancer solving.
Yes, it's all like the come on.
I mean,
Did that amount to anything?
Nobody cared.
literally bullshit.
Nobody else. They wanted their video games. They cared about people.
Steve.
This was a people fucking system.
Steve.
They cared about the children.
Steve, that was
Dude, they don't care. They don't care about the children. I care, and so did Sony. They care, Jack.
God.
You care about the children. Well, they did.
That-
And they did research.
That's a lot of.
That was part of it.
That's a lot of corporate.
PlayStation at home, PlayStation home. God, come on.
Steve, that stuff was.
Please.
That was
oh,
all
no,
marketing.
RAM.
That was not right. Now
That never did anything.
that helped. It helped.
They said
what?
it would.
It
They
did.
said that this is what this could be used
Yes,
for.
and
they
it-
also said if you tied 10 of these together, it could launch a nuke. So this doesn't seem that was part of their marketing, my dude.
They said
like that. So I don't buy it on the corporate aspect of we're going to try to appeal to all sides. This is the greenest, most eco-friendly, DNA-solving, children-saving system, but we can also launch nukes with it. Don't fall for the corporate horse shit.
Max, do you care about the children?
In this case, absolutely not.
Oh my God!
Fictional Sony children. Fuck them.
I can't believe he
Fuck
said
the fictional Sony children.
Not the kids.
All right, fuck them kids. I
Not
vote
the kids.
Erase it. It's over.
Unbelievable.
Erase it.
The children. Are you serious? Wow. This is the. You see this, guys?
And here,
This is what I'm
I
dealing
have
with.
something that absolutely
This is what I'm dealing
ends
with right now,
This
guys.
entire argument between the systems.
Holy
If we're talking
shit.
Xbox 360 versus PS3.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Custom soundtracks.
Fuck yes. Custom soundtrack.
Yes. Yes.
You
Yes.
could
Yes.
put in a CD and download your CD onto the system. Custom soundtracks. And in-game, when you're playing games just through the UI, you can literally change the music of all your games.
Every game.
I was playing Street Fighter 4 with Killer Instinct music. It was fucking crazy, dude.
With the PS3, I was able to do that with certain games. Not all the games, but there were games
This was
that-
built into the system.
Into the
Right.
system itself.
PlayStation was doing that, and they were offering it for free, but it wasn't for every single game.
Yes.
They were moving towards that, but then the end of the cycle started
I
happening.
know, like
So-
they saw what Microsoft was doing,
Yes.
and then didn't
And
want
then
to commit fully to it because it would be very expensive, and you have to get the approvals of everybody.
Hey,
well,
well,
Xbox made everybody do it.
Okay, well, you gotta understand that they did a hell of a good job of doing that because I had all my MP3s on that fucking system, and I was playing games with the music in the background.
Yeah,
and that shit was great.
Functionality was there. This
Yeah.
started on 360. They,
Yes,
they
I get
copied it.
Yes.
but
And they did a good
let me
bag of
also
job of that
let me
shit.
also talk about the now deleted PS3 some more.
Yeah.
Blu-rays, HD DVDs. Blu-rays were obviously still around.
Yes.
HD DVDs definitely are not. So in terms of its functional multi,
Blu-rays are barely around
they're
though.
around. They're around.
They're around. They make them.
They
but they're
make, bro,
barely
they make
around.
DVDs still.
Yeah. Well, no, DVDs actually sell more than Blu-rays now.
I know, that's what I'm. But all I'm saying
Well,
is
people would rather
that
just
in
have
terms
a
of it being
DVD.
a multimedia system, oh yeah, bro, you can do some crazy network shit with your Xbox 360 because it was a Microsoft.
You have to hack this shit.
No, it's not. No, hacking was what you had to do on PS3. But Xbox like allowed you to like DNS into the system and shit.
Yes.
Like
I
it was
can go on
some
the internet
interesting
with that.
shit.
Yeah.
I get it, but like still, PS3 did have a shit ton of functionality in it.
Yes.
It had a shit ton of stuff it could do.
Almost-
It really did depend on which system you had. because
Almost,
the IO was not
almost
the same.
literally identical of the amount of things that you can do on Xbox you can do on PS3. It just wasn't as functional as the Xbox 360.
So there's also a thing that was happening here. This is the dawn of arrogant Sony.
Yes.
It's
Right, because Xbox had fucked up with their Dawn. They had their Dawn of being arrogant as fuck.
Xbox had no arrogance around this time. Dude.
No.
This is Xbox One you're thinking of.
What was it? The crazy DRM bullshit?
That's Xbox One, dude.
Yeah.
That was Xbox One?
This system was doing everything in its possible to get you to buy it.
Yes.
They're making it cheap, adding all this functionality. Like, that's the Xbox One. That's not up here. We're not arguing that shit.
No.
Not even here.
PS3 was the beginning of like we can milk these fuckers.
Oh, yeah.
We really can milk these.
That was
fuckers.
after. That was after because then they started doing.
No,
on,
bullshit.
No, on PS4. That's when they started charging people to fucking online.
No. PS4 was the one where we have to get you back on our side because
Yes.
we fucked up so bad.
Let me remind you of. We've offered the luxury model. We've offered the Mercedes of video game systems. If people want a PS3, they should just work 2 jobs if they can't afford.
We're back here again.
That
right
is
now.
the exact quote
We're literally
from Sony before it
we're
even
there
came out.
right now on PS5, which sucks.
The problem is that they had to justify it because the Blu-ray was so expensive. They had to say something.
No.
It wasn't some elite bullshit. It was just because the fucking Blu-ray was so goddamn expensive to
The
make.
Blu-ray was not
They
expensive.
fucking made the Blu-ray. They created Blu-ray.
It cost them that much to make the goddamn thing.
No, dude. They literally created and like created the disc so that everyone has to pay us
Yes.
to use the disc.
Yeah.
They milked everyone for fucking Blu-rays. Smart business.
It's gone.
But that wasn't what like they spent billions of fucking dollars making a chip that nobody knew how to make games for. And then it could launch nukes.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Like
And it had
this
more
system was
capacity.
a fucking pain in the ass an absolute pain in the ass
Yeah.
for developers,
Yeah,
even for
good.
fans.
It's gone.
I remember one thing that
It's
Max.
gone.
I remember one thing Max told me years ago that stuck with me because it fucking enraged me. Max, I was complaining about the fact that these fucking companies always give us some fucking new version of the new iPhone or the new Android or whatever like that, and they fucking crank up the price, and we're all just stuck trying to buy that shit, and we're all just fucking mindless fucking consumers in that mindset. Right. And Max goes, well, because the technology is better. So when they change the technology, of course it's gonna cost more. That's what happens. Isn't that the same fucking thing that's happening with the PS3 right fucking now? Isn't that literally what was happening with the PS3?
No, because that
when
was
the PS3
cheaper.
fucking came out.
Because that was cheaper.
It had the stupid
and it ran games better.
It ran games better. It was cheaper. Sony chose to invest all this crazy money into some crazy harebrained scheme. We're also going to milk people because everyone has to use our Blu-rays and shit. So, like,
but the Blu-rays were better. They just were. But they held more capacity. And they were able to run faster on a different system.
Steve, did you enjoy installing every single fucking game? Because
that was bad.
Every fucking game you had to spend an hour installing.
There is unanimously did not fucking like that.
For the majority of games on Xbox, they just read right off the disc.
Yeah, but you needed 2 discs as opposed to
how many games did you
almost
need
no
to
games.
add? There were multiple disc games on Xbox.
Yes,
but how
almost no
many
games.
were?
Almost no games required.
How many were multiple
discs?
disc games on Xbox 360?
Have a good one.
And they had DVD DL Plus. So even in that situation, I know this because of reasons. They had DVD DL Plus, which were much bigger DVD DL discs that were like hold up to 16 gigs and shit.
DL Plus. Did anybody even fucking have that?
Look, guys.
It doesn't matter because they're just DVDs. They just read off a laser. It doesn't fucking matter.
How about the
What
3DS? Because there's the DS and the 3DS. There's too many DSs.
The PlayStation 3. Listen, bitch. Yeah. All right. It's already gone.
It's gone. We're talking about the girl that got away. She's gone.
I love you.
It's gone,
It's also your
dude.
turn, Max.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, I was the one who Max.
We're not talking it back.
That's what we're dealing with, chat. Look at all these lame ass systems.
All right, Max. Which one's getting cut?
I say 3DS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lame ass.
My issue with it is that its gimmick was neat, but valuable for a few minutes. And then to me, it just like really was like, wow, the entire point, the visual fidelity of the system, obviously way better. You know?
Steve was right. That one guy said it. I saw it. That one guy. I saw
Smash
it.
Brothers,
yeah.
Smash Brothers on that system, legit amazing.
fantastic.
Good system.
But if we're comparing it to like 3DS to DS, I just think DS in terms of like dual screen functionality and touch and all that stuff was like really
The
good.
game I played the most was Spot Pass on the 3DS.
Good
Other than
system.
Smash.
Good system.
You walk
good
by
games.
somebody, they
had
beat your
themes.
system.
Yeah.
Had Sega Dreamcast and
There's a reason
Saturn
why
and
it's still
whatever
around
things.
right now on this list. Or over there, sorry.
But I think arguably like 3DS just overall just it didn't last as long. It didn't have as much an impact as the DS.
To me, like the 3DS kind of reminds me of what's happening with the Switch 2 right now, in a way. Where it's like, oh yeah, it's just the DS again, but it's got 3D, and the games look better. And they obviously are running like PSP level now, almost to a certain degree. Dude, but if there was, let's just talk about 3DS before it evaporates into the ether. My dude, Resident Evil Revelations, that weird-ass RE5 game, Street Fighter 4, fucking Capcom knew what they were doing on that shit.
And Monster Hunter 4.
Monster Hunter, like the 3DS Monster Hunter Generations, like, Jesus Christ, dude, Capcom was pushing that fucking system. The Metroid remake, the Zelda remakes,
Dead or
like,
Alive Dimensions.
the Tekken 6 was on the fucking 3DS, some weird Tekken game. They all, dude, this system was pumping out shit. It was crazy. So anyway, it's good. Like, it's legit. It's an amazing system. My problem with that is that it feels like we're spending all this extra money on this 3D gimmick, and it's like a huge aspect of it, and I always turn it the fuck off.
The gimmick on the name of the system, you didn't care about.
It literally is the most like.
And then they just
they just
started
stopped
selling it. They
They
started
stopped
selling 2DS.
Yes, they realized so much. We invested so hard into this, and nobody gives a fuck that we're just gonna take it out.
You know what the thing is I like about it the most?
You want to know who's doing that now? VR.
Oh, really?
Yeah, VR. They don't give a shit now. It's like. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
The VR attachment.
One of my
Yeah,
favorite
VR.
things, I played Spot Pass and I took pictures of my kids at Disneyland in 3D.
Yeah, it's cute.
That was cute.
It has like cute things like that,
Yeah.
like VR, AR.
That's a really good Mario Kart.
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
So props to the. Wait, no, I'm talking about DS. I'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about New Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
Which was like 2D Mario can exist, man, and it can be great. Like, whoa, fuck.
All right, well, so after Max is what? Kenny?
Kenny, let's scratch out the PS1. Let's go. Come on.
Oh no.
Wow. I'm just kidding.
Oh, the Wii.
Okay. All right. Who put that up?
I did.
Put the Wii up there.
I think.
We gotta start thinking.
I think the thing is like, here's the thing. Our age, there was much anger and bias towards the Wii for being wiggle waggle horse shit.
Yeah.
Probably a phrase you've uttered billions of times in your life.
Wiggle waggle horse shit. I still
I'm arguing here is one, I'll say it has a much better library than the three of you will probably ever know or get credit for.
to sheer size.
Sheer size, yeah. It just because I was reviewing games professionally at the time, so I got a lot of games to review.
It's a gold mine of hidden gems that are almost impossible to find because there's just so much shit.
But here's the thing: the biggest
Wii evolutionary.
the biggest thing for the Wii is the legacy aspect of it, because the Wii was instrumental in expanding the game audience, and kind of the same way that PS2 was with the DVD player. Like, that system did so much to get so many more people playing and interested in video games. You got chicks that would never play a video game playing video games because the Wii was fun.
Your grandma was
if
playing
you were
Wii
in
bowling.
college, if you were in college,
Everybody had a
you
Wii.
you could find a girls' dorm. I'm literally basing this off what Andrew told me. If you were in college, you could literally find like girl sororities that would have a Wii. They wouldn't have no 360 or PS3. That's nerd shit.
Damn.
But they would have a Wii. So if you could go play, some Wii play or Wii tennis. So you could do that. Your grandma would play Wii.
Yeah.
Your grandpa would play Wii.
To me, the Wii was like the beginning of actual mainstream relatability for a system where like anybody can play this shit. The Nintendo, the PlayStation, all this shit is for quite literally nerds. It's right with people that are really into this stuff.
Yeah.
And they're looking for more of that. The PS2 sort of bridges the gap a little bit because of a DVD player.
Yeah.
But the Wii found a way to like bring people together with wiggle waggle horse shit. Yeah. And it's like, yes, they finally had a system. To me, unimpressed. Just because I've been playing fucking DDR and shit. Physical games were a thing that I already really enjoyed and knew about all the way leading up to the system. So for me, it was like, people actually have to get up and move when they play video games and not be fat shitheads. Like, that was the marketability of the system that everyone was talking about. That's why you told people to buy it.
The most fun version of RE4, the last system to arguably have like rail shooters on it and stuff.
Yeah,
like the last,
but so many light gun games, it's
the last
crazy.
hurrah for light gun.
The virtual console.
And
Jesus.
oh yes, let me officially
bring back old games.
The virtual console lets you officially buy and own, not subscribe, not just sort of like a nebulous
download and own
cloud-based. No, download and own. Really well emulated versions. The N64 emulator on the Wii, it's still one of the best N64 emulators of all time. So that system had a Commodore 64, Neo Geo, TurboGrafx, MSX, Genesis. There was so many official virtual console emulators on there. You could literally own the entirety of gaming's history up to that point.
So how did you download it?
Go online.
No, I'm saying, like, was it like a USB stick or? What
memory card.
It had memory cards.
You could put a hard drive.
It had memory on it.
You could put a memory card in it. You could put a USB hard drive in it. It had expandable storage.
And 64 then.
Wait, you're keeping the Wii? Wait, the Wii is gone?
The 64 is gone.
Oh, damn! Whoa!
What happened?
What happened? Whoa, Kenny!
Simmons talked about the Wii. The N64 was already on its way out.
What the fuck, dude? Zelda.
It was already on its way out.
How could guy?
It was already on its way out.
Dude, don't ever do that again.
You can't.
This guy just put it in
to promise me you'll never do that again.
Don't do that shit.
Steve loves
like
the N64.
erasing stuff without anybody's
Kenny,
approval.
please.
It was going.
It wasn't
It
going
was
anywhere.
going. We said,
according to you.
While.
According to you. No. This man just erased up. I was like, what are you doing?
Kenny, please.
What the fuck?
Oh, Jesus Christ! What
I mean, I agree with
Jesus
him.
Christ. What are you doing?
But I kind of see what he's doing.
This man's jumping the gun here.
I agree
All right,
with
you
it.
don't jump the gun. N64. Wow.
All right, got the N64.
All right,
Let's get it out of here.
Let's take it off.
That's a good idea.
Use the sock.
Use
the sock.
Okay, we gotta get rid of this. Can we get some right there?
Upgrade of time. Mario 64 doesn't
That was
exist.
Steve's turn.
That was a great call.
Okay.
All right, it's your turn, Steve.
NES. NES is not beating Super NES. I don't give a fuck what you guys are talking about.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so
There's an argument here.
And now don't wait, hold on. Don't give me that bullshit argument. Oh, this wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for this. This is legacy. Oh, no. Super NES is arguably not arguably. Super NES is the superior fucking console to NES. I'm sorry. It's gotta go. It's not beating Super NES.
Here is my argument.
Oh god.
are we saying
NES
why can't
was-
they both be on?
NES. Okay. Okay. So here's the thing. I agree with Steve.
Yes.
NES.
I kind of agree on
NES was all of our. I'm going to propose my proposition. NES was all of our first systems, right? Was NES your first system?
Huh?
Was NES your first system?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So it's the dawn of video games for literally all of us.
Yes.
Like we couldn't afford these with our money. We were definitely gifted them or given them. It was our first introduction to video games for the most part. It's hugely influential. Duh.
Yeah.
So we don't need to talk about that shit.
Yeah.
I don't think the NES library is particularly great.
No.
I think it's got like it's a step up above what was going on with the Atari 2600.
And that's kind of
The
fair.
Nintendo seal of quality didn't exactly mean much,
Yeah.
but for me personally, like a lot of the games that are on here, even with like, I'm not going to talk about retrospect, but even when I was younger, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I dig on the NES, but I want a Genesis.
The thing is that the NES is like the Model T, right?
Yes.
And then we're all the way up to like Ferraris now with like the PS4, right, or whatever.
Sure.
But this is like the Ford Model T, the car that made cars a thing. You know, it birthed the auto industry.
And that's why I'm saying you can't.
But no one's driving a Model T now.
There you go.
Yeah, but there's certain things that there's obviously like reasons to appreciate it.
Right, sure. It does have good games like
I
Simon's Quest.
think let's take a look at what else is on here.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
okay, I have an argument between the NES and the Game Boy, but I don't want to. I'm not the one that's doing this shit right now.
Right.
I think they're two very similar systems over here.
I think the library of Game Boy.
Ooh.
I'm not comparing that right now because if we compared all three, NES would be first before Game Boy.
Okay, so we're all kind of in agreement. Super NES is staying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
And if I had the option to do versus Game Boy and NES, God damn, that's actually tough.
It's actually tough. It's actually tough.
It is tough.
I would go NES over Game Boy, but that's just because I didn't gel with handheld gaming that much.
Give me some games on Game Boy. You gotta save the system.
He's got his motherfucker.
Yeah.
His literal favorite game is on that system.
Is on Game Boy.
Yeah.
What did he fucking do? What else?
The thing is, it's
What would he fucking do?
Okay, look,
Fuck
look.
you! Give me some more.
What else does the system have?
No, both of these are game-changing in the industry. Game-changing for console, game-changing for creating handhelds.
Okay, here
Handhelds
are we including color on Game Boy?
Yes.
Well, then no, because you'd put Game Boy Color on that.
I mean, because it's like a minor upgrade.
Yeah.
It's not like
All right, tell them.
okay, so you have look, you have Tetris, you have Zelda, you have Pokemon, the dawn of fucking Pokemon on the original game.
You're not selling me here, buddy.
You know, you have the dawn of the Wario Land games, the Mario.
Ow! Good God!
Oh God.
Okay, keep going.
And then if you include Game Boy Color, you have Metal Gear Solid,
your
which is
hairs,
amazing.
dude. There's your hair
You
there.
have like the Dawn of like
Arm hair.
Shantae, as well.
I shouldn't have
Pokemon
cursed
Go, man.
Pokemon. Nintendo heard it.
His arm hair's on there.
Okay. All right. I'm switching.
What?
Game Boy over NES. Game Boy's got to go.
You can't switch in the middle of it. You proposed NES. Are we voting to stay or kill NES?
I vote to keep NES over Game Boy.
Yeah, same. But
Well, I vote to keep NES
Oh.
as is.
There you go.
Okay, well, there you go.
There it is. All right. There you
For
go.
now, but I'm like,
All right.
SNES is better.
That's
Okay.
and Game Boy's being erased?
Well, it's my turn to pick.
Nothing got erased because I lost the argument on NES. So who's next?
Me.
All right.
Just say Game Boy Simmons.
I'm gonna say GameCube.
Ooh.
It's time.
Wait, where is it? Oh shit, it's way down there.
It's time.
We all forgot about it.
Yeah.
It's time. When we look at the breadth and width of the rest of this
Okay, yeah.
game
You're not wrong.
systems,
You're not wrong.
GameCube's great.
You're not wrong.
It really
You're not wrong.
is. But
I don't even. We already argued the GameCube, so I think you're not.
Yeah,
wrong.
the GameCube's like, oh, let's keep it a little while longer. Let's keep it a little longer.
Yeah,
Just makes it come
I
back
don't
to
think
it.
in good conscience I could put the GameCube over the Game Boy. I don't think I could do it. And the thing is, I'm not even a very big handheld person.
No.
I didn't play that many Game Boy games, like all things considered. I thought I had an NES.
It's crazy too. You guys shit it all
Trying
over
to
the
move
Wii.
shit on, bro. I'm
And
salty you're still in the chat.
I made a compelling ass argument.
Yeah, you did because you guys were shitting all over the Wii and GameCube
Why?
was over that. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but the Wii literally let you
I would
officially
bringing a little
buy and
common
own
sense to this
the
shit.
entirety of the
Just keep
game,
this thing flowing.
the video game system, like Genesis, Super NES, NES.
seriously, though.
You know.
Yeah, like the
Neo
virtual
Geos,
library is
TurboGrafx.
what kept virtual console is what kept.
So
the
you
Wii
guys
going.
enjoyed doing this more than playing the GameCube?
The problem is
We didn't
that
do that. We just played with normal controllers, like
yeah,
gentlemen.
you did
You
not
have to
have
flip it on the side, right?
No,
Or get a Pro
dude,
controller.
Like,
Oh, the
my
Pro
Or use a
controller.
GameCube controller
Like,
on the top of it.
these were readily.
Oh, you could stick it on the
Yeah,
GameCube.
my Wii is right down there, Steve. You should give it a tug.
Whoa!
There's there's GameCube ports on the top right there.
Wow.
It had a normal controller.
But it didn't come with the system.
No.
No,
It doesn't matter. We're
more.
not talking controls.
But we're not talking controls.
Yeah,
You know who
but
made
still,
that
but we're
controller?
mentioning it.
I played the entirety of Twilight Princess and
Miyamoto.
Zelda on this.
Miyamoto made that controller.
Do you know? You know who made that controller? Designed it?
Who?
Capcom.
Shocked.
For Monster Hunter.
Oh, for Monster Hunter
For
Tri.
Monster Hunter Tri.
Wow, that makes sense. Looks like a PSP, dude.
So wouldn't Nintendo just buy the rights to it or something?
No. They
They
just
work with them.
they wanted because Monster Hunter 3 abandoned the PS3 to go to the Wii. Capcom asked, "Hey, can we design a controller?" For
they knew the
Somebody's
controller
out here
shit.
saying remove PSP before GameCube.
Wow. That is hilarious.
I'm saying
Who was the one
I'm
guy in the wind who said
I'm
that?
saying it's time for GameCube. It's a
It's
great
GameCube
system,
time.
but
We're not. These aren't in order, dude.
Yeah.
The top. The
Relax.
only order that matters is actually
One
top.
guy.
We're keeping things. Take off GameCube.
Who said that? Somebody find him.
GameCube. It has been fun. Da da da.
That's I believe it's
What we're trying to say is that the PSP is better than the GameCube in every single way. Your mother.
I don't
Damn.
agree with that, but
not anything.
I don't know.
So how many do we have right now? Let's see.
We're just whittling down.
There's 6 on this 6 on this side, and you have about 5 more you got to get rid of.
Jesus Christ.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You got 3 more you got to get
3
rid
more.
of. 3 more.
More?
Yeah, 3 more.
I think every PlayStation is right. Oh, except PS3. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, Max. Your
So
turn.
we're looking at killing 3 systems right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your turn, Max.
Yeah. Looking.
No, he's
Means
not.
I don't-
He's not looking.
Means
He's
I'm
not
not
looking
even
hard.
gonna get a turn again, but
He's not even gonna-
that's okay.
Anyway, not looking hard enough.
looking.
Depends how hard you guys fight.
Simmons, it's time.
For what?
Ooh.
The Switch.
I don't agree.
I know you won't.
I don't agree. I think
all know you
if you
won't.
really look at the library of that system, it has some of the all-time best fucking games on
It does.
With like Bayo 2, Tropical Freeze,
It does.
your Monster Hunter GU, all my Xenoblades.
It
you
does.
know,
I know.
Mario Odyssey, Mario Kart, Metroid
In the
Dread,
same-
Animal Crossing.
To me, the Switch
Animal
has
Crossing New Leaf.
just as engaging of a library of games relevant to its time, which is like a long time, as the Wii did. Like the Wii had a shit ton
I
of
would say the
games.
Switch has a better library than
It
that.
has more, but it's like I think that's comparable. Where it's like the amount of shit that
I
was
don't
like
even.
really
I
good.
wouldn't even say comparable. I would say the Switch has a better library than the Wii. Period. Like not even contestable. And I fought for the Wii.
In terms of better games, you're right.
I mean,
just
like
because
Doom, Doom Eternal, like Near Automata, they function on it.
Wii kind of was like the return of shovelware
Yeah.
in a way, and but don't get me wrong, this is almost like apples to oranges because the Switch is like the hentai game system.
Yeah.
Like, so to be real-
going on the eShop, it is just a sea of AI generated shovelware.
Like it's the fact that all this stuff is allowed is kind of like what the fuck. So it's almost like there's so many. There's
PS4
like, there's like 15,000 games on the Wii or some shit. I'm sorry, on the Switch.
Yeah.
My only argument is that I don't know if we're going to get many other people to defend the Switch super hard, that we have a few games, Kenny has a few games on it, but in terms of like its overall pantheon, the portability of the system, we're not talking about just the games, we're talking also about the portability of the system. And to me, that is one of the greatest boons, the greatest boons of the entire system is that the shit is actually movable and it had decent visuals. And I just never fucking played it portably. So
I rarely ever did.
I know.
And I play a lot of
A couple
Switch.
of times, like when I go to Halloween Horror Nights.
Like a couple of times. Like the
I
Switch
played
still...
it on a plane. That's the only time I played it.
Steve, you have a Switch too. You have a Switch as well. So, do we have anything to really defend on the Switch on your end? To stay to stay in here.
Fitness is so good,
I mean,
right?
my thing, I would put Switch over Wii.
I would put Switch over Wii too.
I agree. But
You guys been talking shit about Wii for a while.
I am deeply looking at. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to have to pick one of these three, and my argument was for Switch right now. But I'm looking at the Switch, the Wii, and the PSP. Before we get to top 10.
Yeah.
I'm looking at those.
Switch the Wii.
I don't know why the PSP is even on.
I don't know why the PSP.
I don't even know why it's even on the list. That is wild, bro.
PSP ain't beating the DS.
Are you fucking crazy?
No, dude.
What you could do unhacked on a PSP.
You can't
The
think
PSP
about...
on its own merits.
On its own merits.
Strictly on its own merits.
We cannot talk about modability. And that's like literally what the PSP fucking was.
All right.
So...
Games were significantly better on PSP than DS.
There weren't a lot to compare to.
I understood. Because it took a lot to fucking make those
if
games.
if the Wii is still up here and there's a Switch conversation, that the Switch should stay. 100%.
Yes.
I agree with you. So I'm down. We're sort of in a moment where Simmons is missing a turn. We're all just trying to figure out how to get the top 10 right now. What's comfortable for top 10?
I'm
I am
fine.
nominating the Wii off of here for no top 10.
Okay.
I'm willing to say I want the Wii to. I prefer the Switch to get closer, or maybe.
Compared to the
You
Switch-
attacked the Switch first.
I know I
Compared
did
to the
because I didn't
Switch,
realize the Wii was still fucking up here.
I can't in good conscience, like say it was like, well, which one gets to be, on it between Switch and Wii? I can't,
It's the fucking Switch.
I can't in good conscience say the Wii was better than the Switch. Maybe more no, not even more impactful. The Switch has outsold the Wii now, so I would gut the Wii before.
We can't talk about sales. We can't talk about sales.
True, couldn't talk about.
We're
so
talking about like overall gameplay experiences.
the best thing about the Wii is that you could buy to own the old games, including games that didn't even get released here sometimes.
Yeah.
So that is amazing. That was amazing. But
Saturn's not going anywhere.
that shop's gone now, anyways.
They'll never let Saturn go.
Just
They'll kick me
raw
out of the
brass
house
tacks.
before.
To me, like
getting Saturn.
for example,
Come on.
just
It's not gonna
I'm gonna
happen.
throw it out here. I'm gonna get a visual aid. To me, the ultimate evolution.
Jeez, man.
fucking-
Those tangled cords.
To me, the ultimate evolution of what this fucking was. I'm just sitting here playing Zelda, doing this shit. The ultimate evolution is to eventually have two normal-ass Joy-Con controllers in each hand that are way more comfortable. Right? To me, so much of what the Switch is taking the idea, your controllers go with you, they don't have to be connected.
There's
no
in
fucking
between.
cord and shit in between. It was like this aspect of just like playing a game, sitting down and chilling, each hand doing this
plus
thing.
the Joy-Cons actually have all the buttons.
Yes.
Like,
For some
that
reason,
are
this was
missing-
mitigated. Games were dude. Tatsunoko versus Capcom was limited with what you do because of what they had to have less buttons because of it was showing up on a Wii. So to me, it's like
Stop controller talking, Max.
I love
He's talking.
Oh shit!
He's talking about controllers.
Oh shit!
He's talking about controllers.
Take the Wii off.
No controller talk.
All right, so
Take the Wii off.
Wii's gone.
Damn.
I did it twice.
Yeah, you get into
Bro.
it.
Broke the decree.
All right, Kenny,
I
you're
messed up.
It was going in that controller.
Didn't even need to talk about it.
Right?
All right, we have two more systems we have to make out here. Steve.
Kenny
Steve
goes.
I was just saying, Steve and Kenny. Let's start looking at this realistically. We all kind of agree. Super NES, that's a top 10.
Oh, yeah, ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, we fucking know that. PS1,
SNES ain't going anywhere.
PS1, bro.
I think
Of course.
it'd be hard to argue.
PS1, PS2, obviously top fucking 10. PS4, we start really thinking about it. Holy shit, dude. Dreamcast, no fucking shit. DS, at least for me, yes.
No, keep going. Keep going.
I know there might be some contention here.
No, it's not that, but I'm just saying that Saturn and the Dreamcast, you know, seems kind of interesting.
Very different.
So it's going to be very difficult to get this off of this list in general.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying why are both.
But just speaking out loud.
Okay.
Switch, very high contender for top 10, right? Maybe could
Why is
possibly
PS1
make it
and
up
2
there.
here? Same argument.
If Switch makes top 10, it'll probably be 10.
I can
PS2,
see a couple other.
PS2, that's not moving. NES. We can maybe have a conversation there. Saturn,
Maybe not.
I can understand there maybe could be a conversation there.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
I fucking love it. I have my story begins on this system, so I'm looking forward to talking about it.
Okay.
But I would like to see it be top 10, but I think there's a conversation. I want this motherfucker.
You know
on
what's
there, dude.
fucked up? I think there's a conversation.
PS1 and Saturn.
I think there's a conversation for NES, Saturn, and Game Boy. The only problem is that they're all Simmons' picks.
And here's the thing.
You know what? If NES doesn't make it, NES doesn't make it. You know,
Okay.
Look,
because like you said, SNES is just better.
Right.
In every
single fucking way.
single category,
Yes.
You know,
SNES is just a better NES.
how we cut off Genesis to Super Nintendo, it's the same thing from PS1 to Saturn.
Yeah, what they were offering was very different, though. You know, like what their library was so different. But
You could love something and and let it go.
I know that's the.
Yeah, well, I mean, are we making this argument now?
Yeah, what are we...
What are we arguing
Kenny,
about?
what are you
Yeah,
doing?
who-
Kenny, what are you doing?
Who's up?
I was just promoting. I was just talking.
Yes, Kenny!
What are you doing, Kenny?
What the fuck? Did you erase another one?
Nah, what are we arguing right now? What's it?
Yeah, I have no idea.
What's the argument?
Kenny, what's going
I
on?
lost my train of thought.
It's tough.
Awkward silence. The cold, hard silence.
PSP, I mean,
PSP, one of the greatest video
You
game
could hear-
systems.
Yeah, because here's the
marker
when
drop.
you
tell
remove.
us your story of the Saturn before we let it go.
Before we let it go, but me and Simmons are going to argue it to stay at the top 10.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
But you said you could it's not a top.
but
10.
I would definitely argue it over just something else that's on there. I would definitely maybe even argue it. I don't think I
Even
would,
with its legacy, I think this has a much stronger overall library than the Game Boy. The Game Boy is incredible. and
I
it's
would
been
argue
around- and
Saturn over the Game
and
Boy.
and it was around forever, which I didn't even get to that fact. That
What games were on the Saturn? Was it online?
Yes.
Yes,
Online
actually, it was like one of the first online
Virtual
systems there
Fighter.
was.
But the online was shit.
No, the online was barely functional because at that point people barely had internet at all.
That was your final.
No, dude.
Fantasy Star.
No, it's not.
That's not Fantasy
It's not
Star.
that. Saturn is that shit right there. Saturn's all
Saturn.
that
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
Look at
Yeah,
all-
they're not getting rid of Saturn.
look at all this shit.
Look at the fucking wall, chat.
I'm just
Tell
saying
you to see the
I am just
fucking
gonna start
wall.
throwing out some names.
Oh, good lord.
MK Trilogy. You couldn't even get this on PlayStation, my dude.
Damn.
Ultimate
You couldn't
MK3.
even get it on PlayStation. You couldn't even get this on PlayStation either.
The best version of MK2.
Best versions. Daytona USA, Street Fighter Alpha, Alpha 2, X-Men Jump to the End, Marvel Superheroes.
It was
by the
the
way,
arcade.
By the way,
Okay,
all
okay,
these
okay,
games
okay.
were on
PSP.
PlayStation. They sucked.
Okay.
This was the arcade.
This is the true.
Saturn.
This was the true arcade. Is almost.
Saturn is the arcade.
Saturn is
PSP.
let's just break this down really quick. What is the Sega Saturn? The ultimate 2D system.
Yeah.
It is the best 2D system, straight up. Of all the systems that had existed back then, functional, capable 2D games, like working and operating in front of your face, it's like the
PS1,
last generation of 2D before it goes away. And it was the best. It was like, not the 3D was great.
Until Tekken 3, Virtua Fighter 2 was by far the greatest 3D fighter on console. Until Tekken 3 got there, years later.
All right.
I don't think you guys are convinced of the chat at all.
They've never played it. This is the eternal struggle of being a Saturn fan, is knowing how great it was
problem
and
is-
no one else knowing.
This has no mark. It's not a PlayStation, dude. It's not a modern system with a Sony brand.
Right,
on
it is the arcade.
It's a part of a long lost legacy of things that will be forgotten forever unless we take a stand right fucking now.
Damn, they taking a stand right here, right now, chat. Okay, so then
PSP.
No.
Well, okay, but Steve, PSP, without any ability to soft mod
Best
that
PSP
thing at
games,
all.
go. Convince us
Just the games that came out on
we
it.
know that system-wise, it's a cool-ass system. I love the
cool-ass
UI functionality, but outside of your ability to, like, hack the shit out of it, name me some amazing-ass PSP games.
it had SOCOM. I think it was like SOCOM. It wasn't not confrontation.
I got a few, too.
Yeah.
My God.
Power Stone Collection.
Mega Man collection. Mega Man collection.
Man.
Power Stone.
Collection?
Yes, Mega Man collection was fucking
We're not
god.
gonna.
You're talking about the Mega Man remix.
Yes.
You know, okay, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We're talking
Never
about
mind.
this.
I'm a collection.
The
don't count,
X
but
and
you're talking
regular
about-
collections run.
You're talking about like Maverick Hunter and Powered Up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Monster Hunter. Tekken. Crisis Core.
Fucking
Final Fantasy
Tekken,
War of the
Jesus
Lions.
Christ.
Like Dissidia. Yes.
I actually enjoyed
Metal Gear.
Oh God, what is her name? She's the blonde chick in the Squaresoft game.
Steve loves Parasite Eve the third.
I actually enjoyed that.
He
shit.
loves the third birthday.
I like her birthday.
He loves third
I thought it was
birthday.
okay.
This
Holy shit, had God of War. It had God of
Yeah.
War. It had God of War.
Peace Walker.
It had fucking Vice City Stories. Get the fuck out of here. It had Vice City Stories, bro. Man, stop it. Nah, it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
Well, okay, so Kenny
It had
voted.
Soul Calibur?
It did.
It did. That's
Kenny
what Never
voted
Destiny.
to. Kenny voted to cut it. I'll vote to cut it. What say you, Max? We stalemating it, or are you voting to cut it?
Max, you just named 1,000 fucking games on this system.
I did.
And they were all fucking godlike in that system. And don't forget, what is it, Street Fighter Alpha Max?
Steve.
Alpha 3 upper.
Yeah.
Alpha 3 upper Max.
fucking
Yes.
Giving you a
amazing.
chance right now.
Fucking godlike.
Give me your best PSP story.
My best PSP.
I want something personal.
My best PSP
Can't
story.
involve hacking.
Yes, I know that. Fuck. Best PSP story was me being able to revisit Mega Man X the way that it was intended to, with the animation and the gameplay refined, and yes, the Maverick Hunter, yes, and seeing what the devs really wanted that game to be for the first time. I think that was fucking magical because it showed that they actually cared about the game, but they weren't able to put it on the main system, but they were able to put it on a system that they knew people would still enjoy that.
I hated that game. Take it off.
You hated Maverick Hunter?
I did not like Maverick Hunter, bro. I thought it sort of like betrayed Mega Man X, and it's like this is just a soulless like 3D remake. It doesn't have any of the charm. I didn't like it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I did not like it. Sorry, take off the PSP.
You didn't like the Maverick Hunter?
I did not like the 3D remakes of like Mega Man 1
No,
and
not
shit.
3D remakes. You know the Maverick, dude. Chat, they fucking made Mega Man X. I'm talking about Mega Man X, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Mega Man X Maverick Hunter.
It's 3D. It's a 2.5 3D-ish remake. Am I thinking of something crazy different, chat?
No.
It had 3D visuals. Yes.
Yeah, it was 3D.
It looked bad.
It was great. It was fucking great.
To me, it was like, why would I ever play this over Mega Man X?
Because it looked better and it played better.
I completely disagree.
Oh my God.
Let's just remake Chrono Trigger.
No, right, but that's if they did it bad. I'd go back and play that game and I said I had fun. And I still remember the cutscenes too were fucking godlike as well.
Yeah.
Like, it was fucking amazing.
I do not.
And the voice acting was
I
fucking
think
perfect
there's a
too.
genuinely really good reason. I just showed you I owned 2 PSPs.
Yes,
I
I know.
actually had 3. I don't have the other one blew the fuck up.
Yeah.
So all things considered, there's a reason why that system got as close and as far as it did because dude, in the time frame where Nintendo was the king and dominator of every fucking handheld system that had ever goddamn existed, N-Gage and otherwise, like, Nintendo was the king, and suddenly Sony was like, we're putting a PlayStation 2 for the most part in your pocket. We're gonna give you something that, like, will feel like you're playing PS2 games in your fucking pocket.
No, their exact word was, we are taking handheld gaming out of the ghetto, I believe was Sony's exact.
That's perfect. Yeah, you're some ghetto-ass bitch if you have a DS or a game. Jesus Christ, you no money having ghetto-ass bitch? Get a PSP.
I believe that was the words.
Watch
it
this
might have been
swirl.
gutter, but it was one of the two.
Look
I
at this
remember there was a
swirl.
lot of side-eyeing at that E3 or whatever.
Look at this swirl
when they
commercial.
said that, and they were like,
Look at this shit. So I think there's a reason why PSP lasted as long as it did on this system.
Yeah.
But I mean, do I think PSP should go over NES? No. There's much too much personal affiliation with the Saturn, which is why I was going to boil it down to, like, if Steve gives me a really fucking good story of why he's so attached to this system, it sold me. And I think that Maverick Hunter game sucks.
if you think that statement was wild, look up the PSP white
Oh, we've
billboard
seen
in
that.
Europe.
Yeah, the white, the black lady. Yeah, whatever. Billboard, it's gone. We're talking about the past. She's left.
She's gone. How many do we have left? We have still have to cut one more,
We have
right?
to cut one more. Now we could go back. We can do this as a crew. These were kind of on the chopping block.
Oh, NES or Game Boy?
Yeah. And the thing is, we agreed that there's Super NES.
Yeah.
And like as a system, yes, this is the reason why we're all here today.
Hey, you know what? I think we're also.
But
I personally put NES over Game Boy. However, I think we're glossing over a fact that this motherfucker created handheld gaming.
Yes.
Like, this bitch literally made it. Like, there didn't exist. Like,
And then reinvented itself nearly 10 years later with Pokemon.
So I think we're like, this is a situation of reflection. We're sort of glossing over the idea that, like, oh yeah, you know, you walking around and not being bound to your television was sort of a big deal.
And also,
even though I don't like that.
Yeah, but also too, because like when we talk about the NES, like the Super Nintendo was so much bigger and it allowed to have such a more variety and bigger type of games. This is purely on like impact. When the Super Nintendo allowed you to have much bigger and way more different adventures and stuff like
For
that.
anybody saying the Sega Saturn, we're about to play the year of Saturn. We're about you're for I'm just telling you, we're gonna play Sega Saturn games for the next 6 years. Yeah. Every game that will ever come out, FF7 Rebirth Part 3, whatever, that shit's gonna take a leak. Dude, we have to play Mr. Bones for a 6th time.
Bones!
Like, it's sorry.
Let me add to Game Boy.
Sorry,
Let me add to Game Boy.
I'm sorry.
This thing came out at under $100. It was like $90.
It was cheap,
right?
too.
And the games were cheaper. So when you didn't have money, you and your family didn't have money to throw around, Game Boy, because it was supported and lasted all the way into 2000, technically, you were able to trade, to get games, to like have stuff. You were able to experience more on the Game Boy because they decided they were not going to fuck over the market with high expensive technology. Switch to they were like, you know what? Maybe we'll just sell them we'll sell them something that they can afford and like pass around, and like that shit lasted for over a decade.
I'm just gonna throw this out here too because it does seem like Simmons is trying to also make us avoid this one. There's an attempt happening here. I could see through.
I'm just saying
dubiousness.
NES over Game Boy. I'm saying get rid of NES. Get rid of NES. I think Game Boy has a little more impact.
Steven,
than NES.
Do you think the Switch should stay over the NES or the Game Boy?
I don't even care anymore.
Bro, you have to care.
I don't even
Steven,
care.
we care about you. We care about you.
You killed PS3.
Steve.
And you killed PS2.
Steve, are we going to start talking about the PS2 coming off here now?
Hashtag free Steve. Hashtag no justice for Steve. Hashtag justice for Steve. Hashtag Steve was right.
So the PS2 should come off.
Hashtag Steve was right.
Steve egged it on.
Right,
let's start talking about the PS2 coming off right now.
Justice for Steve.
Let's start talking about why the PS2 should come off right now. Let's start have the conversation why the Saturn's better than the PS2. Let's go. Let's do this.
Hashtag.
Arcade perfect X-Men vs Street Fighter.
Can we talk about how, like, even though like there's a whole bunch of 2D games that would eventually come out on the PS2, they actually were better on the fucking Saturn?
Here's the thing, I'm being swayed even though
I got rid of PSP, guys.
I have the Switch. It's probably my least played console out of almost all of these. But still,
how many hours do you have on Animal Crossing?
Are there even consoles on here anymore? There's no even consoles.
Steve, we need your help. Simmons is over here trying to get the Switch over the.
Why did you? Why? What was this pivot to just to nuke the Switch when we were having an argument?
You're mad about it.
I
know, because you were trying to get us to have that argument over there.
We were about to get to top 10.
I know.
I need to defend the NES's honor for some reason.
That's exactly what you want. I know, Steven. We need your help here, dude. Steve, Simmons is trying to put the Switch on the best ever.
The NES, and Steve wanted to gut the NES, so you know what?
Yeah, Steve, that was what you wanted, right? We're gonna put the Switch over the NES, right?
Which one?
Fuck the Game Boy.
Fuck the Game Boy over the Switch?
Yeah. Get it out of here.
And I don't know if I agree on that.
Simmons? Game Boy over Switch. Make a choice.
It's the fucking Game Boy, dude.
Switch is a better system.
Wow.
Switch is a better system than
Yeah,
Game Boy.
it also
Switch has a better library.
Yeah, sure. I get it.
Game Boy would get cut in that scenario.
Yeah, if we're using that logic, Switch to Simmons. What Simmons wants is that the Switch is making top 10, right?
I don't see why it shouldn't.
I think there's.
I agree with you.
I think there is a reason why it could stay.
But why are you fighting for the NES to stay so hard?
Because it's the NES? I don't know.
Yes, okay.
I think I would.
I'm just shocked you're not gung ho on getting rid of the DS. I don't get that. You had to buy how many of those systems because of the shitty
So hold up. Right now,
that's a functionality thing, bro.
all right, hold on. We're in a fucking stalemate between the Switch and the stupid ass Game Boy.
The Switch? No, we're pretty much. The floating argument right now is NES, Game Boy, Switch, DS. That just got also added to the conversation.
Why is the DS even in the conversation at this point?
Yeah.
DS is great, but
Okay.
That's 3. There you go.
I'd say the DS can go.
That's 3, max.
New Super Mario Bros. Is fun two-player. I give you that. And Mario Kart was good. I give you that.
The
best
Nintendo
version of Chrono Trigger. I give it that.
I'll give the DS credit. Like the only thing about the DS that I'm really propagating the most of it is that I played it more than any handheld I've ever played. It's just there's too many like weird and interesting games and first party stuff and shit like that. Like
like the fucking PSP?
The functionality of having two screens work between each other, touch screen.
Really,
And also
Castlevania a lot.
We also got to like talk about how touch screen gaming. It's like the first beginning of that. It's like literally the dawn of it.
But how many games besides?
Yeah, nobody does that anymore.
Generally,
nobody does that anymore. Nobody does that shit anymore. Come on.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, let's do touchscreen gaming. The fuck does that?
Steve is carrying a touchstone in his pocket.
So Steve says to cut the DS.
That's not gaming. That's a fucking
Steve says
phone.
to cut the DS. Kenny says to cut the DS.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
touchscreen
I'm like,
gaming.
all right, cut the DS. I guess.
The DS? Okay.
I guess.
Name the last video game that you did touchscreen on with your stylus, Max.
It was on the system.
Yeah.
Game Boy.
You said what game does that now? You said, oh yeah, games do still do that.
Steve, literally everything on your phone, bro.
That's not a game. That's my phone.
Okay.
I'm not playing fucking mobile games. I don't play mobile games.
Okay.
I don't think too many people out here, but even there's a big argument about even mobile games even being real games.
Like they're 51% of the market.
There you go.
I'm not even arguing the market, but like I think completely yes, most mobile games are trash, right? But we're also talking about literally 1 billion games. And how many things that have been ported or attempted to be ported are games that work way better on mobile, that can work way better on mobile.
And you're talking...
It's almost like classic RPGs like Final Fantasy Tactics and Chrono Trigger were literally made for mobile phones.
Are you really arguing, those gimpy little puzzle games that you get to use with your stylus versus Bloodborne?
Steve, your brain is literally stuck in 2009 thinking about mobile gaming.
Yeah. Which is, I get to do this. Oh no, never mind.
Steve, I'm cutting the rope on you right here. Stop, because you actually have a younger chat where the entirety of their life is mobile gaming.
Mobile gaming,
and like the fact that you can play Fortnite on your phone and shit like that.
You can play Call of Duty.
You play Call of Duty,
you can play,
and you can also completely different game.
You can also just hook up a controller and play them.
Yes.
And that's not what I'm talking about when
that is mobile gaming.
Okay.
But again, your perspective is coming from literally 15 years ago. You're thinking of Angry Birds, my dude.
Okay, but I'm telling you that the fact that you just said, oh, you could use a controller when we're arguing about stylus, which is what the argument was for DS.
No controller talk.
Shit.
No controller talk.
Yeah.
No
so
controller
my argument
talk.
is that like the way you play those games on the it's gone.
No controller talk. Three of us agreed. Kenny, Steve, and me all agreed.
It turned into dust all of a sudden, bitch.
And now it's gone.
Now it's gone.
And now
all right, we have a top 10.
Yeah, the top 10.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a good top 10.
It's pretty good. Actually, it's not bad.
A good top 10.
Actually, it's not bad. It's decent.
Is it?
All right, so our top 10 in no associated order. I'm just gonna switch around a whole bunch here. Switch, Game Boy, Xbox 360, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 4, Sega Saturn, Nintendo Entertainment System. I never heard of it. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System, some weird thing from another country. The Dreamcast, the best video game system ever, and the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a good top 10.
That's a good top 10.
That's going to be a good top 10.
We'll be back about approximately 3 weeks from now, chat. We're going to go on hiatus until we write the script, so I appreciate you guys being here.
Stay in the chat.
Until then, we are going to, just go on a bit of a sabbatical across the world to investigate our feelings, our emotions, and when we come back, we are going to revisit this top 10 and give you an actual top 10. So with that being said, thank you guys very much, and we'll see you next time. Have a good night.
Bye.
All right, so the top 10 games, let's write them out.
Yeah, top 10 systems. What?
What the hell?
Did you not go on sabbatical?
Yeah, I was gone for like 7 years.
I toured the world.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Really?
You got a new perspective.
Holy crap. You see Thailand?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm not Thai.
Oh shit.
Jack Dog Thai.
Oh,
The tea was so
I
good.
want some Thai food.
Let's see who'll kill you.
Damn. One. Ugh. Ah! Is that gonna fit?
It's artistic.
Oh god. Oh my
You like
god.
the sound?
Jesus.
You're not gonna be able to erase that.
Shut up, kidding.
Sure, coming soon.
Yeah, that's going to be permanent.
Where's the sock? You have to spit on it for at least 7 hours.
Let's just give you some paint. You might as well.
You're gonna spit on that. Lift.
No.
You got it?
No, I'm a problem.
But you got it. Well, you got
I'm a problem solver.
Oh, there. Oh, nice. Perfect. You know what? That looks just brilliant.
artistic.
That works.
What happened to the one? All right. Okay.
There it is, chat.
Saturn at number 10.
There it is.
I'd say Game Boy at number 10.
Saturn at number 10.
I was gonna argue Switch at number 10.
100%, bro.
Switch?
I literally said that before.
You know
I
what?
said
You
if
know
Switch
what?
is gonna make it, it'll probably be number 10.
Okay.
Same
I'm
arguing that.
We got outvoted. Two, because I said Game Boy, he said Saturn.
Oh, shit.
You two said Switch, so Switch has to win. So
All right.
there it
Simmons,
is.
but
Switch
I'm
at
just
10.
curious.
What?
Would you have argued the Switch over the Sega Saturn?
I don't like you.
Damn.
Look, guys,
I'm not just saying where in the list it shows up, but just above it or below it?
Above it. I would argue above it.
Okay.
I would argue.
So I think we have our first two games.
Switch and Saturn?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, with that being said,
Then Game Boy.
the Switch is the home to some game. I'm about to put it on here. We haven't talked about it. The
Yeah.
Switch is home to like some video game, some Smash Brothers game that looks
Whatever.
like some shitty ass Smash game that nobody ever plays.
Never heard of
There's
it.
Mario Kart game that sucks. We never talked about Switch games. There's a Breath of the Assholes game.
Yeah.
Never really heard of it. We never done a list on it either. Don't watch it.
Yeah.
But Simmons has these games on it that he likes. I think.
Yeah. So Switch is 10.
Switch.
Alright. What's 9? Who's
What's
Saturn.
9?
You said Saturn.
Kenny
Boys,
says Saturn.
let me tell you a story.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Let me tell you a story. It's the
Uh-oh.
year 1994, 1995.
Oh, here we go.
A young peppy child
Oh, geez.
is wanting to make money in some way.
Damn.
To a 40 video game system. His favorite things are fighting games and Sega arcade games, and he's doing anything to wait for the N64. Because the N64 is going to have Killer Instinct, it's going to have crazy 3D graphics in Mario. N64 is where it's at, we're waiting. Never came. N64 was delayed. You guys remember this? N64 was delayed.
Delayed a whole year.
It was almost like it was never going to come out. My ass was an adult. I felt like I'd grown my entire childhood years. It was gone. So with that being said, I went down to the golf course. I was earning as much money as I possibly can, picking up golf balls from rich old guys, just whacking them into the yard. And I made as much money as I could in the summer. I bought a Sega fucking Saturn at the end of it. Wow. I bought a Sega Saturn, and I bought Virtua Cop with guns.
Yeah.
And I played Virtua Cop until I could afford more games, and then Virtua Fighter came out, Virtua Fighter 2. So with that being said, I loved the Saturn. I have literally a giant collection of Saturn games right over there. The games are fucking beautiful.
It's a large collection, chat. It's a pretty big. It's a pretty big collection. Just a tad bit. It's pretty up there.
Look how fucking
It's a lot of games.
shit. Look at this.
Show the chat. Show them. Don't show me.
Look how pretty.
Show them.
This shit is, dude. Look how pretty these fucking games.
Guys got a big library.
Works of art, dude.
These guys-
Like, you don't get any shit like this. Fully colored manuals and shit, my dude. Like, what the fuck are we talking
A lot of
about here,
games.
man?
It's a lot of games.
There's so much shit up here. literally makes me want to spit.
Oh, God.
I'm sitting out here like trying to convince you that this fucking system literally had goddamn everything on it, dude. Like literally fucking vibrant animation.
Simon's got some too, Chad.
Yes.
Simon's got some too. There it is.
It was home to like some of the greatest fucking games that nobody ever knew about. It was some of the sickest fucking games I knew we'll never ever see, and they'll never be ported
There it is.
ever
Yep,
again.
he's
There's
still
just
going.
no fucking way.
He's still going.
It literally built my goddamn childhood.
Nice,
It's number
nice.
9. Put it up there.
Nice.
I would argue it higher, but
Nice. Wasn't it the first console to have online? It was the first.
No, Genesis
no.
technically was.
Genesis had the X band. No, well, and television is the first two.
Technically. But actual functional gameplay, like people were playing. It's right there. People were playing Sega Rally and Virtual
Netlink.
On, the Netlink. Like, dude, I'm gonna fucking.
It's too big, dude.
He's not too
Oh,
big.
don't what the cat. Oh God.
Watch out for that 3-stick.
Hey, it's dusty, bro.
All right.
Kenny, don't you fucking.
Yeah, don't do anything.
This is my time.
Yeah. Let him
This is my
shine.
moment.
With this dusty ass
Piece
fucking
of
old ass
shit.
fucking console that he never opened.
Literally, this is just a collectible. This bitch, where can we carbon date this motherfucker? Damn, that guy got a deal, dude.
God,
149.
Okay.
This shit.
Oh man.
It's literally online. The web had a web browser.
Jesus.
Like, dude, oh my god, it's still.
No, but it was on the N60. No, it was on the Dreamcast that we looked up the Blue Waffle, right? Not this system.
Oh, yeah, it was the Blue Waffle on the Dreamcast.
World Wide Web!
World Wide Web.
Look at this, dude.
He doesn't even
Excite. Excite.
It's still sealed. He doesn't even know if there's like a bunch of rocks in there.
That could be wrong.
Yeah, there could be rocks in there. He has no idea what the hell is in there.
Oh my god, it was not cheap. By the way, this system was heavily discounted, but you know. Anyway, I'll put this back.
Yeah. You can blow up the top.
No.
What goes, Game Boy or NES?
Damn it.
I'd say NES.
Number 8?
Yeah, I'd say NES at 8. I'd say NES at 9, honestly, but NES at 8.
Game Boy, I'm gonna put over NES. Both crazy influential systems. But when you had when the Game Boy came out and you had it, it was a statement. And the thing is, it wasn't even that expensive, but for the time, like if you had one, it was an event.
Yeah.
Holy cow! He's got a system in his hand.
How many people watched over someone's shoulder?
That was the first Twitch streams. The first Twitch streams ever was the Game Boy.
Now, I would argue, dude,
No, that was the first Twitch streams ever.
Kenny, our first experience with this system is going into some friend's house, into their parents' living room, and everyone just like,
No, but yeah,
Well, it's what the
they
dude
had like
plays.
2 players and stuff like that. But you were out and you had a bunch of kids. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not making this up.
You remember? Wait.
Yeah.
You remember when the Game Boy you couldn't see it in
All
the
right.
sun, and you needed that little
That was awful,
on
bro.
top. You had to.
The glare was the
glare.
worst.
So you needed a glare fucking camera
Yeah.
or like a glare light that covered the Game Boy on the top, so you
Yes.
could actually see the damn thing.
The first time
He's
I
just going.
saw...
He's just doing.
Kenny,
this
you're
right,
just
he's
doing
putting
shit.
stuff.
We're
You
talking
gotta
over
wait
here,
until he
dude.
finishes, man.
Be disrespectful.
Wait, everybody agrees.
We
you
just
guys just do
agreed.
that shit. You disagree.
I agreed. The first time I saw this system,
This man's jumping the gun again.
I went to a family relatives who lived far away in a forested area, and he was my great uncle, and his name was Stan. And all of that is true, and that is how my first time seeing an NES was at my grunkle Stan's house up in the woods. I'm not even kidding.
Okay, Nintendo stories. First time I ever played. Okay, Kenny, don't you fucking put it there right now. Nintendo stories. I literally lived on a cul-de-sac in a typical American like suburb type shit. Like this is literally what's that show called? What's the fucking 80s show? Nostalgia show with scary shit.
Goosebumps.
No, Are You Afraid of the Dark? You're not thinking.
Stranger Things. You know, like the visual imagery that Stranger
A
Things
show
sets up.
about the 80s.
So
not from the
again,
80s.
like
About the
childhood was literally a Stranger Things literal era, like not apartment, but like cul-de-sac, typical suburb shit. And a friend, because we were only allowed to go like so far.
Right.
You can only go so far. Parents won't let you go that far. And it was on the cusp of it. Never been to this person's house before, but we knew that they lived around here, so it's okay.
Yeah.
So everyone just sort of went to people's houses and stuff. And yes, friend came over to our cul-de-sac. Friend has a Nintendo. Our friend has a Nintendo. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, this is like an arcade game? Like, does he have an arcade machine? Like, no. He has a Nintendo. So we all jump on our bikes, like 5 kids, to his house, knock on his door. The parents are like, oh, he's upstairs. It was literally in his parents' room. Yeah. So we went up to this person's place we've never been to before, into their parents' room, and he's playing Mario Brothers. And we're just like... And we eventually passed the control around. I couldn't even know what the fuck I was doing. Just like pressing shit. Like, what the hell? So, yeah, this is just a commercial. This was the way we lived. Like, almost all of us have a story like that of like growing up in like an 80s to 90s suburb.
It's not necessarily a great movie, but have you seen the 80s NES Christmas movie with Neil Patrick Harris?
No.
Because they have this whole setup where this kid gets the power glove. So all these kids ride their bikes and congregate out front of this kid's house.
There's a reason.
And he like comes out and like delegates who gets to watch him play the NES. Like, he's got a power glove. And then he plays a power glove there. And then we realize something that day, the power glove sucks.
Yeah. nobody had the power glove. No, I knew nobody.
I saw one kid who did, and he was like, it was a rich motherfucker. And then we tried playing like Mario 3 on it, and I was like, this thing sucks. So
don't forget about Rob.
Oh, I had that.
Yeah, Rob.
That was the first one that my parents gave me.
That was
so anyway,
cool
I don't know if anybody else has just as fascinating like NES stories or if it emulates that in some way, but yeah, this is like 1989.
I had a Rob.
sounds about right.
1999,
That's the one.
89,
My parents got
My
me.
bitch ass is like 6 or 7. Like, it is fucking a long time ago.
So what's 7?
Wait, are we unanimous on NES being 8?
Yeah.
Max?
You want it higher? I can erase it.
Yeah. So here's, let me look over here.
Really, the only thing you're going to argue is Game Boy on that.
Yes.
Yeah. You want
Game Boy should be 8 and NES should be 7.
What do you say, Max?
I say NES 8.
I say NES 8.
Wait. Xbox 360, the Switch.
Already got the Switch at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, so it's can you actually cross those out for me, Kenny? Because I'm so broad stroke looking.
That's why I put a little mark on there.
Yeah, dude, just no. Erase it. You gotta cross it.
Oh.
Erase it. Yeah, you need to do one of those.
Okay, my bad.
It's right there.
I don't know what we're gonna do right now.
It's over.
I don't know what we can do.
It's just destroy the whole thing.
I don't know if he's writing it back.
How does he do that? How do you do that?
It's magic.
What the fuck?
The Switch. I know it's gone again. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Crossed out.
Okay.
Xbox 360, PS4, PS1. That's going far. Super NES is going far. You know what? Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess in terms of like what does this shit for us as human individuals, as walking meat piles with thoughts and memories. I think Steve, Game Boy's number 7, right?
No.
What's number 7?
NES.
NES.
At Game Boy.
Well, me and Kenny are NES at 8 is good.
Yeah. So Steve, you would argue NES is above Game Boy, and we're agreeing that these two spots belong.
No, it's fine.
To Game Boy and NES.
Well,
right?
it's really just what do you say?
Yeah.
Between the two, where would you rank them?
I'm fine either way, but I just,
Kenny.
I put NES over Game Boy. Unfortunately.
So
NES would be 7.
So you two are NES over Game Boy. Kenny is
Game Boy over NES.
Flexible.
I'm flexible.
Stop doing this shit.
I'm a little more hardcore. But if that's how it's gonna go, that's how it's gonna go. Because I'm a little more hardcore. Like NES below Game Boy. I think Game Boy it stuck around longer. It had more just general impact.
And like just talking about the NES in general, it like saved video games.
Yeah.
Like literally, there's no video games would not be where they're at.
I don't know if this argument's huge enough to really fight between 7 and 8
because they both either one can go in those spots, but I would personally vouch for NES edging out Game Boy.
I just I've had better memories with NES than
Me too.
Game Boy.
And that's pretty much it. Like my impression of Game Boy is that outside of like maybe some games, all the games on NES are better than
100%.
they are on Game Boy.
And I remember being so disappointed with the fact that the damn thing was in black and white when I've already played colored games on fucking NES.
Yeah, we're playing a black and white system. It was kind of funny.
And I couldn't see it in the sun, and I needed a fucking giant cord to connect to my friend so I could play the game. And if I could be wrong, if I'm not, I needed 2 copies of the game to play a two-player
Play a
game.
Link player, yeah.
No. No. Like, that is not a good system for... yeah, it's a top 10 because it started the revolution of the fucking online hell.
Which game? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
We deviated pretty hard there. We were talking about Game Boy.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
You said online.
No, it started the revolution of handheld
Okay.
Game Boy.
Yeah, I get you. And that's where most gaming exists now, is in a handheld space. I get you.
Yeah.
But it's like, in that way, I think there's a more significant event that precedes that, and it's the fact that the Nintendo set that up to even exist.
Right, and that's good. That's good.
And to me, the crux of the entire situation is that my visualization of the Game Boy is just inferior NES games.
Yeah.
Like, some are good, some are pretty unique to the system, and
That was the early days, and then
It's true, and that's
then
where-
they started to just make better games.
Exactly, and that's the problem, is that the Game Boy was around for so fucking long.
Yeah.
Like for so long that it's my visual identity, my personal take on the Game Boy is very much associated around the first few years.
Right.
You
So
know?
kind of as the NES started pretty much dying out because they were all in on SNES, they started making really, really good Game Boy games. They started making sequels on Game Boy. Like, you had an arguably better Kid Icarus. You had the Metroid sequel. You had like the best Zelda game.
But
they didn't just make a weaker version of a SNES game for Game Boy. They just made its own original game that was just
At that
fantastic.
point, Sega had already released its handheld, which was in color.
Yeah.
And then
But the games.
And then fucking Game Boy had to like pivot to Game Boy Color just to compete.
They
And
didn't,
it was
but
fun-
they didn't.
Yeah, Game Boy
They
Color
didn't. They
wasn't even in color, chat. It had missing fucking colors on it. It was wild.
It was Game Boy a few colors.
Yeah, it was Game Boy a few colors. It wasn't Game Boy
Are you
Color.
thinking of Super Game Boy?
No.
For the Super NES? Game Boy Color had colors.
Yes, it had colors. It didn't have all colors.
It had as many colors as a Game Gear.
No, that thing was missing fucking colors.
You're thinking of the Super Game Boy.
Am I? Fucking.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Super Game Boy, dude.
I think I have it too. I have to go check. Because you could look at that shit. It had bad colors, yeah. Like, you could tell, like, the thing did not have...
Like, Game Boy
all
Color
the
had
colors.
as many colors as a Master System. Or at least a Genesis. So...
maybe.
So, you mean, this is literally...
I don't remember the Game Boy Color having that many colors.
Nah, not at all.
I mean, you can literally look this up. This is scientific. This is a scientific fact.
Like
you can look up.
that Resident Evil Gaiden game? Game Boy Color game, right? Metal Gear.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember this game having many colors.
Well, that's just because of like how they were doing the game.
Yeah.
So then it didn't have any colors.
It's not about the colors. It's about what they chose to put on there.
Well, then that's still the same thing. When you looked at the game, it didn't have all the colors. It looked like shit.
Game Boy Colors was 256 colors. Yeah, again, you could look it up. The Genesis could only output 64 colors at a time.
Okay, but when you saw
or
the game
out of a pool out of like 250.
as a kid, you don't fucking notice that shit. The only thing you see is that the fucking game doesn't have that many colors.
I think
so you say that the game doesn't have any colors.
Is that the choice of the colors they use. There was no pure reds on like Game Boy games and pure blues. Like
On Color there was.
On Sonic, I don't remember. Like, for example, like a Sonic Blue on a Game Boy Color. I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Okay. Well,
You could.
I just do not remember seeing it, you know?
And couldn't you actually like alter the colors? Like you can move like a.
You are thinking of the Super Game Boy. You are literally talking about the Super Game Boy, which would just put these color shades, like 2 to 4 on Super.
Yeah, some dumb
The thing
shit.
that was on Super Nintendo.
Yeah. But I also remember that on the Game Boy Color as well.
I didn't know.
No,
Yes,
it wasn't there.
What, Simmons?
It's not on the Game Boy. You were thinking of the Super
Simmons,
Game Boy.
no.
We're gonna look right now. Let's Google that shit.
Give me a game, like an example.
Of Game Boy Color?
Yeah, a GBC game that looks good.
Oracle of Ages and Seasons.
Game Boy Advance is when they really started. Like it
Yeah,
started.
GBA had fucking color.
Yeah, it looked great. And then the DS and the 3DS and all that shit like that were pretty much their own shit.
So
You got that right, Steve was right. I like that guy.
the games like look like this.
Yes.
Woof.
Right. Games like kind of look like that.
Right, and but you look up what like a Super Game Boy game looked like with the supposed color, which would be like a few things.
Yeah, to me, like, so here's the thing. We can agree this is a pastel-y as fuck color palette.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they chose.
Yeah, they chose the colors to be that. That's why Steve is arguing.
Yes.
These are not like Sonic the Hedgehog blues and shit.
No.
And these aren't like pure reds. These
Look up like Shantae's.
Shantae, yeah, let's do that.
I never played that game.
I mean, I know, but we're just going to show you.
Yeah. Because I remember seeing this. I was like, oh, this doesn't look right.
Yeah, you're right. If the GBC was pumping out like a visual that looks like this, that's
There you go. Yeah. And what system was that?
So you're
Game
saying,
Boy Color.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I just don't remember the majority of games having this vibrant of a color palette.
Well, that's because the system was only around for like 2 years.
Oh well, there you go. I do not remember Game Boy games looking like this. Looks
No,
like
not at all.
this looks like fucking Neo Geo Pocket Color type shit, where it's like
Yes.
the games actually had color. Yeah, I legit do not remember any Game Boy game looking like this.
Yeah, not at all.
Any Game Boy Color game.
I own this game. I have a
Prove it
box
wrong.
copy.
Prove it wrong. I definitely remember shit looking like this.
Yeah.
And like this. Like there was like they put like a coat of paint over it, but it didn't really.
I mean, that's just based off the sort of DX remake of Link's Awakening. It's just running off.
No,
the same.
I did not own a Game Boy Color. No, I definitely did not own a Game Boy Color. I just remember seeing people like playing it and trying it, and I was
We would
just
go to,
like
Blockbuster
not particularly
or-
impressed. I'm like, that's kind of color.
Yeah, we would go to like Blockbuster.
I mean, because
or,
it was just such a stopgap till the Advance,
Yeah, that's true.
It came out in like late '98, and then the Game Boy Advance came out, in 2000, June 2001.
Yo, Blue, thank you. Okay.
If you put an OG game in there, it only has 4 shades to work with. That is also true.
Yeah.
That might be what we're thinking of.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, because it's just doing what the Super Game Boy did.
I think that's what our impressions of it mostly was because of that shit. I think that's where my brain is going, where it was like very limited color.
Yeah, and Super Game Boy had that thing where you could like choose which shades.
Yeah.
You could flip a toggle.
It was awful.
And stuff. So it wasn't that great.
Yeah, GBA was actually like impressive. Like, oh, these are real. These are, like,
that was the beginning.
These are like Super Nintendo games. Like, these look really good, you know?
And then they had like a giant catalog.
All right. This is crossed off. All right, so I am going to propose
I think this is a battle between 360 and PS1.
PS1.
Or is it 4?
I think it's 4.
Or is it 4?
I think it's. I think we're arguing 5 and 6 is an argument between PS4. Do PS1. Holy shit, dude! It's the library by itself. It's like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I think the battle on 5 and 6 is somewhere between an argument of PS4 and 360. What do you think, Steve? I don't want to put. I don't think PS1 should be.
PS1 needs to be top 5.
Yes. Exactly.
PS1 needs to be top 5.
Right. Okay.
I know you're gonna say Dreamcast, but it isn't gonna work against us.
I never said Dreamcast.
Okay. Sure. I don't know.
So between 360 and PS4,
I don't know you.
I will say this.
You make me think I'll say that.
I will say this. Overall,
Come on, man.
overall, PS4 is a better system than the 360.
Yeah, I agree.
Overall.
I agree. I think overall it has a better library too.
Yeah.
Better. Oh shit. Oh no. But let's also.
Isn't that what I argued before?
Well, I'm also going to take into account because this is the next generation, and it felt like, just to throw this out, much of what this did, the foundation to be as good as it was set up because of that.
Yeah, that was this. It literally was just.
This was the PlayStation,
360.
Xbox
You
360.
you jumped from 360 to PS4.
Yes, that was the natural transition that everybody made.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's because Xbox literally made that decision easy for everyone.
Yeah. And again, like the PlayStation 4 in many ways was the moment where Sony was actually at a sort of humbled. They were kind of like humiliated because of what happened with the PS3 generation.
Yeah.
They lost a lot of money. It ended up doing fine but it took a long time, dude. It took
Well, it's one of those things where it eventually creeped past the totals.
I'm sorry,
with
chat.
with like discount by the time the system was already dead.
I'm sorry, chat. I know you guys are saying Halo 3, but none of us were really that big on it.
Oh no, Halo 3 was amazing.
I know that, but
it quickly got eclipsed in almost the same year, I think, as Call of Duty.
It got eclipsed 2 months later. Are you kidding?
Yeah, it was close.
Because that came out in like September, and then COD 4 came out in November, and then I saw you playing COD 4.
So,
and I was like, "What is?"
But
this?
I know,
This is
Steve.
shit.
Here's something I just got to throw out. Like COD 4, MW2. I know these games are on both systems, but when you think of like COD 4 and MW2, do you really think PS3?
no, of course not.
Okay, you think 360?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, because naturally, I mean, I know we're not talking about controllers, so I'll shut the fuck up.
Ah, here we go.
Shut the fuck up.
Here we go. He almost went there, Chad. He almost went there.
If we were, we would talk
It's
about
so
how
hard.
much.
We gotta start. If
we gotta do a controller list.
If we were, 360 would have the best.
The 360 would definitely have some talk about like goddamn controller shit because it hasn't been beaten yet.
But here's the thing: when it comes to controllers, you can only say it for specific games. When it comes to like fighters and stuff like that, then you gotta go to another fucking system.
But to be real, like fighters, PS3 100%.
Yeah.
Right? But not all the system is fighting games.
Exactly. And that's fine.
So it's like for 80% of games, the Xbox 360 controller was god tier.
Yeah.
For fighting games, it wasn't. Here's what's weird. The majority of best players around that era used 360 controllers. I don't know how.
I remember seeing that.
I don't fucking get it. I have no clue
Different
how
generation, man.
people like were playing Street Fighter 4 with some of the best SF4
Those
players,
motherfuckers
or
never
some of
went
the
to
best
arcades.
Marvel 3 players on a fucking 360 pad. Smug is one of them. I don't get it.
Those motherfuckers never went to an arcade. It's a completely different generation.
Yeah, that deep
boggles the mind.
ass.
They fucking just got used to
Ass
something.
to ass.
It's the perspective. They just got used to something that they were used to.
I mean, I beat Super Meat Boy with the 360
that's dumb.
pad, and I'm
they
just
got
like,
used to something that was only available to them.
That was the perspective was different.
right. Well, it's like people who got good on Atari. Like that joystick is ass.
I can
But
imagine,
they're used to it.
I can imagine Punk being introduced to Hitbox the first time before using that controller, and he would have been like 10 times worse, you know? So, or 10 times better.
Do we have a Kenny? I'm gonna go find out. Let's see if we have a Kenny. Because Kenny's gonna have some shit to say about 360 and PS4. Kenny's gonna have some shit to say. You gotta have some say some shit. Kenny's got some shit to say.
Well, I'm saying it's tough, and it's close, but I would put PS4 over 360. You know, 360 at 6, you know? I really like the 360, but I'm not like 360 at 6, PS4 at 5.
I don't know, man.
I could go either way.
I don't know. Like they do such similar things for me personally.
They do basically occupy like the same space.
They really do. Because
Really?
it's like on Xbox 360, it was like the fighting games were the best on 360. PS4 is the same shit. Like literal same shit. All the fighting games were the best on PS4. It had a ton of fighting games and shit. Like so, even that part is there.
Except KI.
PS4, Xbox 360, right? You're there. All the goddamn shooting games are there. They're freaking amazing. Oh, there you were too.
Yeah.
Same reason, you know.
Well, if there's any sort of like one, if anything PS4 has over the 360 for the generation, PS4 probably has stronger first party output.
Oh, 100%.
Then the
Yeah, to be real, I didn't really connect with the first party. I didn't really. I played Gears 1. I didn't really play Gears 2. I did not connect that much.
Yeah.
I did not connect that much with the Xbox first party, like all that much.
Oh yeah, well, what about the Kinect?
That is
You should have used
joke.
The Connect.
Oh, damn it,
But I think we have to give Xbox 360 way more credit because we are forgetting something. It is called Xbox Live Arcade. It literally started like indie games, like the ability for you to develop indie games and
get it to a massive
and get it to a bunch of people without it being super expensive. With you creating your price, it like start the fucking foundation of that even existing. You know that we can actually take older games and sort of like put them in small packages here.
I feel like a lot of the games on NES and Super Nintendo, the throwaway games, were like a bunch of just indie games made by like random developers.
Yeah, they were published. They went through the process. The whole point was that they circumvented that process for Xbox 360.
Right, and they allowed people to just make.
They just allowed people to do shit like
but you know what?
Castle Crashers, Marvel 2, Bionic Commando.
Right? Didn't PC start that though?
Steam?
Yeah, Steam was like way before that.
What are we arguing here?
We're arguing like the ability for you to publish games easily.
Yeah, who was the first
different
one
and
to
easily
really...
like Indie Revolution? This was PC was not
Technically PC.
Technically,
you don't need a publisher on PC. You could just put your game.
Port it right.
But you would have to. You would have to do physical distribution. There was no like.
Well, I mean, you could host it on like a server of your own.
But again,
and
like
make people go to a website you made and pay you.
Around the mid 2000s was Steam. I don't remember Steam being readily available and having like the access to a whole bunch of games around that time frame. I don't remember it being nearly as big.
Somebody said Steam was 2003, Xbox was 2006.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Steam was like, look, Steam was definitely around that time frame and shit. But I don't remember it being like a reliable service that you could really trust.
Yeah, like
and everyone.
yeah.
It wasn't that yet. It seemed like the Xbox was more of that.
Well, I don't know.
It was there, yeah.
I don't know if Steam had any weird restrictions on like indie titles.
But so around that time frame, most PC games you bought them still.
Yeah.
Like in the XBLA era when that shit was beginning, we're talking like the mid 2000s, right?
Dude, you
still had to go to a Walmart to buy a Diablo expansion. You had to go buy the orange box in a box.
Yeah.
You know, you had to do that. Xbox was like, so what if we like severely cut down the distribution of games and make it so that you don't have to go to giant corporations to make physical games?
I thought Xbox Live Arcade started on Xbox. I thought it started.
Xbox One?
Yeah, I thought it started
OG
there.
Xbox.
OG. I thought
that I have no recollection.
I thought it started there, like right at the end of the system's life.
I have no recollection of that happening.
Yeah.
If it was, it must have been at the very tail end, and they just carried it over.
Yeah, it did. It did start on the original. Yeah, it started on the original.
What
Xbox.
games were on it? Like
not much.
Anything worthwhile?
No.
Well, I mean, the era I'm thinking about on 360 that's like super valuable for like the future of digital distribution of games and just like we can make games cheaper because we're spending so much money making something.
Oh,
right?
Fusion Frenzy was like a big one, and we played the shit out of that game.
Nah, that was a box copy.
That was a box copy. Castle Crashers, freaking HD Remix. Castle Crashers, HD Remix.
That was on there?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, on Xbox Live Arcade.
HD Remix.
I only played on PlayStation.
Yeah, it was way better on I had them both. It was way better on 360. Limbo, Bionic Commando Rearmed, the friggin' the what's it called? The goddamn game from the Gears guy. That was a big deal. It was like a 2D Contra.
Shadow Complex.
Yeah, Shadow Complex. It was like a Metroidvania or some shit.
Yeah.
Like Metroidvania started to exist again.
Yeah.
Mega Man 9. They could bring back that was because of mostly what the Xbox had like kind of set up around that time frame. And then eventually the PlayStation like caught on and the PS Store started doing that stuff. It's like the Xbox started that shit. You know what I mean?
Right, because they were all in on their online initiative.
Yes.
Where, I mean, they had online on PS2, but like Sony was kind of like, we're gonna have it. We're just not really gonna like push it.
Yeah.
Until PS3.
And again, we don't really get that because again on PS3 it was there, but using those things fucking sucked. Like using the store and stuff like that were never like functional and easy. It always was cumbersome. So to me, it's like eventually, yes, the 360 sets up everything for the PS4 to be, because the PS4 is essentially just an Xbox 360 made by Sony.
Yeah.
And that's why everyone gravitated. That's why everybody went from that system to this system because, well, we didn't have much of a choice. Not everybody was all in on KI.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, SOCOM 2.
Oh, there were online games on PS2. We're talking about like the initiative of like having indie titles.
Right,
having,
on the
like,
system itself.
Pushing the shit out of online features.
Gamer score. Okay, so the reason that we're not specifically talking about gamer score and achievements and shit is because I didn't give a fuck. I never have given a fuck.
Never.
The gamer score thing is something that has never been intriguing to us, maybe for like a brief moment.
What was it called? Yeah, it was just achievements. It was
it was having a score that you've done all these things in games, right?
Yeah.
So, but that is a key foundational element for all video games now.
A lot of
on
people,
Steam, on Xbox, on PlayStation, on Switch, like every aspect of games is about giving you some sort of redeeming quality that you did this in a game.
So I gotta start when I was working at Activision, I had a guy who was smug about that shit, and he would make it seem like you're not a real gamer if you didn't actually 100% a game. Because you never experienced everything about it at the whole thing.
Kenny, we're 5 and 6. We've literally been talking for a long time.
All right.
5 and 6 are Xbox 360 and PS4. We don't know where they go. We are arguing right now.
The elitist mindset of some people that actually.
Their gamer score is elitist.
Xbox 360 6.
I played this fucking
PS4
game for real. You didn't.
5.
And I don't hate that.
The chuds,
do that.
yes.
Because to be honest, I feel like a lot of.
Put me on a speaker, but I'll do the rest. But I see that easy. 360's a banger, but the PS4, we're still playing that today. We're still playing the PS4 today.
We're still playing PS4 games right now.
Right now.
Like, every game is still a fucking PS4 game right now, to be real. Like, it's not that much different.
Yep.
Yeah. Spider-Man, FF7 remake, fucking Bloodborne, God of War, like
It ain't going nowhere, bro.
This arguably might have some of the best first-party games I've ever seen.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like the first party and single player output on that was phenomenal.
It's fucking
And there was
crazy,
there was some great stuff on 360. There was, but I don't know if the first party single player output on 360 can really compare to the PS4.
Yeah.
It ain't going nowhere.
And because we agree. We have to agree that there was phenomenal multiplayer experiences online between 360 and PS4. There were.
Yeah.
But what 360 has some of that PS4 has a lot of is great single player first party stuff.
Yeah,
that
I agree.
360 doesn't have as much of.
Yeah, 360 was extremely multiplayer focused. Like, if we could pretty much blame the Xbox 360 that a big multiplayer competitive mode had to be added to everything.
Yeah.
You know? And
So-
not all of it was actually good.
So, as far as the Dreamcast is concerned,
We're not talking about Dreamcast right now because we're at 5 and 6. This is obviously PS4 360, bro. Let's finish this first.
okay.
Because we don't think Dreamcast is going there. Do we?
Not in 5 and 6, hell no. So Kenny says 360 at 6. I'm fine with 360 at 6. Steve, where should 360 go? 5 or 6?
I'm okay with 360 at 6.
All right, let's just do it then.
Yeah.
over PS4.
Over 360 goes under PS4.
Yeah.
PS4 we think beats it a little bit because of likely the best first party lineup in
It's like you guys
video game fucking history.
It's like you guys said, it was the answer to Xbox 360.
Yes, and it was like kind of like the answer in full execution of what the 360 could be.
This is what competition does. It gives you an idea of what you're supposed to do when you want to.
We are currently going through another PS3 era of like weird Sony arrogance and shit. We're getting out of it again, which is nice because they fucking got hammered. So we're getting out of it right now.
I think the PS5 Pro is another arrogance.
Well, that was made 3 fucking years ago.
PS5 Pro?
Yes, it was designed and made for the past like 3 years. It just came out.
Yeah, it just came out.
It was in that initiative of that time frame that they're being arrogant and whatever the fuck you're gonna just lick our shit, bitches. like that's what they've been like under the Jim Ryan era, dude. You're just gonna eat shit and everything's gonna be gas and to put a PS5 Pro right up your ass. It's gonna be $800. Nobody gives a fuck. We're not there anymore. But we're in a healing period.
So then why are we still fucking with the Xbox, the PlayStation 5 Pro then? Why is it still a thing if we're out of it? We're in it now.
No, well, because they did it. No,
Yeah.
because,
It exists. You gotta
it came
do
out.
something.
Things don't just get made immediately.
I get that. I totally get that.
But it was being designed and created, and they can't just drop it.
Right.
It was being designed and created during the idea that everyone's just going to eat this shit up.
Right. I think the era only ends when they bring out a product that doesn't do that. Because the product is out now, so we're still in that era. That's how I'm thinking. I'm thinking that the era of arrogance is now because PlayStation 5 Pro just got fucking released.
No. The era of arrogance was that.
I'm going to make 12 fucking live service games at once because that's a good idea.
That and there hasn't been that many in. System's been out for 5 fucking. We're getting towards the end.
Yeah.
There hasn't been that many really big like first party games. Exclusive compared to the
First
PS4,
party.
nowhere close.
You have Returnal, you have Spider-Man 2, you have Demon's Souls.
God of War
remake.
Ragnarok.
No, that's on PS4.
Fuck me, shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Both God of War Ragnarok and Horizon 2 are on PS4.
Yeah,
I was
you're
gonna
right.
say-
There's still PS4 games.
I was gonna say they released fucking Concord, which was a fucking
No, they might as well not have. That game literally existed for 10 days.
yeah.
10
Because
days.
we don't even
Because they
acknowledge it.
They realized how fucking bad their arrogance era was.
PS5 era is a bit of a. This era of general console gaming in general is a pretty big fucking downer. It ain't making anybody's top 10s. If it is, I don't
And
understand their thought
didn't they just
process.
do it again with another game? They just released a fucking another game that looked exactly like fucking Concord, and it was shit. It got fucking destroyed online.
No, you're talking about the new Bungie thing that they just.
Is it? Yeah, Bungie. But it
you're
was
talking
PS4.
about. No.
No?
Is it? I don't.
Yeah, I think
all I saw was the
No,
cinematic.
Marathon is
Marathon. There
It's a
you go.
PS5 game.
Marathon's PS5 and Xbox and PC.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's on Xbox.
Good luck for them.
Oh shit. Really?
Yes,
Good luck.
That's so crazy.
and PC.
That Sony's going multiplat.
Well, they
don't know.
kind of they said they would because
for Bungie.
Jesus. Okay.
well, it's live service. You're not gonna you want to make that live service work. You better get some fish in every ocean.
Yeah. All right.
So-
I love that cinematic, but that's all I really know about it. You know, that's all I really know about it. Anyway, I think we're sort of good on this conversation. I think we could put 360 at number
Where's
6
the
and
blue
PS4 at number.
I have
blue. Kenny probably took
I have
it.
a red one.
I have a black one.
Whatever.
This is black one. That's fine.
Yeah.
Kenny has it on.
Don't.
I don't see the blue one
Kenny
anyway.
might have the other one.
Yeah. This is black one.
Kenny might have the other one. Okay. Well, we'll butt dial Kenny.
Yeah.
I found a blue.
Found it.
All right, sweet.
Okay.
Xbox 360. X360. PS4. Somehow I subconsciously drew dick.
What? Subconsciously. All right.
Jagged penis.
PS4 is crossed out. Damn, we're in top 4. Damn, bro. And Saturn's gone. Damn. We're down to PS1, PS2, Super Nintendo, and Dreamcast. PS1, PS2, Super Nintendo,
Let me
Dreamcast.
ask you this, regardless of where, just don't even think about the placement. I'm not talking about the placement.
Okay.
I'm saying strictly one-on-one. What do you think between PS2 and PS1? PS1 and versus PS2.
Oh, which one's better?
Yeah.
Oh, Stevens. Okay.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Yeah, you.
PS2.
So you're just like, regardless of rank, PS2 is better than PS1.
100%.
Yeah, I'm
Like
dialing
regardless
Kenny.
of not because it's always backwards compatible. Let me just the library of each.
Library games, the games that are the first party games that are
Hi.
on there.
Are you able to talk?
Yes.
All right. Is the window down?
The car is always loud.
Okay. We are we put PlayStation 4 at number 5 and the Xbox 360 at number 6. So we agreed with you. What we have remaining is the PlayStation 1, the PlayStation 2, the Super Nintendo, and the Dreamcast.
That's fucking tough.
It's fucking tough. And we're listening to Steve Delegate right now. We're talking about like where we feel the PS1 and PS2, which we're feeling like
I heard that.
do you feel the PS? Go ahead.
It's a tough choice between PS2 and PS1. I don't know which should go over which.
All right.
To be honest.
So
I don't know which should go over
Steve,
which.
what do you think?
There is no delegation, Kenny. I am right.
Well, what do you know what you feel?
PS2 over PS1.
All right. Simmons, what do you feel?
PS1 over PS2.
What the fuck?
And I also think PS1 over PS2.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Fucking out of their minds!
I know. It's a lot.
Jesus
it's
Christ!
a lot. It's a lot to take in. So Kenny, we're gonna.
Jesus.
We're,
I can almost agree. I'm like, it's so tough for me to choose. But there's just like Resident Evil, the PlayStation is the first. Just
He already said it. No take backsies.
you know what? I think I put PS1.
okay.
There's some of the best games in the
I am
entire
so
world.
done with these fucking. These are so ass. This is by far the worst fucking. Look at this. Look at this chat. The chat is already pissed off that 360 didn't even make top 5. You know, now I'm with you, chat. Now I'm with you. Look at these guys. Do they even
All
know
right,
what they're
we'll call
talking
you back,
about?
Kenny.
Do they even know what they're talking about?
I'll call you back.
No justice for Steve. Hashtag Steve is right. Hashtag justice for Steve. What is going on?
gonna call
What
Kenny
is
back.
going on? Everything.
All right, so let's
Everything.
Let's,
So three of us agree PS1.
Right. Okay. So we're just delegating.
What?
We're sort of okay. So just to speak loudly.
Oh, I'm speaking loudly.
We know.
Okay. Speaking loudly. The SNES is better than both these systems.
The SNES? Yeah, because
Generally,
That was my next question.
But-
Yes.
but-
Before
just-
we even got to that,
just
I'll-
just throwing it out.
just because of the catalog. I think the catalog on SNES and the games are so, what's the word? I want to say iconic but memorable. And I don't want to even go off of nostalgia. I just want to go off of playability.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think SNES.
I agree.
I think Super NES games in general, and I'm talking about like, dude, we can like boom, 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 like just start naming names and shit like that. You can't really do that at the extent with some of the other consoles, but
This is close no matter what. This is close no matter what. Because all-time greats are on PS2, all-time greats are on SNES.
Yeah.
yeah.
But like, I feel like SNES, to me, the all-time greats on SNES don't have asterisks next to them. What I mean by that is, like, some of the all-time greats on PS2, like Shadow of the Colossus,
No, can't use that argument.
Wait, I'm just saying, no. My argument here is Shadow of the Colossus runs like butt.
Yes.
On PS2. I'm not using sales. I'm not using sales.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about being available on other systems. That's unfair to the PS2.
No. I'm saying the PS2 Shadow of the Colossus is one of the greatest games ever. It runs a little bit. It runs like ass. Like not even a little. It runs like ass, right? And you still have like wonky, janky stuff even in the GTA games where like Chrono Trigger. There's never a moment where you're like, oh, well, Chrono Trigger doesn't run as well as it could because the system is just dying putting this shit out. I am splitting hairs here, I understand, but I'm just saying, like, the all-time classics on SNES, they don't have any sort of like, well, yeah, it sometimes dips to 15 frames or 20 frames or whatever. Like, granted, I am well aware of slowdown on Super NES, especially for some of the shmups, but, like, you just don't have, like, the timelessness of SNES also comes from the fact that these games, the best ones run kind of flawlessly no matter what.
Yeah.
And you can't quite say that about a lot of PS2 all-time greats. So there's a little bit of my argument for SNES over PS2.
That is me right there, chat. That is me right there, chat. Hashtag free Steve. Hashtag justice for Steve. Hashtag Steve is right. Hashtag. I can't do it anymore. I can't even have a fucking conversation with these guys. I get shot down every fucking time. I can't even. There's no delegation anymore, chat.
Steve.
What is a democracy? There's no fucking democracy. I just get reamed in the ass. I'm getting reamed. There's no democracy there. How do you get democracy by getting reamed in the ass? Somebody explain the democracy in that.
You're an American. You should understand this very well
that's
right
exactly
now.
what's happening right now.
You should understand this.
The fuck is going on? I can't even do anything.
Ow.
I've lost every fucking system that I wanted on here. 360 is not even top 5.
You actually like 360 over PS4?
I'm a little surprised by that.
I'm not surprised by that. I'm actually surprised by that.
I am a little
Why?
surprised.
Just because the chat said it?
Stop talking to me. No.
No, tell me why.
No, talking to me.
I want to know.
No, I'm not gonna.
Why do you think... dude, I was like the Xbox 360 guy. Why do you think it over PS4?
I know. It should be up there. I'm just delegating with the chat. Yeah, no.
You're trying to take some sides.
Yeah, they're all got my side.
They don't have any sway.
Damn.
Just like the Game Awards, they don't have any sway.
Chat, this is exactly the Game Awards. When you vote for your favorite shit, your influence is actually about like 5 to 10%.
Jesus.
That's about what it is. But the greater influence and the powers that be hold on to the 90% power of the delegation, just like the Game Awards.
New dude, justice for Steve. I like that guy. Yeah, he subscribed to your chat.
He did. Thank you.
No, that's a
Is
real
Justice for Steve the name?
Yeah, that Justice for Steve is the name. You know what? I think that guy.
Damn.
That guy. No,
That was a gift sub.
No,
to a dude named Justice for Steve.
And that guy's been here for years.
Maybe.
He's been in this chat for years. That was a solid gift sub.
360 is top 3. I can see an argument why that would be the case.
Sure.
I can see that
The
argument.
thing is-
I can see the argument that would be the case if you're 30 to 35 years old.
Honestly, I see an argument for everything here except maybe
Damn, you said
Saturn.
you guys are young.
Like I think you guys
guys
need
are
to switch a
babies.
little dirty, but like top 3, any one of these systems I could see being top 3.
Hey man, Simmons, I think we got to realize our situation with
The situation is you guys just don't play Switch. That's the situation.
I think the fact that Saturn is even up here makes me happy.
Me too.
Because Saturn is the only. There's only one in the top 15 of this entire situation. There was only one niche system, only one, and it was Saturn.
Simmons, Switch was like graphically inferior to the other fucking systems out
Sure, but it was never trying to compete with them.
Yes, they always say that. They always say that, and you know damn well that's a lie.
Okay, in 2017,
that's a lie.
In 2017, when the entire system, the entire guts of the system are in this little pancake, you can take away the Joy-Cons, just this little rectangle here. Everything is in here. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't sit here and whine about the graphics on this potato when it's in this little tiny square and you had that whole giant dry erase marker of a PS4.
And whose fault was that? Why would they release
Whose
something?
fault? The 150 million selling system?
Oh, he went to
Whose fault
sales.
is that?
He went to flag on the play. Flag on the play. You went to sales, sir.
Why is that a fault? They made a conscious decision to hybridize.
Yellow card. I'm pulling the yellow card.
There you go. I was with you. I was.
We're pulling the yellow card.
Let anger consume
Yes.
him.
It's
Yes.
funny. It's funny how you just let Kenny just do that last time.
Wait,
I get the yellow card.
Where?
Last switch when he just was screaming about Michael Jackson.
That's no. Well, we didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't agree with him because of
sales?
that
I think
reason.
he said sales.
Dude, do you want to watch it again? Do you remember his whole rant with Michael Jackson and Gran Turismo?
I don't think any of us agreed with him because of that reason.
Yeah.
That was Kenny's reason.
Yeah.
That wasn't like, oh, that's it, MJ. like it's fucking Jover. So Kenny said PS1 over. I think we're just doing it. So anyway, hold on a second. This is our moment for these systems. We haven't had a chance to fucking talk about this shit. It's the fucking PS2. It has like everything.
Thank you.
It's the best selling system of all time. It literally has everything.
For now.
Well, yeah.
In a year, it'll be the Switch.
You know, don't get me wrong. Like the issue is that is a non-issue here that we can't really use as a delegation. We have to judge it for its time.
Right.
And when it came out, first DVD player, fucking legendary. First time where like true market mass system where like so many people are playing this shit. There's just the GTA explosion.
Right,
know.
but you said you'd put PS1 over 2. I said it. Kenny said it.
I know, no, don't get me wrong. We're glazing both the systems right now.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing it for it being above. I think PS1's going number 3.
Dude, why the fuck are you saying that if you're not gonna fucking argue? Because everything you say makes so much goddamn sense that it should be above fucking PS1. Doesn't that make sense? That all the stuff that you're glazing, you're slurping it up, Max. That fucking donut is fucking drenched in all the saliva that you're pouring on top of it, bro. Yeah. Like, come on. Because it doesn't make sense that PS1 fucking trumps fucking PS2 when it literally has the best library of all goddamn time.
That's why
it's fucking crazy because
I legit disagree.
And that's what we both disagree.
I think pound for pound, like the PS2 just has a billion games on it. It has a billion.
It has a billion games and a ton of good games.
A ton of really good games and a ton of crazy niche games. It has all that stuff. But like to me, like pound for pound in terms of what the PS1 was offering in comparison to the time, it was like, I don't know, man. The fucking PS1, dude.
Metal Gear Solid 1 over 2. Heck, I mean 3 you can make an argument. You can argue 3 and 1.
Yeah.
That's an argument, right? But Final Fantasy was significantly better on the PS1 than it was on the PS2.
No, I'm not even thinking of FF7 chat. Actually, I have not thought of that yet.
Wow. I just brought it up. Resident Evil was significantly better on PS1 than it was on PS2.
Yeah.
Mega Man games were significantly better on PS1 than they were on PS2.
Yeah.
Like,
Chat, I'm not even arguing.
I think Sony's first party was better on PS1 than PS2. I'm not shitting.
Yeah,
like I think some things were amazing on PS2.
There
God of War
really
is amazing on PS2.
Yeah.
That's like I think God of War and like Shadow of the Colossus are the biggest exemplary ones.
Yeah,
Just like holy
for sure.
fuck. But dude, like Sony first party on PS1 was fucking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like they came out swinging. They got everybody on their side and shit.
There was just better RPGs. There were just so many better.
I agree,
RPGs
straight up. Like if we're talking like the JRPG era and shit, it's just better.
It's just better on PS1 than PS2. Straight up.
All right, let's bring Kenny in.
My God, this is the most hilarious fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm not even arguing for PS2 to be number 3 or number 4.
We haven't even gotten to rank yet.
I agree. That's why I put the PS1 over the PS2. You guys were hitting 100%.
Kenny, you got to get back here. Steve's pissed, bro. He's gonna start fucking fighting us.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He's gonna start fighting us, dude. Like,
I'm gonna turn around.
all right, yeah, you gotta turn around. Just do a UE on the freeway. Just jump over one of the edges. GTA it, you know.
It's a really low.
All right, Simmons, do it. Write it in.
Oh, are we ranking them? Oh, gee.
I think it's happening. I think number 4 is PS2.
Damn.
Yeah, and number 3 is PS1.
Damn.
So, Kenny, that leaves us with the top 1 and top 2 games.
Why do I even bother?
The top 2 systems. We all agreed that. And I'm curious your thoughts on this. In your head, Kenny,
Look at
the super. Steve, don't look at the chat.
Look at my people. Look at my people. Look how enraged they are.
Let's talk to Kenny. Kenny, we had this other talk right before about the Super Nintendo. Would you put the Super Nintendo over the PS1 and PS2?
I can't do anything.
I would put PS1 over Super Nintendo.
Interesting. Okay. Steve, where do you feel on that?
He already said Super Nintendo over PS2.
Steve said Super Nintendo
Over
the
PS2.
Chrono Trigger, Street Fighter aspect is pretty good.
I already talked about it. I'm Super NES.
No, Steve.
No.
Is Super NES over PS1?
Well, yes, because he thinks it's PS2 over PS1. Steve's ranking is PS1, PS2, SNES.
Oh my god.
Kenny.
Just cut my balls off. You know what? I cut my balls off over PS1 and PS2. Do that. Cut my balls off over Dreamcast, Super NES, PS1 and PS2. Let's do that in order. Let's make that a chart. Put that on there. Cut it right off.
Snip.
Chop it right off. That would make more sense.
So, Steve, is there?
Dreamcast is up there.
Okay, so wait a minute. Let's just say, Kenny, is Super Nintendo at number 2 above PS1? Does that feel awful to you? Is that worth arguing?
PS1's bangers are some of the world's greatest games, still to this day.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
SNES.
I would say over SNES. Like SNES has some, Street Fighter and a lot of, it was the arcade at your house, but the bangers of PS1 are uncontrollable. They're like
uncontrollable, but yet you call that over PS2 games, the most memorable games of all time, over PS1.
The most memorable PlayStation games are on PlayStation 1. That's not even a thing.
God.
Like PS2 has so many games. Yes, so many great games, but PS1 has some of the most iconic games of all time.
That's where me and Max kind of fell.
That's where we fell, yeah.
Pound for pound, like you said, a PlayStation 2 catalog would rip PlayStation 1 to shreds. It is.
Yeah, sure, the catalog, but it's like a buffet. It's a really good buffet versus some of the best 5-course meals in history.
The PlayStation 2.
I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what he's saying, but
PlayStation 2 is like the most expensive buffet in Vegas.
but
PS1 has 10 of the best restaurants.
With that being said, we're at the point where we know why these systems are at top 4, top 3, top 5, right? We know.
Yes.
So, I have the most important question since we are at this point in our existence as friends. We're trying to piss as many people off as we can right now. Kenny, on the count of 3, the number 1 video game system of all time. 1, 2, 3. Dreamcast.
Yes. He said it. Dreamcast.
He said it.
He said it
I
with a
said
question mark.
Dreamcast.
He said it as a question.
Tenny, did you say that? Did you say that Dreamcast?
Yeah, he said Dreamcast.
Or was it Dreamcast?
He said it as a question. That was negligible.
Was it Dreamcast or Dreamcast
That was a very question.
or Dreamcast? Like which one?
Okay, look, the Dreamcast is probably one of my favorite systems.
Done.
Shut up, Simmons.
Done.
Kenny,
I don't know if I can put it at number 1.
Thank you.
So
I love it. It's got Power Stone 2. It's got Marvel 2. It's got CVS 2.
So I have another question then.
Soul Calibur.
Is Super Nintendo over Dreamcast?
Dreamcast over Super Nintendo.
Okay. Interesting. Then I have another question for you. Is Dreamcast over PS1?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't fucking know? You gotta know.
No.
This is the end,
I
dude.
don't think so. No, it's not.
Wow. Okay. Is Dreamcast over? Well, Dreamcast is definitely over PS2. So Kenny, we just agreed.
Yes.
We just agreed.
Yes.
Because the last 2 spots are number 1 and 2 for Super Nintendo
Yes.
and Dreamcast, and we're saying Dreamcast, Super Nintendo. Dreamcast number 1, Super Nintendo number 2. Right, Steve?
Shut up, Max.
I would put Dreamcast over Super Nintendo.
All right, Kenny. I love you, bro. We'll see you next time.
Wow.
Have a good weekend.
Wow.
Thank you.
There's
The most rigged
I just got
top
word.
10 chat.
All the other countries.
Look at the democracy chat.
All the countries are celebrating right now.
Look
They're
at the-
celebrating. The
this is-
celebrations have begun.
This is America chat.
Fireworks in
There's
Luxembourg.
Look at
Is there
America.
fireworks where you're at right now?
Look at America.
Are they
right
celebrating?
now. Yeah, look at this.
All right.
I
There we
get-
go. All right, I'm getting messages
I'm
that,
just as
that people are taking to the streets.
Yeah.
The Dreamcast is getting the
yeah,
recognition
they're
it
taking the
deserves.
streets all right.
This
And
motherfucker
we all know it's
manipulated
true.
this the
Yeah.
whole time.
Dreamcast is getting
And I let him.
All right, bye, Kenny. We love you, bro.
Bias.
Bye-bye.
Horrible fucking bias. Look
Bye-bye,
at this.
Kenny.
Look at this. Horrible fucking. Yo, they tore down my games. They manipulated
So I
the whole
knew Max.
fucking
I knew
system.
Max was being intentionally quiet on Dreamcast
They
all the way
manipulated
until the very
system.
end.
My man over here.
And I let him do it. I let him do it.
Fucking hands off me. Get your fucking hands off me.
See, bro, you
Get your fucking hands off me. Get your hands. No.
Let's go.
You get away from me.
He's gonna give me a hug.
Get away from me. Get the hell away from me.
He's happy. He's actually happy, bro. Let's hug it out. It's cool, dude. We did it, Chad. We did it. The Dreamcast.
I knew what he was up to.
One system.
I knew what he was doing, like at the start of this, and I'm like, he's gonna not mention this.
Let's fucking go.
Which is why I was a little butthurt
No, because it's true.
When he went in and fucked over the Switch.
What fucked
When
over
I,
the
when,
Switch?
when,
What?
remember when we were debating between
impossible.
NES and Game Boy?
That's not
and then
true
you're
at
like, he
all.
hasn't said anything about Switch in a while. Let's get rid of Switch. And I was like, man, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I don't want to oust the fact that I know he's playing politics to get the Dreamcast.
What are you
#1.
talking about? It is the Dream. Sim, it's PSO.
But I know. But here's the thing.
Skies of
I agree. Again, if you've been following the Yovi Games podcast, you know I've already said this.
Simmons,
you know my top 5 was
you wouldn't
already
even
Dreamcast #1.
you wouldn't even
so I
like-
was already like, I know what he's doing. I'm gonna let him do it.
You wouldn't even love the Church of Xeno shits if it wasn't for Skies of Arcadia. It taught you to love.
Well, that and Skyward Sword disappointing me so goddamn hard.
It taught you to love. It taught you that there's love in that heart. That you can find ways to love
True,
again.
I didn't love exploring in an RPG anywhere near as hard after Skies until Xenoblade, so...
Yeah?
So
I
I
agree
knew
with
what he
that.
was up to.
What do you mean? It's the goddamn Dreamcast, my dude.
I knew what he was up to the whole time.
goddamn Dreamcast,
And I'm like,
bro.
I'm letting him
There's
do
no
it.
way.
I'm letting him do it because I want to see this happen.
What do you mean?
I want to see this happen.
It's literally the best system.
Yes.
I know.
Yes. So the thing is like, there's too many firsts on Dreamcast, which is okay. Like the actual reason why I agreed with this is it is the first time online gaming actually
mattered on a system.
Actually mattered. Well, felt good. Like
Actually felt
worked
good. Actually functioned normally.
and gave me just great memories.
It was
gave
literally
me-
the first system that looked better than the best looking games in the arcade.
It was the best system to surf the internet
better
with
than the
for
arcade.
reasons. As a young boy, so it literally brought my. This is relevant for this channel. This is the system that brought my love for fighting games back.
Yep.
They had sort of waned and drifted
Don't you love
off,
fighting games, Steve?
but it was this system that brought it back. There's too much. I have too much
Steve,
attachment.
that shirt is in bad taste now.
Anybody ask me anything about fighting games? Consoles. Or anything of the sort. This is what you can refer to. Don't ever ask me again.
See if you can make a make a
I do.
about that.
I do all the time.
personal list.
Don't ever ask me
A
again.
list of personality.
Because this is what happens.
Yes. When we
This
all
is
come
what
together
happens.
as friends,
When they ask
we
me.
discover things about each other.
This is what happens.
And we get more comfortable with each other. We learn a little
Never
bit
ask
about
me
what
again.
goes on the inside. What goes inside our hearts.
Never ask
And
me again.
what's inside our hearts came to the front
Do you
tonight.
see this fucking
Literally
abomination?
came to the front.
This is
It's in
Frankenstein's
front of
monster.
us. It's beautiful. It's like a
the
child.
ugliest thing I've ever seen.
Look at this.
My eyes are bleeding.
It's
Chad.
unbelievable.
What?
That's such a thing.
What is this abomination?
That
Chad?
such a thing could exist.
What is
I can't
happening?
believe it.
How did we
magic.
let this happen?
It's actually magic.
This right here, chat. Look at this face. This is all.
I
of us
drew
right
what
now.
you all feel.
This is all of us right
All
there,
right.
chat. This is what happens.
So,
deal
chat,
with
I
these
would
guys.
like you to send your top 10 list to infinite_.
Oh yeah, yeah. We'll make the right list. We'll make the right list together,
What
chat.
you personally feel, because the thing is, like, for the majority of our lists, like you know, every single one's been spot on so far.
Oh yeah, perfectly.
Every single one
Perfectly.
has lined up exactly.
This is the best one out of them all.
This is the best one.
This is actually better than all of
This is
them.
the best console war.
I'm so glad I was
All
a part
our
of
lists
this.
have been sound and valid.
I'm so glad I was a part of this.
They're infallible.
It makes so much
They're
sense.
actually infallible.
Everybody agrees.
Soul
Everybody.
crazy.
Soul
Patsy.
Calibur.
So
The moment consoles
My dude.
my
jumped ahead of the arcade.
This is the last time gaming was pure.
It is
Like purity.
pure. I admire its
I
purity.
admire its purity.
There you go.
This is after this it was Jover.
Oh my
It was like it was decent.
Defeated.
It's a good game you're into the PS4. But this is it. I admire its purity.
Exactly.
Anyway, chat.
Like, here's the thing. My top 10 list would be different on a personal, just me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
One would still be the same.
Yeah. I put PS2 first on mine.
Yeah?
Okay.
You
Of course. Shadow of the Colossus.
motherfucker. You just said you'd put PS2 number 1 on your personal list?
Yeah, that just didn't work out that way, you know.
Oh my
So full of shit.
All right.
Hello.
Max, Simmons looks so bad. He was like, you.
Wait a minute.
You. He's like, you fucking piece.
Wait a minute.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
So I let you do that. I knew you were manipulating this the whole
Yes.
time.
No,
I
I
let
wasn't.
I let you get away with this.
What
even
else
though-
is gonna take number 1, dude?
Yeah.
Legit.
Nothing.
Ultra
Yeah,
rig.
the Dreamcast.
Dreamcast, number
I
one.
mean, obviously.
Number
and that's
one.
the thing. It was like I thought Kenny definitely would have put PS1 over Dreamcast.
I don't even.
And Steve was definitely gonna put PS2 at the top.
I honestly can't remember my top 5. I just know 1 was Dreamcast, 5 was Saturn.
5 was Saturn, really.
5 was Saturn, just because
Yeah, I think in my personal list that might line up there too.
like a personal.
I don't understand if PS2 was your personal list. How the fuck did it end up all the way down
No, I
at
was joking.
4?
I was joking.
What?
I was just joking. PS2 for me would be like number 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay,
I did not connect with the PS2 that much as a system. It had everything,
Not even gonna.
but in the same, it had
I'm
everything
not even
and
hearing anything
nothing.
anymore, chat.
I don't even think it would be in my top 10. I am so still bitter about that fucking year working at EB Games.
Oh,
and
yeah.
and
I don't have any
dealing-
personal spite against it.
Dealing with like people like wanting to kill me because I couldn't fulfill their their return. They're like, I have insurance on this
chat,
thing, and I'm
well,
like,
that has
you
nothing
have
to
no
do
proof of it.
That is you as a fucking
then it's
seller. That's not as you as a fucking
And then
consumer of the
my
system.
first fucking 3 all had an issue. So that also left a fucking sour
Even
taste
though we
in
were
my
not
mouth.
including that.
What
in the
were
argument.
you doing to your PlayStation?
No,
I put a PlayStation 1 game in. Oh, it doesn't read black discs. Okay. I put one. Oh, it doesn't read silverbacks or it doesn't read bluebacks.
We did not use this as a delegation, and it's sort of been swept.
So person buys no fucking
hold
shit.
Hold up. It's sort of been swept under the rug historically, right? So we did not include technical shortcomings in our list. And the 2 systems up here that absolutely had the worst technical shortcomings were PS2 and Xbox 360, for sure. And it can be argued between the 2, but we worked in stores when those systems were around. My dude, the PS2's first year was a fucking disaster. 1 and 2 systems were fucked in the first year. The Xbox 360 had like an overtime thing, where over time there was like a heating issue and there would be some sealant. Yeah, there was a lot of 360 red ringing shit that was eventually happening, but the PS2's first year was fucking crazy, dude. Like everyone was livid that their systems were not working.
Because they're expensive and hard to get.
That still does not negate how good those games
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I did not want to include those personal, arguments of just like, well, this system fucking stuck because it broke. It's a piece of shit. And I didn't want to include that.
I don't know.
Because it's not about the quality of the system itself. Because
I don't know what to tell you. I could stand here and say the majority of the consumers that came in there just didn't know how to take care of their PlayStation.
Oh no! It was.
I would say that the PlayStation 2 was very delicate and it did have issues. But personally, I took care of my PlayStation.
No. This wasn't a fault of yours. This was that out of the box they were fucked. It was a.
I must have had a really good fucking console.
Dude, I have a launch Xbox 360 right there.
Yeah.
Like, it only just started giving me problems, like today. So, and
you got a PS2 right here, bro.
I know, that's my launch PS2. I never had a problem with my launch PS2. My personal experience doesn't mean that shit didn't happen.
Okay, I get it.
I lived it.
But your experience on using the system is a lot different from those who misuse the system.
Which is why that did not go into this delegation.
So then why are we putting... Okay, I understand.
We're talking completely separate things. The list has been made.
Okay, I get it. So then...
That was not a consideration on here.
I get it. So then, and the reason why is because it doesn't make any sense. Yes, you're very frustrated that all these people kept returning and shit like that, but a lot of people didn't... It was a delicate system, and a lot of people just didn't take...
Simmons' feelings on that have been... mine wasn't.
Yeah.
That had no effect on what I felt about the PS2.
Yeah.
Guess what? Mine was fine.
If we're talking like for the list specifically here, like why was I like, yeah, fine with PS2 being here?
Yeah.
It's because of what we had, that literally what we were saying with that phone call with Kenny, where it's like, when I really sit there and think about the full library, the full library of PS1 versus PS2, I feel like PS1 has a better library than PS2. I feel the top of PS1 is better than the top of the PS2.
And I sorely disagree. I think PlayStation 2 has not just the best overall catalog, because again, PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, ton of duds. Fucking a sea of fucking duds.
Oh yeah.
But when it comes to the hits, when it comes to the fucking bangers, PlayStation 2 trumps PS1 tenfold. And we will not agree on that.
Outside of let's. And I want to hear.
And that's crazy.
I want to hear PS2.
Because the majority. And don't start fucking telling me about names, because you know I can't fucking remember every goddamn name of every fucking system.
I'm just saying. I just want to hear glazing from you on PS2 because it deserves it. Like, we don't know it.
And what's crazy was that the first of its fucking kind to play fucking movies.
I know.
You can put your goddamn.
Oh dear!
That's all over his nice stick.
Oh shit! Oh, see, now I'm pissed off.
No. Okay, hold on. I got it. Up. There goes my finger. All right, we're good.
Oh, but you gotta clean that stick off. Look at that arcade stick.
Hey, give me.
I'll take it.
Get spit on it.
Back out.
All right, I'll spit on it.
Back out.
You gotta spit on it. I'm smacking this damn thing so hard, chat. I'm smacking that chair.
Oh dear. Oh no.
There it goes. Yeah, I see it. Don't forget that these are washable. These aren't the fucking what are these called?
Chat, well, this doesn't matter anymore. This is serious.
Yes. The fucking arcade stick is in trouble.
Real life thing just happened. We have to be careful. I got it. It's fine.
These are washable fucking markers. These aren't the permanent markers.
Permanents.
Yeah, these ain't no permanent ones.
What happened to the ass of it?
It's in there somewhere. See it?
Outside of GTA.
Again, don't ask me to fucking name the games because I'm not good at fucking remembering shit like that. Yes, I know SOCOM as well. There's so many fucking games.
Name your games.
But but if you guys start asking me to fucking name games, I'm gonna lose that fucking argument because I can't remember them all off the top of my head. I would have to sit here and give me like a day where I'm like looking at the fucking library and comparing it to, and I could shit on both of you. I could shit down both of your necks if I wanted to, but it'll take me a second because I have to look at all the fucking games that are bangers.
Right, not really, because the thing is like I can remember them, and it's just like we're just not gonna agree. The games you love, the games you love on PS2
are different from the games that you love.
We learned that on the PS2 delegation.
When we made that PS2 list, we found out real fast where people's
and here's the problem. And here's the problem with that is that the majority of the people in the chat and on the planet Earth agree with me on that. It's just the fact that you guys speak of that shit.
I don't want you to be manipulated.
So that's crazy.
I don't want you to be manipulated.
We're all right about this.
I don't want you to feel like
nobody here.
I don't want to feel.
I'm in a room with you lunatics.
I don't
who believe the fucking Dreamcast
Steve
trumps that. Tenfold. They put it at number 4. Jack.
I think
number 4.
Steve, I truly feel.
The fuck is going on?
I truly feel.
Please help me.
You should definitely connect to your own thoughts and feelings and not be manipulated by what people on the internet.
Type louder, Chad.
I don't think
They're
so.
not hearing you.
I think.
Type fucking louder.
I think.
Why is this happening?
My friend Steve, his thoughts are what I want to hear, not the internet.
What is going on?
I love hearing Steve's thoughts on things. I don't want to live with the internet.
What the fuck is this? Look at it.
I'm just saying, dude.
What?
I'm just saying.
What?
You know?
Give me a proof with the Super PlayStation 1 top 3.
You said SNES was better than PS2.
You said SNES was better than PS2.
You said it.
You said it.
You said it and I agreed with it.
You said it.
You did.
You did say it.
I thought you guys were talking about something else.
No, we were not.
what else could we
We
be
said the
talking
words and
about?
they were what we said.
Because
we meant it.
Kenny literally was on the phone bragging about how fucking PlayStation 2 was the greatest game. It had the greatest consoles, all that shit like that. And then when you guys said, so does PlayStation 1 go above it? He was like, yeah. I was like, what? He was glazing the fuck out of PS2.
We were
and then
giving it
immediately
time.
as soon as you guys gave him the
What we do? Well, no.
Sure.
No.
And
What
I
we do?
fucking lost.
What the operation is to get the things that we want. What we do is we hype up the thing that now needs to get lower.
Yeah.
We have to talk them that good shit about the thing that is lower to propagate something else. But what this thing is just so beyond, right? It's a very good tactic that we have all employed at a time or two to move something. Simmons did it for the fucking Switch.
Yes, he
we
did.
really watched it. I watched it happen in real time.
I was
or else
watching
the Switch was
the
going to be
Switch.
like number 4
And
or
Max
some
was
shit.
sabotaging it.
Yeah, I
watched
saw
Max
that.
I was not.
You
I saw it
absolutely did.
number of
I
times.
was
Dude,
not.
we were having a
fucking
nice
times.
conversation about NES and Game Boy, and out of nowhere, no one says anything. Max,
Jesus.
why is Switch still on here?
Oh my
Why is
God.
Switch still here?
Like, it was...
I don't believe it. I just don't. I don't want.
And I knew what he was doing. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to counter sabotage the Dreamcast.
It's wild.
Anything. I was just sitting here, just making observations. Like the Switch is over. We're arguing really hard about something when this is just right. Like I just making observations over here.
So I had to work, and I had to basically get rid of the DS. I had to get rid of the DS.
I was arguing for everyone. I propagated the DS. I platformed the Nintendo DS to move as far as
I
it
wouldn't have had
possibly
to attack
could.
it if you didn't go after the Switch.
Well, you know.
But since we had to go there, I had to get rid of.
Well,
I had to make. The thing was like, all right,
Well.
I'm not getting rid of the Switch, but I'm like,
yeah, but
the thing is, there's too easy. There was too easy of an argument for the Saturn, so I couldn't bring any attention to the Saturn.
Yeah,
so
because
I had
you-
to pivot
yeah.
and go to the DS, which is why the DS got axed.
Exactly.
So if you want to know like the
Okay.
mind games that were going on in the past, that's what was happening.
Yeah.
Where it was like, fuck, I don't like Switch. I wanted to get Switch a little higher, but Max had to bring it up early.
Somebody
so
in
now
the
I
chat.
have to get rid of something.
Somebody in
before
the
it goes
chat
to
said
the
something.
Saturn.
They came to the realization. If you're realizing now that every single one of these lists are literally delegates and political, you now are aware of every single list. You can go back to every single one and watch the politics happen in person in real time. That shit changes. This is like watching Clue, you know? This is like a murder mystery. How the fuck did the PS2 not make the number 1? Who did that to make that shit happen? What the fuck happened? How did Max argue the Dreamcast? What was his plan? Like where the fuck did this, like every single one of these lists does that. Every single one is us trying to manipulate something to get some good fuzzy memories to, you know, to achieve our goals, our collective goals. We all agree here that this is the best top. I'm okay with this top 10, actually. I'm looking at it, I'm okay with it.
This is absolutely a murder mystery, and the victim is the list. We can
I would say this is a murder mystery, and the victim is the PlayStation 2, for sure.
Nah.
Who's the victim on this list?
The list.
Switch should be higher.
I don't.
Simmons, please.
I agree.
It's all
You agree? You agree with yourself?
We don't have to delegate anymore.
Did you agree with yourself?
Who's the victim?
You agree?
To me, it's
honestly-
the PS2. PS2 is the victim on this list. Yeah, I'll say the PS2 is the victim. That's the one that had to eventually get bumped down and sacrifice itself.
PSP is the victim. PS3 is the victim. PS2 is the victim. The fuck is happening, guys? The
Switch
fuck
should
is
be
happening?
higher.
Simmons, please.
Xbox 360. Where do you guys think Xbox 360 actually goes? Like number 3?
Xbox probably was
3 or 4?
I would say 360.
Yeah.
4, 3 or 4. Somewhere between 3 or 4.
Yeah.
3 or 4 maybe.
Number 1? Wow. I mean,
So I'm like, one is
I think number 4
one is actually
ish.
Dreamcast for me as far as like just personal. So people are like, this is biased. No, duh.
no, that's the whole fucking point, you stupid shit. It's literally manipulating our biases to get our goals.
the worst bias I've ever seen in my
I
life.
am very happy that everybody seems to emphatically agree that the 360 was a fucking banger, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of love that.
So-
I was wondering, am I gonna have to argue the 360 into like a top 10?
I would probably say Dreamcast is number 1. I might even, God, at this point in time, I'd probably say Switch is number 2 for me. Probably.
Yeah.
Just that library. And then SNES, maybe then SNES, 360, and Saturn. That's probably where I fall right now.
You know what's crazy though? I think 360 is biased in age. I think a lot of people had that.
Oh, you can see it in the chat.
Yeah,
where people are all,
why it's propagated so high.
Right, because of the era of the
this is my
people
first system.
born.
I love this
The
system.
people that really got into 360 might have been like their first venture
time,
into
it might have been the
online
first.
gaming.
I'm gonna put that out there. I think that
I saw that too.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people in like the impressions and scope of where they got into this industry, much as they started playing games. Yeah, the 360 was a big deal.
Notice how when we were glazing NES and Super NES, that the chat was fucking crickets. It almost felt like
literally crickets.
They almost
but
felt
around
like
the Wii and the
GameCube.
Xbox 360
Holy shit,
era,
bro.
and the GameCube, people are losing their minds.
And people in the chat were relating
Oh,
to
yeah.
it. They're like, "Oh yeah, blah 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 blah." Yeah, like, "Oh yeah, I remember that game."
Especially also PS3.
Yeah.
That whole era, because you guys know how old those people are right now.
Yeah.
Around 30 to 35.
Yeah.
So and that makes perfect sense.
The Game Boy, the NES, the SNES. Those motherfuckers don't remember that shit.
No,
they don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
So we're pretty like I think again our perspective is obviously
Genesis?
insanely biased, but the nice part is that we lived every single one of these generations.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
straight up.
We were here for every
we were
one
not here for the
except for
Atari. Like that was not a thing that we can consciously.
Look, I put that as an acknowledge on the
Yeah,
list. I didn't expect
let's talk about it for a second so we can move the fuck on. At the same point, we at least like know and have like because we were all old enough to be like, God damn, video games when the NES was out, you know. So when the NES happened, it was like, oh shit, like the revolution, everything changes from this point forward. But we remember all this other stuff. The only ones that we have varying levels of interpretation is pretty much boiling down to some handheld shit, like Game Boy and DS and all that kind of stuff, PSP.
The NES is the revolution, but the Atari is the beginning. Like, that's the start of it all.
Right.
There would be no NES if it wasn't for Atari.
Sure.
And what was the other shit you
So
said?
that means that
Magnavox?
that means that Street Fighter 1's the best fighting game, right?
No, it deserves its spot. You know, it deserves,
exactly.
It deserves its accolade.
I thought you were trying to propagate Atari over.
No.
But it's the same shit. It's like, yeah, Street Fighter 1, MK1, the foundation.
Because my argument for, and I'm going back to the fucking fighting game list because you guys are out of your fucking minds.
What?
Is that Street Fighter 2 wasn't just that. It wasn't just it was the Atari and the SNES.
Yeah.
It was the combination of that shit.
Yeah.
Because it was the one that, even though it didn't start it, it was the one that revolutionized, and it was the beginning of the presence of it. It wasn't just...
I wasn't here for this because you guys did it without me, but I'm shocked Street Fighter 2 didn't win the fight.
Right? What the fuck, Max? And stupid ass Kenny, call him on the phone right now and tell him that fucking list was fucking ass.
But-
You put Soul Calibur on the fucking top of the list.
I would. Here's the thing. I would have. I would have.
What's that?
I would have voted to put Soul Calibur #1.
Oh my
I
god,
know,
bro.
So
That's the thing is
That's
that
the thing
I
is
know
I'm shocked Street Fighter 2 didn't win, but I would have put Soul Calibur 1.
the entire goal of that argument from the very beginning for me was how do I get Kenny on Soul Calibur's side over Street Fighter 2? How do I do it? What do I have to do? How do we get the list to move in a specific way where the choice isn't only between those two? It has to be between some other games that have to like move in between.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck us, that was on this list.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you're late. We actually put you up here for some god unknown reason.
We also put the Soldier Boy console. We forgot the KFC console.
It was a KFC console?
They announced it and it never came to fruition.
What?
It's just a PC. It was just a PC that ran on like Linux.
You
and
cheap
couldn't
bastards.
just-
They did something. They did something. They
You
gave it a
cheap
fucking title.
bastards.
It's fucking great.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about something else on here because it's just fun glazing systems more than individual games.
How did Saturn make it up here, Max? How did
Because
Saturn...
I have Simmons on my side, and Simmons likes here's the thing. Simmons likes the Saturn even more than I do, bro.
Probably.
Yeah, he does. Like, because Simmons has investigated more of the Japanese library of Saturn, which I don't glaze super hard. Like I like it,
man, there's so
but
much-
it's
there's
just
so
there's
much
just
good
so
shit in
much
there.
shit. Like
There's so much good shit that nobody knows
and
about.
here's why I will defend why the Saturn's always going to make it up on a top list of game consoles for me in general. The Saturn is the only niche system that will possibly make a top 10. GameCube is not a fucking niche system, dude.
Right.
Like we're talking like Atari Jaguar, Sega Saturn, 32X,
Yeah,
you know,
3DO.
Just call it
like
Jaguar?
Jaguar. Mark McGuire. Jaguar.
Did he say Jaguar?
I've been talking a lot. Jaguar. 3DO, you know, ain't no fucking 3DO making our top list, my dude. Like, that shit ain't happening. No CDI bullshit.
Yeah,
like, that's not fucking happening. There has to be some sort of weird, you know, niche system in here that didn't sell a ton but was obviously big in other places.
Yeah.
Like, to me, like, the Saturn is the most brilliant, like, niche system of, like, okay, so do you, like, you know, how much do you like video games? Do you know about Saturn shit? And like, oh shit, you do. Like, goddamn.
I mean, which is funny because Saturn was Sega's most popular system in Japan. Their most successful, most popular system in Japan was
Just not
Saturn.
anywhere else.
Right, for them.
So what that meant, because of Japan's stranglehold on the video game market for so long, is that you ended up with a system. I call it the Atlantis of video game systems.
Yeah.
Where
You'll always find something.
It was a paradise, a treasure trove, a utopia of amazing fucking games that just vanished overnight because of Sega of Japan's ineptitude and trying to like fuck over the Sega of America side and all kinds of other reasons. But it just died. It just sank in America.
So chat,
sank underwater.
Somebody asked a great question. How is the Dreamcast not a niche system? A reminder, did sell better, I think, over time. In actually, did it sell better in Japan?
What?
The Saturn had such a big presence in Japan.
Yeah.
So again,
Saturn was
Dreamcast,
their most successful.
You cannot.
Dreamcast was
you cannot use sales because
No, the argument's already done, bro. So he's just saying, how is the Dreamcast not a niche system? So we're trying to explain that it's not exactly niche. It burned bright, right? This is the perfect example of a console that burned super bright for like 2 years.
2 years.
Like less than 2 years, dude.
Yeah.
And what it did was just like, holy fuck, like what it set up and what it did for like the industry in such a short period of time is fucking wild. The Dreamcast was also the #1 electronics launch of all time. Like in 1999 when that bitch came out, nothing was as big as the Dreamcast launch. No system launched with a bigger launch at all. And that was because of like Sega's efforts. Like Sega made 99 a fucking event. And it was. It didn't eventually pick up in other regions as much as they wanted because it did not have the American marketing that this did, but it was fucking huge. Like and guess what? It was cheap. It was mad cheap.
Yeah.
It was a $199 system. Yeah. It was so much cheaper than what a SNES was. Like it was the same comparable price of what was going on down here at the time, dude. It was crazy. Everything was so
adjusted.
affordable.
But that fucking controller, bro.
Oh yeah. I get. No, I think at the time I didn't mind it very much, but over time that shit fucking is balls. It's fucking balls. It's one of the worst controllers I've ever felt.
As soon as you look at it, you're like,
I will not glaze the system to the sun at every single way.
That controller fucking sucks, and it's hard.
And what was that gimmick where you put the little character in your system, and then it read like the little character had its
VMU.
Yeah, the VMU on your
It's a memory card, but the memory card has an LCD screen.
There's a memory card that you can like use.
And a D-pad and A and B buttons.
So I had
like
friends
raise it or something like that.
No. So let's just go over some Dreamcast stories in general.
Yeah.
High school, right? I'm in high school when this shit comes out.
Okay.
And other friends that have Dreamcasts when they came out around the same time, we would like do stuff in Power Stone or do stuff in other games, and there would be little mini games you can play.
Right.
So we would literally trade off the mini games.
Yeah,
with each other to be goofy ones. But we would also, I would have save data for like Soul Calibur because I was playing it more than anybody. And like, you unlocked what character? I'm like, I unlocked this rock guy. He's got an axe and shit. And like, that's cool. I would literally transfer my save data. He's like, give me your memory card, and he would take my save data and put it on his.
You could plug them together. Yeah, I remember some crazy like that.
So there was a lot of like cool shit going on outside of just the console at home. Not to mention, eventually we were all playing with each other online.
Wait, how did the memory card read each other? Because when you're like, you make them fuck each other.
The tops of it.
Check it out.
The tops had what? It had to have an electrical charge though, right?
Well,
like
they run on a battery, right? So they run on a battery.
So yeah.
They're just battery powered.
They're just dead now, right?
Battery.
Oh yeah,
they're dead as fuck now.
Yeah.
But they only get powered.
Make them fuck.
they can fuck.
Yeah, they can fuck each other.
So you literally just transferred the data from one to the other, and that was it.
What the shit? Yeah, that's weird, man. Yeah, they're
So that's just the memory card. Neat. I don't actually have any attachment to the VMU of the system, like personally. My biggest attachment to the Dreamcast is that arcade games, not compromised.
In fact, improved.
In fact, way better than the arcade.
So how did you charge them?
You didn't.
No, you didn't. They died eventually.
Oh, really?
Over time, they just died.
There's like, isn't there like a little mini battery?
Yeah,
Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
We can replace the batteries.
Okay, okay.
Like, there's no reason to have a portable VMU nowadays.
Yeah, I mean,
because they turn on when you turn it.
When you plug it into the controller and turn the system on, you can manage your memory with the system. Like it doesn't,
yeah, you didn't even need this.
Right, you didn't have to do it from that screen. You could just plug it into the controller and turn the system on.
Yeah.
So it's why nobody bothered replacing the batteries in their VMU.
Exactly.
They died because there's no.
Because they died like years later too, so they all made the noise beep. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like they lasted maybe as long as the system.
Yeah, like a year and a half, 2 years.
So.
Yeah, the VMU was a straight rip-off of the Pocket Station, which only came out in Japan.
Yep.
It was like, oh, it's the Pocket Station that we never got. Fuckers.
And yet, there were some of the games, like I think R4 and Final Fantasy VIII, still have the
functionality in the game.
And some of them were even translated because
Yep.
they thought it was coming out in America and it never did.
Yep. So yeah, like this shit gets as high as it does because it was like all the fighting games you love, all the arcade games you love, everything that had been the foundation of the industry. It was also the beginning of the death of arcades. Which is, you know, technically true. This was the first time you had a system that meant, like, I don't have to go plump quarters into a machine anymore. Like, I definitely spent way more than $50 on those games in the arcades, you know? The idea is that you could drop $500 on a game just to play it and get good at it was normal.
Yeah.
That was normalized through arcade gaming, right? $1 to play Crazy Taxi, dude. In 1999.
Yeah.
$1 to play House of the Dead.
No, and your favorite, the fucking
Initial D.
Initial D, yeah.
$1 to play Initial
Christ.
D.
That's why I never played.
That is what we had.
I was never gonna put.
That is what we had been living with for 20 years.
Max would go to $10 Tuesday to play Initial D.
$10. Where was that? Where was that?
On arcade, where you give them $10 for the arcade.
Well, I get all of it. Where?
Far away.
Oh, like Pomona.
Ooh.
Right.
Close,
way out there.
Way
You're
out
near the
there.
Back to the Future, like Puente Hills shit or something like that, dude.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, Initial D was on PS2. It was. Yeah, there was a
In
PS2
Japan.
of Stage 1, only in Japan, right? Only in Japan. So anyway, yes, like the Dreamcast was
I think you guys don't get this. Like I've seen this brought up a couple times. This was not a rich people only system.
No. The Dreamcast was for poor people.
The Dreamcast came out cheaper
than anything else
than
on this
the
list.
N64.
Yes.
After the N64.
The Dreamcast was like, in terms of when it came out, the time it did, it was the system for everybody. It was the system that everybody could afford.
It came out for $200. The N64 launched years before for $250. It was cheaper at launch than the N64 was.
PlayStation 2 was significantly more expensive because of the DVD player.
And they told you about it a year in advance, so they gave everyone a year heads up.
To be honest, also part of its eventual demise and potential glazing, but the most hackable system of all time.
Yeah, and then of course the price dropped fast too. Anyway, so
it went down to $150 quick.
I'm pretty sure I got it like $150 or less when I bought it. Probably less than $150.
To be honest, in his defense, I think that was the era. I don't think it was the system, but it was the era of people just hacking the shit.
Well, we actually had the ability to file share in some way.
Yeah.
Like the bear share shit and all that shit. You can actually go to a website and torrent things.
Well, I mean,
remember when torrenting was first introduced?
Well, the thing is, piracy didn't kill it.
It didn't help.
People would have to own the system for piracy to kill the gameplay. Like, there'd have to be way more systems out there and no games being bought for piracy to have any sort of effect.
If you had a CD drive, it was over.
The reality was, is that the Dreamcast was actually selling amazing in North America.
Yeah,
it was actually selling good. It was
all the way until
well.
its bitter end. It was doing okay. It was just that everywhere else it did not have the same market.
But Sega was basically bankrupt at that point, and there was and it wasn't taking off in Japan.
Yeah.
So Sega they just had to pull the plug because they just didn't have money. Period.
What the hell were Japanese people buying?
There is constantly a battle.
So remember this: the PS2 came out in February 2000.
in Japan.
Okay.
Or March, early March.
With
2000.
no games.
So, the same thing kind of happened there that happened here, where Sony just successfully lobbied people to wait. Just wait a year.
No, nothing
Just wait
counts
1
now,
year and
Chad.
the PS2
The argument's over. We didn't use any of the things we're talking about in our delegation and manipulation to get the things we want at the top. We had rules. So we're just arguing why the Dreamcast is glazed as fuck. We're just going over it and shit. But yeah, also I think there's a little bit of a hindsight thing happening when I talk about the Dreamcast. Still,
yeah.
How the fuck did the game still look so good, my dude?
Right.
How the fuck, Dreamcast games still look so good?
Yeah,
I
and
don't get
a lot
it.
of people are thinking oh, it killed Sega. Well, one, Sega's still around, and two, the Dreamcast was a Hail Mary because Sega was already dying.
Yeah, they were going.
They were already in deep shit.
The Saturn
before
really
the system
fucked
came
them
out.
up. Which also they were fucked by the Sega CD and also fucked by the 32X. It was just an accumulation of God damn it. We're big in one region but not the other, and then we're again big in one region again but not the other. It's fuck. We need to hit everywhere. And the only region of Sega that had a plan is because of Bernie fucking Stoller, right?
Yeah, he came in for the
Byrne?
launch, and then he left at the launch, and then Peter Moore took over and ran with it.
Or is it Peter Moore?
Well, Peter Moore is the
He's the guy that launched.
He's the golden child because he got the Dreamcast selling really good.
Yes.
And then he got the 360 selling really good.
Yeah, okay.
And then he went over to EA and got EA into the position there, and then he left.
Yes. So Peter Moore is the one that pretty much propagated the Dreamcast to be as big as it could be, and he was a big part of that. He also moved to Xbox after for the 360,
and he basically helped. He helped Sega crawl back and start outselling the competition for Dreamcast for the 2 years.
Yes, it's the same exact story that happened with the Genesis.
Yeah, and
the Genesis wasn't big anywhere else, but goddamn, it was fucking exploding in the West. And because their marketing was specifically targeting Americans.
Yeah, well, the thing was because Sega's president at the time hired Tom Kalinske to turn the Genesis around, and he did, and he pissed Japan off doing it really hard, which made Sega Japan really fucking resent America. And so Sega Japan fucked over the Saturn in North America and forced Tom Kalinske to quit.
Yeah,
because
Genesis
they were
was big.
Because they're oh, well, you're gonna do what we say, and you're gonna release the system when we say you're gonna release it. All that stuff. There's a lot of the story. So, but yeah, Sega is a company that always kind of acted against its own best interests forever.
How long did Peter Moore work at the company?
A couple of years, and then made the 360 what it was.
Did he work as long as Bend Over?
No,
he's really. He was the CEO for at least 7 years.
There was after that was Amanda Hugginkiss.
Oh, I never heard of her. I think
she was big. She pretty much launched the Xbox One.
I think you just made that up.
I think you
Amanda
should focus on the current CEO, Mike Crotch.
Oh,
so.
No, I think he made that up too because I know Bend Over. He was a really good. I know his birthday too.
No, that was superseded by Steve Zacunt.
Oh,
who launched the PlayStation TV.
Oh,
yeah, Steve Zacunt. He was.
I've never
revolutionary. Developer of the PlayStation TV.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm a big Steve Zacunt fan.
What the fuck?
A big one.
Do you know about the other CEO? His name is Max Dixon. Max Dixon, guys, you know about Max Dixon? I know about him. He was the CEO for at least 7 years.
I'm weak.
Did you guys know about him?
I'm weak.
Max Dixon, Chad. Do you guys know him? I know they've probably seen him before.
They've seen it before. You can look him up.
No, it's been there.
Are we gonna play some games here?
No.
No, fine.
Hell no.
Do you see my face? Why would I play a game when I'm that angry?
Face.
Look at my face.
Majesty says that's to draw his hair.
Why the hell would I play a game when I'm looking like that? I'll be angry. The fuck?
We gotta do the Floyd shit. The Floydian horse shit. Chat. Where the fuck the Floyd shit happens in MK1 to get there's a new Floyd stage.
I think you're talking about Floyd Mayweather. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about?
You got the Floyd stage, right?
I already beat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
So
beat
there's
him.
a new Floyd thing they added. A new secret Floyd thing is a tower that shows up every once in a while. And if you beat the tower, it's kind of hard. If you beat the tower, it has Floyd shit in the end.
Okay.
And there's a new stage. There's a new crazy.
There's a new stage?
There's a new stage.
New stage.
It's the 37th minute of every 4 hours. Oh, God.
How about I just get the opportunity to play Floyd? I want to play the character.
No, it's not happening.
Damn.
He's a goofball.
Damn, get right.
He's not designed to be playable. Well, the 37th minute of every 4th hour.
Well, fuck.
Really?
Has it been a Drink Top 10 yet? Sure has. It was the first one.
That was the first one we did, actually. Shenmue made it very high.
Did it?
Because it is the most influential game of all time.
Jesus Christ.
I don't care if I get to play a broken character. I'm probably gonna play him offline. So you just play the computer and you just get to. I just want to play the character.
Competitive integrity.
Fuck that. I want to do all the weird shit that he's doing.
Can we destroy the list? Is it time?
Yeah, I think you should. And
Greatest,
we should never.
the greatest console
And we should
wars.
never speak of it again.
That was the best console war I think
We
I've
should
ever seen.
Destroy the list
wars.
and only leave that face there and make sure we never speak of this again. You don't have the sock. You don't have the eraser.
I ain't got no sock.
You ain't got no eraser. You ain't got shit.
right there. That's right there.
And this is about to.
Steven, you did it again. Jesus Christ. Steven, you did it
You
again.
gotta put the butt back on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna dry out.
You
You don't find the butt.
put that in the trash.
You smacked it. You
Where
lost
the
the
fuck
butt.
is the butt?
You lost the butt. Find the butt,
I
Steve.
gotta fucking fuck the butt. Where is the
Fuck
butt?
the butt. All right.
I
Look, Steve, look, it's right there. It's right here.
Ah, god damn it. Holy shit.
What?
Simmons showed me his ass and I turned around and I found the butt.
I told you. I said it was right there.
Crazy. That's crazy how that
Holy
was.
shit.
That's crazy. Showed me his ass and I saw the butt.
Don't
All
worry,
right.
Chad. I'm getting rid of it, okay? I know you're all
Alright.
pissed off.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm getting rid of it, man.
Yeah.
Jesus, okay? It's going away.
The fuck?
It was only a temporary relapse. You'll wake up and you'll be fine, okay?
I think you should keep this list up forever.
Just sleep on it a little bit. Just sleep on it. Don't put any pressure. Just make sure you sit on your back when you go to sleep and you'll be fine,
Great.
okay? You'll wake up feeling peachy clean.
Great
All
top
the
10.
impurities will be gone. You'll be fine, dude. It's gonna be just fine.
Great top 10.
Not that bad. It's just that you lost.
All argument. I got out argued constantly for every single thing. It's amazing.
You needed to get Kenny on your side for the PSP.
I can't get
He was
Kenny
your
on his side.
greatest asset. for the PSP.
We are glazing games. Kenny's glazing you. Every single time I try to get him to say anything relatable to the stuff that makes fucking sense, he'd be like, no, I agree with Max. No, I agree with Simmons. No, I agree with that. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He'll just go along with whatever the fuck you guys are saying. So it doesn't matter anymore anyway.
Kenny has been a very reliable.
Oh, has he? Every fucking question we ask him, he goes, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. What do you want me to say? Oh, PS2? Sure, whatever. Fuck it. I'll just do whatever you guys say. I can't even argue anything anymore. Ask him a question. What? I don't know. It's so hard. Yeah, is it really that fucking hard to make a decision for yourself? You stupid, pompous piece of shit. Fucking make a decision. You know goddamn well you wanted PS2 to be on top. You said it multiple times. But then when they fucking started arguing it, you're like, yeah, I guess. Sure, you guys get so fucking shit, man. Make a choice. God damn it. Fuck.
I'm glad that Steve's not invested.
Yeah.
Or else he'd be really upset.
Yeah.
I'm glad that we don't have to worry about his mental well-being.
Yeah, that's what you
After
should
the
do.
top 10 console list.
Yeah, that's what you should do.
I'm very happy.
I'm happy to.
Pompous piece of shit. That's a good one. I'm gonna call him that. Kenny, you pompous piece of shit. He's like, oh, excuse me. Hi, Kenny.
I mean, I'm happy with this.
I'm pretty happy with it. I think it went accordingly.
I'm fine with this.
We were going for what's it called? We were going for optics. Is that what I said? We're going for optics. We were here to try to make everybody happy. It was a list that was going to try to aim for all demographics. To have a wide, broad appeal.
I mean, look, we had a system from 2017 and a system from 1985. So,
on our top 10.
You know, that's like what? Like 32 years?
32 years of perspective.
I brought up the Atari. That thing's like 50 years old or something.
Fuck me. That thing's as old as Thomas Jefferson. Holy shit. Chad, go to bed. You gotta get up and drink your Metamucil. All right, Chad, don't worry, it's over. I took care of it. I know you guys were scared. I know you guys were scared and hurt, but I'm here to be the protector in these dark times. All right. I'm here to be the protector of these dark times. Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Who in chat is old enough to have had an Atari 2600 and remembers being alive
No, here's
before the NES?
Here's how you do it. What was your favorite Atari 2600 game? That's how you know. What was your favorite Atari 2600 game? And how many people are going to respond? Because most people have no fucking clue what that system is. Most people have no clue. They can't just like lie and be like me. They have to say games, bro.
I'm seeing a lot of me's, so
Yeah, they have to say games.
some people.
And if you say ET, we know you're not being truthful.
Yeah.
You're just saying something you know. Grand Prix, Cubert, hey, Centipede, bro, Pong, okay. All right, there's quite a bit in there. There's an Arkanoid, wow, all right.
Doing a Pac-Man on Atari, I don't even believe you. That's a notoriously bad port.
All right, Rally X,
Okay.
wow.
Okay.
Joust, bro, that's a lot of goddamn
Kaboom.
Atari
Okay,
games.
that guy.
There's no way that many Atari games could be recollected by randos that quick without them being immediately in your consciousness, you know? We got people that are properly aged, is what I'm gonna say. We have definitely a unique taste audience that does not match.
Someone's like, I'm 40. Well, then you weren't around before the NES.
Properly aged.
We're talking people who are like 55 plus. We're talking old motherfuckers.
And so the sock lives on another day with another list, chat. And the end of the list. Shirt got too small. I need to sit down.
I'm eating nuts.
You're eating a constant myriad of nuts.
Nuts.
A constant concoction.
Uh-huh.
What do we play? We have three people.
SNES.
I'm down for SNES. I'm down to glaze SNES.
Yeah.
We spend the majority of our existence glazing the Dreamcast. You know, we don't need to go and fire up.
SNES or Saturn, I say.
We don't need to go and fire up Outrigger again. We don't need to do that right now.
No.
You know what I mean? We don't need to fire up Marvel 2. We've done that a billion times. I'm down to like glaze SNES a little bit and look around.
Yeah.
Right, Chad? I'm cool with that. Okay, on SNES, we always do that. We always do that.
Want to see me beat a Tiny Toon games from pure memory again?
Not again. You guys need to get as far as you possibly can in Chrono Trigger. Slight audio delay? Is that happening? Somebody mentioned it earlier.
Super Star Wars, fuck you.
We have a slight. Why do we have a slight audio delay, chat? Why? No. There's a lot of shit on Twitch where if you see audio delays, you have to refresh the player. No delay. If you're on YouTube, let me know. No delay. You tell us, dude. I can't hear myself. I can't hear like the opposite end. I'm sitting here doing shit.
Don't you hear
No
yourself
delay.
on my computer miles away? Alright, what are we doing?
Yeah, I'm down for Super Nintendo. I'm down to fire up whatever the fuck we feel like. All the games, did N64 make top 10?
Nope.
No. Fuck that system. Fuck that system. Did not even make top 10, dude. What the hell?
It has some of the best games of all time, but
But not like a ton.
the problem is again sort of like the ratio, you know, where it's
Yeah.
like here's like three of the most influential games ever. Here's a pretty good handful of some great games.
Exactly.
And then a sea of just sixes. A sea of 6 out of 10.
Damn. Nintendo Sea of 64.
I wasn't thinking that, but yes, I'll take it.
Damn. A Sea of Sixes
A sea of 66 to 4s.
is a really captivating way to talk about the N64 as library. The library, not the specific games, but the library. The majority, because you're not fucking wrong, dude. Here's a shitty ass
Sears
cruising.
Telegames, Jesus.
Here's a shitty ass cruising game. Here's a weird port of something. Here's some.
Yeah.
We're doing our best.
Apparently the cruising games got way better by the end on the N64, but that first one is...
It's ass, dude. I'm like, oh god. And that was the thing. It was like arcade ports that they've been promising for so long, and now they're not that good. It's like, oh, well, shit. All right, chat. Hold on a second. Let me get the get the glazing SNES going. Moonflare, thanks for the 10 dudes on YouTube. Appreciate it. Pull up some shit. Click some buttons. Okay, Chrono Trigger Plus. If y'all know how to patch, there's a Chrono Trigger Plus. Does it change shit in the game?
Yeah, what's that?
What is Chrono Trigger Plus? Explain, chat. What is Chrono Trigger Plus? Explain yourself. What is that? What is that? Extra colors? What?
What do we have in here?
Oh, in terms of, dude, we should definitely fire up DKC. We should definitely fire up Donkey Kong Country. I have to play through it again. I gotta play through it again.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm figuring out how
I
we
want to play
should
through it
do
again, man.
What's that?
I want to play through it again, too.
Yeah, we maybe should revisit that.
Bananas and Sex Returns.
Bananas and Sex Returns. You like guide me through it, and I try my best with a varied, fresh amount of knowledge.
I want to hear this. I hear nothing.
Nothing. I don't hear anything either. In fact, I hear really nothing. In fact, is this chaos?
Okay.
Never tell. No. Let's reset it. Boom, 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 boom. Retro Coach returns. Real ones, no. Down, 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 down. Why do you want HDMI? There it is. All right, hold on. Balance. Diddy's Conquest. Bold move, right? I'm gonna say a bold move in the part 2 to take out the main character.
Right?
A very bold, a Kojima bold move. You know what I mean? I think the music is the best part of this game.
It is.
I'm not even kidding. It's like, I think legit the best part. What was that?
I don't know.
Weird beep. Weird beep. Is this the MSU version?
Yeah.
That might be one.
I want to get to Jib Jig. I want to hear that song.
Jib Jib?
Jib Jig.
Prepare your ears for the eventual audio hell. Damn, dude, that background. Holy crap, that ocean.
Right?
That ocean would go on to inspire Sea of Thieves.
Pretty much.
Get back and give Steve his space. He needs space. Come on, lean back and give Steve his
Oh, we're
space.
playing the best console of all time here.
The SNES?
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
You think the SNES is the best console? Come on.
Yeah.
Steve, how...
I needed some tea because I lost my voice.
But like, there's a lot of different teas in there. You have like Steve. All right, Steve always does this.
I love it.
Steve is like, I ain't gonna get one thing. I'm gonna get a little bit of everything.
It's the best
I'm
way
gonna
to make
create a
tea.
new thing.
There are 3
Steve
tea
has
bags in
3 to 4 tea bags in there.
They're all different
And
logos.
they're all different tea bags.
One is for the stomach, the other one is for the throat, and then the other one is for flavor.
Gotcha. There are so many tea bags in that tea. Oh, the hostility is still on the table.
Yes, it is. We really went to SNES? Oh my god. Why not just play the Dreamcast, the greatest console of all
Because
time?
we have spent more time playing the Dreamcast over the past 10, 11, 12, 15, 17 years we've been doing
The
this.
greatest console in the world.
We have spent so much time playing the Dreamcast, bro, that... Come on. We're about to get a collection of games that are literally just a fuckload of Dreamcast games. With Capcom Fighting Collection 2.
When is that coming out again?
Soon, like a month.
A month.
Like a month.
A month, okay. We're in the middle of this month, so I guess. That is the collection for us, you know? Like, that's kind of crazy how that worked out.
If you ignore
we did.
how much does the Dreamcast like go up or down, if you ignore PSO, it has a significant impact. Personally speaking, it has a significant impact. Like, it's a big deal. Like, first online, like, it's hard to describe. It's like, who gives a fuck about EverQuest nowadays?
Damn.
Like, who gives a fuck about EverQuest? But
Fuck
like,
you, EverQuest.
for what the hell EverQuest was, you know, that is completely circumstantial whether or not you like lived during it to know if it was a big deal, if it like did something. Chat does. I know a lot of people in the chat do, for sure. EverQuest is like the foundation of like many MMO online games and all of that shit, right? Asheron's Call, you know, Dark something. I can't remember.
Dark Age of Camelot.
Dark Age of Camelot, Daok. People were playing that shit. FF11, World of Warcraft a little bit later. You know, like, that RuneScape. Like, there's so many. God, PSO is up there with them. So it's, and the thing is, PSO did it without needing a PC. And it had an easy way of communicating with each other. Like, fuck, bro. The Ultima's a bit different, I think. Still in terms of like an online game, you know. PSO, by consideration of it at the time, was an MMO, right? It wasn't a fully as featured MMO as most, but you know.
They're gonna do top 10 RPG? No! Let me do a top 10 RPG! Ouch.
Yeah, the problem with that is that, like, my opinions are really specific. And
Oh, you mean like bias?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
That is literally the point. That is literally the point. But, you know, and my expertise only goes to a certain point of the generation. I pretty much stop at the PS1.
You pretty much start and stop at the PS1.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, for me. Oh, yeah.
Fucking hell. X1's fucking Chrono Trigger playthrough.
Yeah!
Man,
Yeah, soon, yeah.
Dude.
Bro,
yeah.
chill. This man announced it 10 years ago.
It's still Christmas.
Ah, Christmas.
It's still, I haven't seen you wear the hat.
Oh,
I haven't seen you wear the hat
that's what I
again
need to
yet.
wear to get you to play.
I have not seen you be inspired enough.
Ah, that's what it is. Okay,
Right,
I need
that's
to wear
what
the
I'm
fucking
saying.
hat. You know, it's not a hat, right? Like, it's like a beanie. Like, it's gotta be like a beanie. It's like
Yeah.
a fucking...
But I gotta see your love for Chrono Trigger
Ah, okay.
reach to the surface.
What if I told you I had more of a love for SpongeBob or Sideshow Bob than Chrono Trigger? Would that? Because I think it's a Sideshow.
We already
Bob.
know you don't like The Simpsons very much, Steve.
That what? I love them. And Sideshow Bob, this is great. It's fucking odd. I love wearing that. You know, I wear it like all the time.
I don't think you do.
Nah,
I don't see you wearing it on stream, so it never happens.
Nah, I don't need to show off what I wear daily.
Darker?
Yeah, the sun's setting.
Wow, it is. That's fucking cool.
What year is this?
95.
Jeez.
Super Nintendo. The sun is setting, Chad. The entire background is changing color. That is crazy.
How long does she have this for?
Wow.
There we go.
Wow, that's really cool.
Mountain Dew green. That's what the sunset looked like.
Oh my god, I miss music on this level. Lockjaw Saga.
Oh, you missed a... Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's crazy how 3D that water looks. That's actually nuts. Rare was on some shit, bro. There's a bunch of 20-year-old British kids and they're like smoking the goodest shit you have ever. Like, I don't get it. How did they cook so hard?
Jesus. Rare was kind of like an indie dev too. They weren't really like a
They were small.
Yeah,
there was not
like
a lot of people there.
Fucking,
Nintendo era Rare is not a big team. It's like just a handful of like 20-year-old dudes, you know?
To be honest, this style kind of reminds me of the RE engine, where like they just find a unique way to make you know, graphics or characters and stuff, and they just roll with it in almost everything that they make after this, you know. Because you know when a Rare game comes up, like when you see the fucking characters and the animation.
But yeah, because they're all designed by like Kevin Bayless, so it's like, oh yeah,
that's
the style is very specific.
It's like, oh, that's a Rare game.
Jesus, this music, dude. So, Chad, we can definitely talk about it now because it's been what? It's been 11 years? Me and Simmons had a wonderful opportunity a long while back, right? And when KI was coming out and moving into season, was it before it was even out? Is that when Robin was down here? He was down here for something else, but it was also KI related.
It was E3.
It was E3. Around E3 2013, 2014, Killer Instinct's like becoming a thing. It's a thing again. People are excited, like yada, yada, yada. And to like celebrate the old KI music coming back, which it was re-released again, and KI coming back and new stuff. Around the time Robin Beeland, who co-made all the music for Killer Instinct and a lot of old Rare games and stuff, right? Is here, and we went to lunch with him, and we got to like talk. He was at the foundation of all these games, right? Like literally there on the creative foundation of all these things being made, doing the craziest shit of just making the beeps and boops come out of the SNES hardware and the N64 and all this shit, right? And KI. So he was pretty much the one that made the what's it called? The track list, the CD version of the Killer Instinct music that came out on the Killer Cut CD. We had lunch with this
Crash.
Well, he's not supposed to be there.
Oh, really? That's why the sign said no sharks.
Yeah.
I would have seen what happened if he just kept going.
So we had a lunch with him and just hung out with a whole bunch and just got to sort of like talk with him about like all the stuff that happened in the SNES era and the Genesis era, that of which we won't divulge any specifics, but we just had like a really cool chat with the guy because of us big fans. We like grew up with this stuff and we're all industry adjacent now. And he's just the nicest dude, like the most normal, like just this normal like ginger guy from this other complete different side of the planet, you know. And he's just it was such a heartwarming thing that these were just kids when they were doing this shit. Like they were just kids when they made all these games and shit. It's crazy.
That's why I think about the MK team.
Yeah, like the OG MK team. They were just kids, dude. They were just trying shit.
Just figuring stuff out, trying to figure out what they can get away with.
And all of a sudden they made what is like effectively a giant global phenomenon that is hugely life-changing for so many people. Like it's a developer's dream. It's inspiring is what it is. It was really cool.
I say the same thing for, you know, the developers of like, you know, things like Among Us or, you know, Lethal Company and stuff. Like they make these games, nobody notices it for years, and then all of a sudden it fucking explodes, and people see all the work and the passion that they put into these projects. Now it's a little different for, you know, Mortal Kombat and, you know, and like, you know, indie guys like, you know, Rare, when they come up with the stuff and it immediately takes off. But to have your project just sit for so long and then all of a sudden people really start to see what it does, yeah. It's got to be a dream come true for a lot of them because they lose hope. But, you know, lo and behold, some random streamer decides hey, I was going to try this game this way, and then all of a sudden people start playing it like crazy. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, MK team was like 3 dudes. A Van Damme team was like, NBA Jam was like, 6 to 8 people.
Yeah.
That, what's the company that
take over the arcade. All ex-Midway people. They have a big NBA Jam game now. Yeah, I forget what it's called.
Oh yeah, there's a new one coming out from like
Superstar.
Raw Thrills or some shit.
Yeah, Raw Thrills. Yeah, they have an NBA Jam game. It's like a big, giant, 4-player, massive cabinet.
So are you telling me it's going to be full of all the modern NBA superstars?
It is. It's out.
Wait,
There's an
Is it a
NBA Jam
cabinet, though?
arcade game.
Yeah, it's not called NBA Jam because it's licensing.
Right,
Yeah, but it is NBA Jam. It's got Boom Shakalaka. And all
Yeah,
that.
it's like the 3v3. And it's like the big heads, like the weird little bodies.
I was gonna say, they made the game for a cabinet for like arcade
for Dave and Buster's and shit.
Yeah.
It's the Dave and Buster's arcade, guys. The Lost
I think
World
I've
game.
seen it. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I don't remember the game. It's like NBA like Superstars or something.
Yeah. They got like the what comes on there. The magic number is always
This
3.
music sounds so
You
much
played it at D&B. It's all right.
Yeah.
Cool. You know.
Yeah, I remember I was streaming and IRL streaming, and I came across it and I saw some guys playing it like a while ago, but I didn't understand what I was looking at because I figured, oh, it looks like it would be nice if they made it to console for sure.
Yeah, the only time they made a console game was when they put Cruisin' on the Switch.
Cruisin' USA.
Yeah.
The new Cruising.
IRL streams every once in a while.
Bro, this game feels very epic, right?
Oh yeah.
Like Donkey Kong, I don't feel like felt epic.
Yeah.
This game feels like musically, because of the music, it feels epic, and like the scale of the backgrounds and shit feels epic.
If this game was so successful, Simmons, how come they didn't make it anymore?
They didn't make it. What are you talking about?
On like what, the newer consoles?
No, they made a third one.
Right.
Made Donkey Kong Country 3, and then the system was done.
Oh.
It was 96 when DKC 3 came out.
And then it came back.
There's a trilogy. It's a trilogy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a trilogy. It came back in Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Well, yeah, but then
Tropical
there's Donkey
Freeze.
Kong 64 on 64.
Nah,
too.
fuck that.
Damn.
So, also a 3D Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I know you're excited for the new one coming on Switch.
Yeah, I
Two,
wasn't sure
Switch
at
2.
first, but like I've warmed up to it a lot.
It honestly looks like pure joy, the video game.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched gameplay yet, it's crazy.
I don't see anything.
Beaver didn't see anything for Switch 2, remember?
You gotta show him.
It's a Switch 2, Simmons. Is gonna make your top 10.
What?
Switch 2.
Games?
Yeah, it's consoles.
Well, I'll find out in 10 years.
Damn. So it's gonna be grayed out by that time.
Grib, thank you. Damn, Steve was going hard for Sony tonight. You're going hard.
It's almost like they made nothing but banger consoles every single generation.
But like the PS3 saving kids and shit.
I mean, it literally was like that. Was you just hate kids? Max,
But
you
they
just
wanted
can't
you
be
to
that
be.
gullible.
you want
Cannot be that gullible.
You hated kids.
I refuse to let you be that gullible.
I am angry that the fact that you guys argued the fact that it was below fucking 360 when 360 wasn't the winning console of that generation.
Oh, because that's a sales
Here's
thing,
the
bro.
thing.
And I understand the sales thing. Okay, I get that.
But it was
the
in the
people
time that mattered.
And the time for
Sure.
the majority
But
of
the-
those consoles' existence, the
people-
360 sold better.
The people realized at the end of the console that, hey, this was the better system. They were falling for the marketing, which is the thing that you fell for the Genesis Simmons.
I'm not
You fell for marketing.
I'm not really sure that really actually applies. It was more just like the PS3 got so cheap because they had the Super Slim, which was a slide door version of the PS3. And it was so much cheaper because so much stuff had been gutted at that point. And people were like, you know what?
Did they even play PS1 games?
No, I don't even know if it did that.
I wonder.
I don't actually know if
It played two PS2 games, and I don't think it went back like PS1 because PS1 games already had like a fucking issue
Yeah.
with the original PS3 console.
balls.
I would
It
say
did not. Wow. Or
Yeah.
it did. It did not. It did. It did not.
Oh damn!
It did.
Because it was all emulation based anyways. But like, yeah, it was just people just got the PS3 because there's a couple things. Is like one, like
Microsoft was so super hard all in on Kinect at that point, and they were already kind of done with the 360.
This is when Microsoft was going in the wrong direction.
And so Sony was like still trying hard to sell PS3, and there was a bunch of PS3 games that built up, and so suddenly the system gets really cheap. And gotta remember also too, 360 never takes off in Japan. So the 360 outselling.
360 is like specifically a Western console alone.
Specifically outselling the PS3 for the majority of its life, with an entire region just completely ignoring it, is even more impressive.
Japan didn't give a fuck about Xbox.
What Western console does good in Japan?
None.
Thank you.
They never have.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. That was the leg up the Xbox had, is that the Xbox 360 was so big in every other region outside of like Japan, which is normally accounting for a lot of sales.
Yeah.
It still was beating PlayStation.
Yeah.
It still was winning.
And really, it's more of like people started finally being able to afford a PS3 in Japan.
Because PS3 was very expensive.
It was very expensive, and people weren't hopping on, even in Japan, for the PS3. So when they finally had like a tiny version of the console for much cheaper, that's when people started buying PS3s.
That bitch was like $500 for like the cheap version at the start.
The two port one.
Yes.
As a port, as opposed to
it was very expensive.
It was the Blu-ray, dude.
It was the beginning of arrogant Sony.
It was the Blu-ray, dude. And again, they didn't have much of a choice when they dedicated themselves to getting that fucking.
I don't know, man. The Blu-ray player is just another laser disc.
Right, but
like disc with a laser.
I mean, if you look at the history of the system, like
that was the reason why it was so expensive.
Lowering the price and dropping stuff. It was everything. It's because they put too much crap on it.
Right, it wasn't, and that's the beauty of the system, is that it wasn't just a video game system. It was an everything system, and that was the beginning of why PlayStation 2 was so good. Is because that's when they started doing it. That's when they said, you know, it should be a video player. It should also be a memory card. They were putting.
Sony started the multimedia machine.
It was exactly. It was an entertainment system. It wasn't just a video game system. And I remember talking to Kenny about this like years ago, and Kenny was like, "Oh, well, I don't want my video game system to wash my car and do my dishes and all that shit like that. I just want to play video games."
And to be honest,
I get what he's saying, but at the same time, to get something that was all rolled in one, it was a cheaper version of a version of a Blu-ray player. Blu-ray players.
Oh, it was 100% the cheapest Blu-ray player.
Blu-ray player. Blu-ray players by themselves were more expensive.
The problem is that even though you had like a Blu-ray player, most people didn't even have HD fucking.
No, they didn't have the stuff like that.
So you being able to even enjoy it, like I'm getting the 1080p experience type of thing. It doesn't matter. You're looking at it on a CRT, my dude.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
That was the beginning of people getting the high quality TVs to match the fucking DVDs that were able to.
Yeah, right around that time frame, around the Xbox 360, like 2006 to 2007 ish. I get my first HD TV. It's a 720p RCA.
Motherfucker, I remember going to your fucking
and you being
house.
mind blown.
Well, not just mind blown, but fucking confused. It was JJ was on the bed, and you had this giant fucking screen TV that covered your whole fucking room. You could barely move in that.
That wasn't my TV.
It was that.
That was somebody else. You're thinking of somebody else.
No.
My TV was kind of small. My TV was like 27 inches.
It was small for you at the time, motherfucker. I'd never seen a fucking TV that large before.
It wasn't that big.
Dude,
it was like 32 inches.
It covered your fucking your fucking.
It was literally that big.
Bro, no. You were playing Call of Duty on that bitch.
Yeah.
That shit was wide as fuck, man.
Well, it did have big speakers on the side.
Maybe
it was wider.
I remember seeing that shit. I was like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, it covered your room. You had no space and shit, dude. It was fucking gigantic. But you could see the pixels in that bitch, and it was the highest quality of the time and shit like that. And you were such a fucking, quality nerd at the time, even today. Like, you were fucking.
I had a giant TV chat. I'm 27.
Yeah,
what
dude.
the fuck are you talking? I had a giant TV when I was a kid compared to Dreamcast was a rich kid console. My dude.
No.
I'm talking the difference between 16 and 27.
Bro, I could tell you spent everything you had, like all of your fucking GameStop money.
Sold my Final Fantasy 11 character that I had been playing for 3 to 4 years to buy that TV.
That's right. You were like one of those guys that like built characters to sell off.
No. My own personal one.
Oh.
Just to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Life changed shit. So I sold my character.
And how much was he worth?
I gave him $700.
$700 for a character. I wonder what that.
They had to switch servers. They had to do all this stuff, but eventually I just had to like say goodbye to everybody. You know, I got it back. I eventually got it back. But
how did you get it back? What the fuck?
A process. A process.
Okay. Did you just make a new character?
Yeah. No. I legit got help to get it back.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, I didn't scam anybody. I legit.
Yeah, I know. I get you.
I bought it back.
Oh, you bought it back?
Yes,
Did
I
you buy
bought
it back from the same guy?
No, I didn't. I found out where it eventually went, and they were selling it again.
Holy shit! So they were passing your
It
character
had been passed around several times.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, that is just the way. That was a thing that existed, my dude. Like that was just a thing that was around all over the time in that MMO era. People sold characters all the time.
Damn.
If you were done with the game, then you had like a valuable ass character. That was like normal.
Motherfucker. Yeah, you horn your character.
No, it wasn't. No, it was just. It's like selling a car. You sold your car.
Yeah.
And like, oh, I can afford my car again. I'll go get it.
I was gonna say that the guy who bought your character
That still happens. That's crazy.
He probably sold it for more.
How much was my TV? My TV was like $699. You know, TV was about $699, and it was like a cheap 32-inch ish RCA, and I had it for a long time. It had very little input delay, which was also wonderful about it. But yeah, I played like Call of Duty 4 on it. It was a 720p,
Holy
60 hertz TV.
Holy fuck! You said RCA. What the?
RCA before they went out of business.
Yeah, I was gonna like, man, I haven't heard that name in fucking years.
Oh yeah.
RCA. What the shit?
Yeah, stereo sound. It did. It had speakers on the side, like actual big speakers on the side. I had that TV for a very long time, dude. And I kept it because it didn't have any. It was before HD TV, so it was a. It was an HD TV, it was an HD LCD, so it wasn't plasma. Plasma TVs had a lot of problems. They had a lot of input delay and shit, a lot of burn-in.
Early plasma.
My TV had no bells and whistles. Like, it wasn't a 1080i, which had more input delay generally. And this was when I learned input delay is even a thing, because we didn't know this, dude.
Yeah.
As soon as we got HD TVs, we're like, wow, why does the game feel like shit?
For the longest time, I didn't even know the difference between 1080i and 1080p. I just played the fucking game on it, and it seemed fine to me, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, oh. Okay.
So to me, like, all the other TVs that I was playing on that were HD TVs, the games just felt like ass. And I was like, oh man, this feels really bad.
Yeah.
So I kept that TV for a long time because of like competitive fighting games and all of that shit. They just felt the best. Now TVs are dirt cheap, but you know, at the time, I pretty much bought my first HD TV with selling my, you know, legacy FF11 character.
I don't know, man. I went to fucking Best Buy the other day, and the TV was like $1,200 and shit like that. I was like, Jesus, man.
How big is it?
It was like this. It was like this.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking big.
Yeah. I was like, God damn.
And you can get a TV of this size with just less bells and whistles for like $300.
Yeah, I guess.
Like even bigger.
Look, the thing
Won't
is,
be OLED.
It won't be an OLED.
Yeah,
It'll be good. It'll be like a QLED or some shit like that. It'll look good.
not the QLED.
Not the QLED.
It's fine. QLED's great.
He's just saying that.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what it fucking means.
You convinced me to get a QLED.
I did, yeah, because it's fine. It looks good.
I love how Simmons doesn't get some.
Not the
Oh fuck!
Oh no!
Now he's dead.
Yeah. My thing is that why wouldn't you get a smart TV? Like, just get a smart TV so that it can have all the fucking different channels that you can switch to, and not just channels, but you can switch to like all the HDMI.
All TVs now will have smart TVs.
The thing is that, like, I went to Best Buy and they're like, no, these are the
T2, thank you.
The monitors. And the monitors had like all the smart TV fucking options, and you go smart TV, and it was like, yeah, but you can't, you know, plug it into your PC the way that you can with the fucking monitor. So you have to make a choice on whether or not if you wanted to use a smart TV to do gaming, or to just do the fucking monitor to do
you're not wrong.
like that.
That choice still kind of exists.
Yeah, I was like, fuck, man, why can't you just do it
monitors
all in
can be
one?
so expensive.
Yeah, right. And I was like,
Just use like granddad shopping for an iPhone and Boondocks.
shit. Like, just why do I have to make a choice of that shit? Like, it's so fucking frustrating. I don't want ads on my TV. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to get around that nowadays, bro.
Yeah. That's
You pretty much need a monitor.
Yeah. Because the smart TVs, they do have ads. Like, you see the
absolutely
interface. Yeah,
do.
the interface, and it comes with ads.
If I press one button, you'll see an ad.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, man. Yeah, I get it. Search smart monitor for Samsung. I mean, yeah, they got better fucking monitors out there that.
And you can add TV to it. It's just HDMI cables, dude. Like, you can just add a cable box to it. That's all you gotta do.
What's the thing that was missing with monitors? I think sometimes they don't even have. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They don't have fucking speakers. Why don't fucking monitors come with speakers? Why do you always have to get a fucking monitor?
Why you get it cheaper. That's why they're cheaper. Dude.
That's fucking whack.
It's a whole part of technology they don't even need to put in there.
Why? I would love to fucking have a
Okay, but then you're gonna pay more.
Because they all sound like shit.
You're gonna pay more.
To actually make it not sound like shit, it will add significant in price to make the speakers good and to make them fit. Damn. Is that because of the MSU or is it the way game works?
Could be.
Oh, why it just stops
No,
like
the
that?
game doesn't work like that normally.
Okay.
That's probably an audio file loading thing. Box shaft.
Back in my day, the computer had the speakers in it.
All right? Like, what the fuck?
Back in my day.
Damn, rapscallions.
So yeah, your stream looks way better at 720, dude. Way better. Do you have any
yeah.
issues? Have you had any issues since then?
No, but that's the thing, is that's how I started. And then, I switched to 1080p because,
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, your editor doesn't know that you have no bitrate to use.
Right.
You have no extra upload.
Yeah, and I was
So
like,
you're
fuck.
doing the best with what you have.
Yeah.
The 1080p streams were rough looking.
And it's crazy because for some reason that wasn't an issue for so long, and then recently it started getting really bad, and they were like, yeah, it's looking terrible. And it was during the era of the new season of Tekken, and then all of a sudden it just started looking bad, and everyone was like, yeah, I didn't know what to tell you. So I had to go back to 720. I was like, fuck, man. So I'm just regressing again. I was like, I want to upgrade. I want to fucking do better.
The problem is you're going to upgrade and they're only going to give you more download, and that's not what you need.
No,
you need
exactly.
More upload. Spectrum will not give you more upload.
Spectrum is obsessed with, yes, they want download, we're going to give them download. That's what you want, right? Download.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't want that.
The other issue is that your upload is not always going to be what they say it is.
Yeah.
It'll fluctuate constantly, and then it'll give it to sometimes.
It speeds up to, not speeds at.
Yes.
Oh.
It's not speeds at 20 Mbps upload. It speeds up to 20. So it can be like 4 or 1.
Yeah.
Randomly.
Fuck that.
That they had to put that in there because everybody fucking bitched like I did during COVID, where it's like, dude, I'm paying for 10 upload. Why the hell am I not getting it?
Yeah. The problem is my infrastructure. We have copper fucking infrastructure when it comes to.
Dude, copper can do fiber speeds.
Yeah,
Copper can do gigabyte up, gigabyte down.
But I'm sharing with everybody else in the neighborhood.
The problem is that they won't upgrade the infrastructure to accommodate it.
Accommodate that, and that's the problem. Is that it's not
Copper
even.
can be ridiculously fucking fast.
Yeah, but when you're sharing, oh, good luck. Because everybody's taking off that same copper.
Yeah, the node.
And it's funny because they say, oh, well, you're getting crazy download speed and upload speed, but that's because that speed that you're talking about is being shared. You're not saying that part.
Yeah.
So they're advertising the upload and download speed.
They're not advertising what you are going to
What
get.
you're getting,
could
exactly.
get. This
Yeah.
is what you could get if nobody else was
Using it at the exact same time.
Nobody else on your node is home.
So it's a nice little bait and switch advertising.
It's complete monopoly horseshit. You have no other options.
No other options. Get
Just
wrecked.
eat our ass and take our bad internet.
And trust me, I've been going. I went to AT&T. I went to fucking Verizon.
They're not available.
And they're like, yeah, we can't do that in your area, and you'd have to go somewhere else.
That'd be how I do.
And I'm like, why? That's like, it's like just why?
They pretty much have a zip code monopoly. That's all it is. Like they have a monopoly on
They
that
all
zip code.
agreed. Like
and they all agreed. AT&T gets this area, we get this area.
Yeah.
we get everybody here.
They agreed back in the 90s.
They agreed back in the 90s,
Summer
man.
of Love, look it up.
Summer of Love, is that what they called it?
Yep, they called the Summer of Love, where they all agreed to distribute the entire country, split up the map of it.
Where they just own this site. There won't be any competition. You just take it.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that's not a thing in other countries. Like
No, in other countries it's against the law.
Yeah.
In ours, it is business.
It's fucking crazy. Oh my god! We put up, and we can't do anything about it. We can. There's no lobbying. Not lobbying. There's no legislation.
That's how it got.
There's no voting for it. You know,
bribery and lobbying is how it got this place.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying that we can't vote against it because there's no. It's not on the ballots.
Yeah, that is sometimes, but they usually like hide it in some weird
some
thing
fucking shit like
that you know you'll vote. But you don't want kids to starve. Like, that's what they'll do. You want better internet, but you don't want kids to starve, right? Like, yeah, that's how they get what they want.
That argument only works when I say it. Because Max hates kids. The fuck is this boss, bro?
It's is there a guy underneath there? Is that where?
Yeah, is a
Yo,
lava
Moon,
monster?
thank you for the 20 dudes. Appreciate
Ooh,
it.
he went in. It's a lava monster, or is it a sword monster?
Sword. It's a cursed sword.
Ah, okay. Think of the children. Fuck.
See, what's the best game on SNES that isn't Chrono Trigger? Go. Feel. Think.
Best game
Just feel it
on
out.
SNES that isn't
Feel
Chrono
it out.
Trigger. Oh, Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, so not Street Fighter 2. That's
Street Fighter 2, Hyper.
Nah, it's just Street Fighter 2. Come on. That's easy.
What are you talking about? This
Think of something real good. Super Metroid?
Oh, let me see the chat. Mario, nah. Mega Man X?
Hey, pretty fucking good, bro.
Mega Man X2. X2, though.
You like X2 more than X?
X2, definitely.
I want to see you play X2.
Okay, X2.
I want you to. I just want to see you try it. You don't need to beat it or anything. I just want to see it. I want to see X2. X2 I've always been intimidated by because it's like one of the harder Mega Man X games.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's fucking tough. We beat it. No, we did, but it's fucking tough. It's kind of like, god damn, this shit's tough.
I loved it because they gave you the Hadouken, or not the Hadouken, they gave you the Shoryuken there.
Yeah.
And the story was fucking got ramped up in part 2. I fucking love that shit.
X2 is kind of a black sheep. I thought that was X3. I thought X3 is the black sheep.
No,
of
I
like
think
the
it's
X.
2. 2 is the one that people usually complain about.
I think it's
Because
just
3 lets you play as 0.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true. Sorta.
Sorta.
Like he's like a guest.
Yeah.
So did 2. 2 like gave you like a fucking option to like pick him in a sort of way. It was kind of weird. Final fight. 0. He was terrible in 3. Holy shit. 0 was bad. Like he was like and
They made up for it in the next game.
And then I think they had like a black version of the black suit 0 as well, which was
That's X4, I think.
was it? No, because he was like way worse, like with the black suit 0, right, Chad?
Yeah. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saving my Link to the Past playthrough, chat. I've never played it. I've never even touched it. I don't think I've ever touched it. I think I've seen someone play a little bit of it, but that's about Link to the Past.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saving my Link to the Past playthrough for some time.
Oh, it's X4. Okay, black suit 0 is X4.
Yeah, I thought so.
Did you
Ready to hear some Philly Collins chat? Philly Collins?
Did you play Ocarina of Time?
Ocarina?
Ocarina.
Yeah, I played with Simmons.
Did you beat it?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I played with him like way back in the day.
Yeah, Black Suit 0. Yeah. This one was fucking solid. So yeah, this was X4. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember him being awful in the game. I mean, if you think Zero's a cool design and like a fun character, definitely should have played the GBA series of the Zero Saga.
Who's got these, chat? I collected them for like a little while. I collected these for like a little while. The arts type of thing. Think about X figures.
This man said, "I'll get all the colors."
I just collected them. Like I go to like Comic-Con and like locate them and find them. They're just collecting dust now. Here's the USA exclusive. I bartered a guy down. This was $86.99 in like 2014. I got him down to like $60.
Shit.
I think this might be worth something. So they're cool. And then Steve's holding.
I did that with the collection of Street Fighter V. This guy was selling it for $150, and I only had $100 on me. And it was the
They didn't want that cash.
It was the end of the fucking it was the last day for the convention.
Yeah.
So I was like, bro, I only got 100. Can you like help me out here? It was like, no, just take. I'll take it.
Yo, Aris, thank you. Love what you do. Live in Switzerland. Growing up, I never heard of Saturn, Genesis, or Dreamcast until I started watching you guys. Much love. Hey!
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Hey.
Not saying you have to like them. We're just saying, you know.
You have to love them.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Just like it.
Just like it. Come on. Just love it like I do.
Motherfucker.
Dude, you're like surrounded by enemies that are just chasing. That guy's
sorry,
unkillable?
Chad. Wrong screen, wrong screen. My bad. Chad was looking at the wrong screen. I'm sorry. Sorry, Chad. Please. A poster over here. I don't know what it is. I got a mystery ass poster. I don't know what the fuck this is, dude.
What the hell?
I got it a while ago, and it's like so much shit happened. Sometimes I don't get the chance to like open something up because all this stuff happens. But oh, I think this is the Rebirth poster.
What's in the box?
It's a Japanese Rebirth poster.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Oh, it's really hard to tell. Yo, Ketsuben, thank you.
When do we get a new Mega Man? Good luck.
Bro.
Fuck! I did it
Good
again.
It'll
luck.
happen eventually.
Is it playing? Is that actually playing the right song here, Chad, or is this forced interlude? No.
Bomb balloons, thank you. To me, this is how the SNES sounded. It's hard to imagine it not sounding this way, you know? When you have to like go back and realize what it actually sounded like, it's like, oh Jesus Christ.
Oh. I wonder what their soundboard looked like.
So the NES used samples. It was a sample-based system, sound chip.
It was still MIDI.
Right. Well, it was just you would compress the shit out of them.
Yeah.
And so, for fun fact, the person who designed the sound chip in the Super NES is Ken Kutaragi, Crazy Ken, the guy who created the cell processor for PS3. And that basically got him demoted out of designing PlayStation architecture after that.
What the fuck? Was it that bad?
It cost them over $1 billion, and it made them basically no money.
That sounds like a marketing problem. God damn. This shit on that one guy was like, oh, well, you designed this wrong, dude. Did he make the thing that you wanted? Okay, well.
He was under the impression that the cell processor was going to be like a massive thing used in all kinds of Sony products.
Yeah.
It was not.
Just a little too ambitious there, buddy.
Crazy Ken. He designed a lot of the PS1 architecture, PS2 as well, motion engine.
Yeah.
All that shit.
Keep pounding. I know about Corrupt. I've been following that guy for years. He's been working on that game for quite some time. I can't wait for it to come out.
recently had some big push or something. Like
Yep. He just released a fucking video of like a long-standing gameplay. I was gonna retweet it and I completely forgot to, but yeah, no. Trust me, that guy's work is absolutely outstanding. He's been at it for like 7+ years with a small team. And Capcom's like, knock yourself out, bro. Keep going.
No, Capcom doesn't really jump into mods.
As long as you don't sell it.
As you don't like fucking try to sell it.
Yeah, they're like
on Mega Man, and then just have.
You already put tits on Zero.
Relax, Simmons.
And as long as you don't really do some really egregious shit, they're just kind of like, yeah, okay,
go for it, buddy.
Okay, just go with it.
But I think Mega Man X is an extremely underutilized series.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much potential there, and then Capcom's just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I saw?
Let's make another card game for Mega Man. Okay.
The thing where I saw Mega Man get its most resurgence ever was after Smash 4. I had like kids like interested in Mega Man.
That's
That,
dope.
like the work, but I don't even think that's happening anymore.
Yeah, I ain't give a shit.
I think Capcom just let it languish too long.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh wow!
I have that. Isn't that the one I gave you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is before you got rid of them all. You kept the good ones. I wanted to keep them.
I still got a few.
Damn, bro.
The only game too big to fit on a single cartridge.
Damn, bro.
I still got a few.
Bringing you back, Chad. I'm gonna bring you back to the ass.
I don't know. Why did you like that one though?
There's the cover.
This is the cover. Okay.
Pretty.
Gotcha.
Pretty. Shaq Fu, Enforcer of Justice.
There you go.
Damn, dude. In search of the next level, 16 bits is not enough. The story.
The 32-bit.
The making of Donkey Kong Country. Right. The nice part is that the majority of these magazines have been like scanned. You know?
Yeah. Some people you see it online.
For free, go to websites that have just like archived the fuck out of them. You just don't have the physical pages and paper.
So I found out like the people running that magazine were on a lot of drugs.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it explains why like some of the colors and then the articles and the way they would like place in words like stuff was so bizarre.
Is that the one with like the TV guy was the mascot? The TV.
That was EGM.
That's EGM. Okay, it was like a guy, like a buff dude with a TV head.
Yeah.
And yeah, he was like the mascot. I know each magazine had their own little fucking like
Isms.
niche thing. Yeah, ism niche. Yeah.
Remember the bonsai guy from PSM?
Sushi X.
Is that Sushi X was the EGM or Game Pro,
Yeah,
right?
EGM.
Bonsai was the dude, like the chibi anime guy with a suit and a big orange hair from PlayStation PSX magazine.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be hard to remember.
Hey, chat, you want to get really annoyed?
Ah!
Wake up, Chad! Wake up!
Ah, stop
Wake
it!
up! Wake up! Wake up!
Stop it!
Seizures.
Is that down there? Killer Instinct and Donkey Kong Country 2.
Yeah.
Best new super. Oh, you got a game players magazine.
Game players.
It was the one I gave him.
Stop it, Simmons, you fuck! Stop flashing the chat. Good thing we're at small screen right now. Christ.
Because it was the one I had actually. So he has it. Because I gave it to him. Because you know,
Well, yes.
He doesn't really. I reserved those. I kept those.
Are you trying to get credit for these?
I mean, I kept them in mint condition so you could, get
So they can stay here.
Yeah, so you can stay here, exactly.
Yes.
How often do I stream? Like every day?
Yeah.
Goose, where have you been?
Yes, you're not wrong.
Is Steve self-glazing? I'm slopping it up. Those are my magazines.
I literally have a giant pile over here because you wanted to get rid of them so hard.
Yeah, right.
So I was like,
I'm gonna give it to somebody's gonna appreciate this. I can't do this anymore.
I'll take them.
I can't do anything with these
I don't
anymore.
want you to do that.
You should follow me then.
Holy shit.
I love it how Steve has the same thing. Like, you know, the same issues of magazines that I would have fucked up because I read them so much. He was the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's always the fighting game ones.
Of course.
It's always the goddamn fighting game ones. The Game Pro logo does so much for my nostalgia, dude. The goddamn Game Pro logo. Stop it, Simmons, you fuck.
Get in front of me.
God.
Sorry, I was showing the chat.
They need to see it.
I'm
Simmons.
showing the chat, and here you go. Here's a good one. I saved this one too.
I have that still.
Yep.
I still have that.
$9.99.
The biggest 24 hours in entertainment history. The $9.99 marketing campaign, bro.
Chat, you need to understand, during 1999, everybody was freaking out. So everything that had to do with advertising was like banking on the idea of Y2K and fucking 2000 and shit like that. It was a fucking phenomenon.
Look how thick this issue is.
Holy cow!
Thick. It's fucking thick.
Yeah, I remember this one. This is a phone book.
That's a classic.
Parents beware! Do not let your children read this. National Council for Keeping Children Well Behaved.
Yeah.
Oh my God! 90s advertisements. It's for Corpse Killer.
Corpse Killer, what the fuck is that?
It's a shitty live-action shooting game for Sega CD.
Nice.
Slam City with Scottie Pippen.
Sega CD.
Supreme Warrior.
That is an ad.
Sega CD, sir, the most ambitious project that probably
Oh God, Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel in here.
should have
Oh
probably.
hell yeah! Michael Jordan, Chaos in Windy City.
Chaos in Windy City.
That old ass EA logo.
Yeah.
It looked like that. That game looked like it should have been successful.
Yeah. Season Sin, Gold Star 3DO.
Here comes the 3DO. It's hot.
Software, etc. Super Return of the Jedi, hard as balls video game.
Oh my god.
Super Punch Out.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh wait, here it is. Graphics, sound, control, fun factor, challenge, intermediate.
Yeah. Balls is in there somewhere.
Balls.
Balls.
Seeing Steve. This game's great. All hell's about to.
That'd be a game we should fire up even today just to take a look at it.
Oh,
Which
God,
one?
Yeah. Demon's Crest.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Super good. Alex Paganoff dares you to break through. There is balls.
How old was I when 2000 came?
Alexei
5.
Paganoff.
That's fucking Tetris guy.
Yep.
Balls. Those fiercely correct bouncing brawlers are back and brought a whole lot of slowdown with them to SNES. These balls just don't bounce the way they used to.
The advertising. He said they were high.
Love balls.
He said they were high. They were high when they were making the stuff.
Fun factor 3.5. Ooh, Clay Fighter.
Balls
2,
to the
Judgment
walls,
Clay.
man.
Damn. I have to make the I Love Balls video.
No, now you have
Title is just I Love Balls.
Yeah.
And the
Space
video is me
Ace.
playing balls for the first time.
Ooh, that's a
good fucking video, dude.
You know what?
That's a good fucking video.
From what I remember, Balls was actually a solid
Oh
fighting
fuck!
game.
I beat
No, I
this
got a
game
bad review.
too.
It
This
got
game
bad
was
reviews.
not that good.
Page Master?
Page Master.
I remember being weak.
I'm excited for season 2 Last of Us chat. I'll watch it after I go home.
I heard these Animaniacs games were just not that good.
Ooh, chat.
Looks like they weren't.
That remake
these are
of the
Konami,
remake
too. They just-
Last
they
of
didn't
Us,
care.
does it have the online factions or no?
Earthworm Jim. Daisy ass art.
Or is it just literally the 2 stories put together?
From Jim Guide.
Yeah.
Again, a reason to own these magazines and shit back in the days because they had they showed you where to go in games and shit.
Yeah.
Like what to do and where to go.
So they remade it. That's the 3rd time they did a remaster, then they did a remake, and then they're doing another remake. Like I don't get what is the point. But this time's both games are there. I was like, what's the point?
Players?
Why are they doing that?
J card, the only cartridge that plays 4 at a time without adapters. So they stuck 2 controller adapters on the cartridge for that tennis game.
That's crazy.
What a weird ass fucking.
That I
thing.
mean, I didn't know that existed.
Right? Fuck is that? Max,
Dude,
who is that?
the boring ass sports game sections. Who is that?
I don't even know.
I don't
No
know.
multiplayer
That's just a
get
picture of a
fucked.
guy. It's just a man.
Someone knows who that sportscast is.
I'm not getting
Like,
fucked. I'm
why
not
would he
buying
probably
it,
be
so I
fucking-
don't think I get fucked.
Dude, the sports section of GamePro is so fucking boring. Holy shit, it looks like an editorial in like a 90s newsprint ad.
Right? Sure, we offer a variety of more things, but it doesn't matter because you're still gonna get your butt kicked. Fatal Fury Special!
Oh.
Sega CD.
Pretty sick.
It's a weird ad.
That's kind of a cool ad. I think that's better than the KSI ad.
Don't
Steve,
worry,
you see that?
Chad.
Sonic
They're
Triple
gonna
Trouble!
they're gonna make another Uncharted, and they'll be fine. They don't need Last of Us. They'll be all right. But I do feel
Have
like
you played the non-release PlayStation video game on the PlayStation video game Thrill Kill?
What in the fuck is this ad? The average male reaches his sexual peak at 17
Nice.
and lives to the age of 73. So what do you do with those 56 years in between?
3DO.
Play 3DO.
hell yeah.
Oh my god.
yeah.
You play Way of the Warrior. Dude, look at this ad, dude.
That
Holy
is
shit.
true facts.
Look at
Real
this.
talk.
Look at this shit.
True facts.
Holy moly.
That is
dude.
insane. Real talk.
What do you do with those years in between?
Damn right,
You play
chat.
3DO.
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
sexualized motherfucker.
Wow. Have you reached your sexual peak, chat? Well, why aren't you playing
Super
3DO?
Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Time to die.
Yeah.
Kicks.
That is epic,
That's
bro.
crazy. I never read that ad before.
Bro, like we saw the wild ads that they have in these fucking things
Yeah, they're
before.
wild.
They don't give a fuck. Welcome to the fucking.
90s marketing.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, welcome to the fucking 90s, bitch.
I literally did a huge video on Thrill Kill for anybody that doesn't, for those of you that don't know. Look up fighting history, Thrill Kill. You'll have a great time.
Well, I thought for a second I was talking about Time Killers.
No.
Oh my god, do you remember how bad that game is?
Yes. I do. I do.
I think
This definitely sounds different.
I think GameSack put it best. I've had car accidents more fun than playing Time Killers.
What the fuck?
Damn.
I gotta remember Time Killers because I'm thinking I'm getting confused with Time Splitters.
I'm talking about it as a fighting game.
Oh, really?
Hello, Cool J, House of Pain, Queen Latifah, Warren G, Public Enemy, Coolio, Yo-Yo, Onyx, and Naughty by Nature.
Rap Jam.
Rap Jam, Volume 1.
I don't think there was ever a Volume 2.
It's a basketball game.
Yup.
With rappers?
Yeah. Literally a rapper basketball. We could probably fire it up.
What the fuck is that?
Look at all these fucking names on the side, dude. It's like literally all the big 90s pop stars.
All right, I've heard of LL Cool J.
Heard of House of Pain.
I think I've heard of House of Pain. Queen Latifah.
Yes. Yeah.
Warren G. I've heard the name.
Public Enemy, yeah.
Coolio, obviously.
Yo-Yo? I don't know who Yo-Yo is.
I don't know who Yo-Yo or Onyx is.
Chad,
I know
who's
who Naughty by
Steve,
Nature
who's
is.
Onyx?
The fact that you guys said you don't know who fucking House of Pain is?
No, we did know House of Pain.
No, we know House of Pain.
We didn't know Warren G.
Okay.
Warren G. I was a little like.
Who the hell's Warren G?
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
G.
I don't know what he did.
Oh my god.
The two we don't know were Yo-Yo and Onyx.
Who's Yo-Yo?
Yo-Yo is you can't play with my yo-yo. Yo. Don't try to play me out. Don't try to. She was a protege of Ice-T. Or Ice Cube, sorry.
I see.
Oh my god, that's fucking.
We can fire this game up if you want.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's fire that game up right now.
Let's go.
Oh wow.
What's the name of the game?
Dude, we are looking. Oh, brother.
They don't know regulators,
Dude,
chat.
this is such an idea. We fire some random game pro up.
Oh, and they fire the game.
We found a game. We literally found a game. This is such an idea.
Oh
like,
man.
You don't know what to play, my dude. This is now a show. We discovered something in this Game Pro that we've never seen before. This issue of Game Pro, right? And we're going through, and I'm like, what the fuck is this Rap Jam basketball game? There's all these like big notable like hip hop and rappers over here.
Oh, I have to fully in.
So we're gonna be like, what the hell?
The thing is,
let's turn it on.
The thing is, will it even have it in there?
Well, it should.
Yeah, because there's some games, and then some games don't even work. So
true.
Yeah, so
That's just
Rap Jam Volume 1.
the NES.
Okay, here we go. Ranma 1.
Rap Jam Volume 1.
Let's go, brother! It
We had
exists!
rap basketball too? Oh god.
Sorry, I was yawning.
There's a rap basketball and rap jam. I guess.
Motown. Mandingo Entertainment.
What the fuck
Mandingo is my favorite
that?
kind of entertainment.
Holy shit. You should hold on to it too. It's kind of crazy.
It goes right next to my mangina.
Oh shit. Damn, this is going right into it.
This shit's faded.
Yeah, right.
You see how it's like faded? Intentional?
That's pretty serious, actually. Fuck, we're going right into championships. I don't need no. Naughty by
Select
nature.
your team.
All right. Ooh, they got like a.
Damn, bro, this is like high effort.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit!
Wow, look
This
how
is some
fucking,
really good pixel art.
Look how well this looks. What the shit?
Yo-Yo.
Holy fuck.
Public
Enemy. Wow, and they put fucking what's his
House
name in
of
there?
Pain.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Warren
Gee.
What?
LL
Cool J. Onyx, and they put fucking sticky fingers.
Bizarre,
in there.
thank you.
Okay, so I guess I will.
Who's your hero? Who's your champion?
Let's go.
You gonna pick the Coolio champion or the public?
We gotta go with LL. LL is probably the best rapper out of this.
LL Cool J's your champ.
Okay.
What's his super?
He
Choose
wraps
your
circles around
position
you.
on the court.
What? He wraps circles around you. R.I.P. Coolio, Chad. R.I.P. Coolio.
LL Cool Gay.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, man, I'm just saying shit. Okay?
What the hell?
You pick Yuka, the famous rapper.
I think, yeah, I want to
famous rapper Yuka.
Wait, what is going on?
LL Cool Gage?
Jesus.
Did I just say
I should look like
Cool
a,
Gage?
I should look like a crack horn. What the hell is happening?
Ow. Ow, my ribs.
Jesus.
LL Cool Gay.
Welcome to Chicago for the Motown tournament.
Shit.
I think they were trying to rival NBA Jam. But let's see how it plays. Because they probably saw NBA Jam.
You got $500 in cash, and you're in you're regular in a rap music and shit.
Play ball. A
There's a
pacifier?
pacifier. It's like a baby sucking baby sucker.
I think so. I was gonna suck some babies.
Dude, this game is dark.
Oh no. Oh. Oh no.
What happened to the music?
Yeah, where's the music? How is this rap jams and there's no music?
Oh no.
Oh my god, this is like the Space Jam video game on Saturn.
Yeah.
Where there's no music while you're playing the game and you're like, how? It's Space Jam.
Why does this look like a fucking Sega game?
It does.
Kinda
Yeah,
does
it does
have
kind of look like a
Genesis
Genesis
look.
game.
Yeah, it does not look like Sega Genesis. Like this does not look like a.
It probably was on Genesis as well.
Oh, this is definitely NBA Jam. He just pushed me. This is definitely NBA Jam. Oh, they were rivaling the shit out of it, and they were like,
Well,
we
they
need
were
to-
gonna make NBA Jam, but worse.
Yeah,
they're like.
Which one's LL Cool J?
I'm using them right now.
Is that chick just in a bikini?
I guess.
Yeah.
Is she pantsless?
Probably.
Is she missing the bottoms?
She's just wearing panties.
Fuck, man, they just let it rock.
Oh man.
I think she is. She's pantsless.
She's just wearing.
What the hell is happening?
I think looking at games from the magazine was a bad idea.
No.
All of
Bro, we didn't even know
probably
this. We didn't even know this existed, and now everyone's getting a deep chronological recollection of rap.
Give me that magazine.
Kung Fu Chaos.
Oh my god. There's still a.
We have to pick from the era we're looking at. We have to look at like PlayStation era. Go back to the reviews and we're just looking at ads.
Yeah, that was.
What's that? Alexi's Breakout?
Breakthrough.
Breakthrough. I don't know
It's
about
a
that.
puzzle
It's a puzzle game.
You're about to take your wildest tour. I remember this ad specifically. This is a Konami ad.
For what?
And there's going to be a bunch of different Konami games in here. Animaniacs, Tiny
Oh
Toons,
wow, she got
Sunset
bullied. What the
Riders, I
fuck?
think.
All their shit.
I remember this. Yup. I remember this.
Oh, this is definitely.
I remember this ad specifically. I remember looking at this in the market. That's how much my elephant brain goes backwards.
Expensive ass ad.
Yup. Yup.
Wow. Wow.
Sparkster, Batman. Yeah, because Biker Mice from Mars.
Genesis games.
Yeah. Yeah. So Animaniacs, Tiny Toons, their sports games, Sparkster, Biker Mice from Mars, and Batman. Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is there anything in there that we should play?
If you have a Genesis, Acme All Stars is fire, but
Is Biker Mice from Mars on
SNES.
SNES?
It is SNES.
Steve, you ready?
I am fucking livid right now. I want to see rap basketball though.
This is literally what this is, my dude.
No, it's a different one. It was like right above this one. I want to see rap basketball. Just to know what it is.
Chat's like 3 more minutes of this?
Of this? What is happening?
3 more minutes of this?
I have these games. Actually, I never got these two. I've been meaning to one day get those two. I had to finish my collection.
Tiny Toons All Stars?
Yeah,
Do you have,
I've
do you have a
come
box?
so close to buying this.
Do you have a box copy of like Tiny Toons on NES or that
Yeah.
one?
Yeah, I have the two NES ones and those perfect box I got at a retro show. The other ones are like box, but the box is like flat, and loose.
Yeah.
Where's
Been
the
crunched.
rap?
Crunched, yeah. I want to get that one.
Is that a basketball game?
It's soccer and basketball.
I
It's
see.
my choice, and they're both really fun. They're pretty good, actually. I recommend.
Why is it so quiet? It's pretty quiet.
Oh, look at this. Head crushing, bone snapping, spine popping fun.
Spine popping!
Saturday Night Slam Masters.
Let's turn that on.
That's the Genesis.
Not before we play rap basketball. I need to see it.
Is that not what this is?
No!
Steven.
It was above this. I need to see it.
Oh, a different game? Alright, I got you. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, your tea's crazy looking.
Max,
That's great.
are you ready
It tastes
to
great.
commit scumicide?
Yeah, let's go. Captain Commando.
In the year 2026.
Jesus.
Next year. That's what it says in this ad.
That's what things are gonna look like next year, guys.
Oh, shit.
In the year 2026, things get thugly when Bionic Gang Scumicide tries to take over
Press
the
the
entire
time?
universe.
Just press a button. Press A.
Captain Commando and his posse, Babyhead, Ginzu the Ninja, and Mac
SNES.
the Knife are up for the fight with a futuristic arsenal including the Energy Glove, Knee Rocket, and subsonic knives, and huge moves like the Captain
the A button,
Kick,
bro.
Flying
Hey,
Katana.
press B. Press B. Press B. Press A. There you go.
Oh my god. Well, I didn't want to do that, so fuck you.
I don't know about that.
No, I didn't want to do it.
In this straight from the arcade hit, 1 or 2 players must commit scumicide or face the end of all existence.
Sounds neat.
Oh my god.
Boy, it just goes right into
It still has Cool J. It has Cool J and Ice-T. What
It's
the
a prototype game.
fuck?
Oh yeah. This is a prototype.
It's a prototype game.
Okay, so it's not a real game.
It's working though. Can you shoot?
I'm trying. The answer is no.
They didn't make shoot yet.
Alright, so we got so big, only madmen fanatics and 15-year-olds. So big, only madmen fanatics and 15-year-olds will finish. Well, at least they knew.
The time doesn't even work either. What the fuck? Oh my god, I got turbo though.
That bitch is cooking.
Oh god.
Jesus Christ, look how fast I'm moving. What the schmoving?
Look at this fucking ad for the dumbest fucking game. Fuzzy blue rats can't skateboard. Overgrown house cats can't hang glide. Dirty worms can't whistle. Mere mortals can't become superheroes. And big hairy apes can't think for themselves. Pac-Man can. And it's for the absolute shittest ass Pac-Man game. Pac-Man 2, The New Adventure.
So select start doesn't work?
No, you want to reset?
You get me the fuck out of here, please.
That doesn't work on SNES.
Jesus Christ.
How was rap basketball?
It was great, actually. It was a memorable experience.
You want to fire back too?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, just do. You can also go back one just in case. Go to MSU. And not on here. Oh, it is. Go to Mega Man X2. Nice music.
Nice music.
Cool music X2.
Interesting.
Special music tracks.
Do I do this? Or no?
Yeah, just press that one below. The X2 USA.
Okay.
Let's see how this sounds. What emulation is this? Nothing. Not emulation.
Get him, Max.
Actual
How dare they ask that shit?
Actual hardware.
This is what the fuck they made.
Loud as shit is what it is.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Let the intro rock. No goddamn emulation at all. Authentic.
Dude, I fucking love the first level of this shit. It's so
Whoa.
fucking awesome.
Oh, dude, some person drew this.
Yo. What happened?
It was a Double Dragon fighting game.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Double Dragon.
That was rough.
The Shadow Falls.
Shadow.
Revolution X Machine. Damn, Halmer.
Yeah, and the X chip. This is when they first started fucking.
Oh yeah, they can do all the crazy 3D shit.
Yeah, this is when they started introducing it.
Yeah, that's for the longest time we couldn't even play this game because we had to have a physical copy, and the carts that would run it would not work.
Yeah.
They were really hard to like. Now everything can do it.
Jesus, what the
3D
X.
Okay, we get the point.
No, it was awesome. You have to fucking appreciate it. You fucking.
Steve, you have to change your controls.
I appreciate.
Oh shit, that's right.
What do you want to see?
Appreciate this. Appreciate this. Hell yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Evil shines before the dawn. Damn, Afro, what's up, dude?
Oh my God, Afro went in.
Oh, what's up, Afro? How's it going?
Afro went in, boys.
Chat, Afro, tell me, do I rate the super on JoJo All-Star Battle Royale? Is that what it's called? Would that be smart? Do they have good supers? Is that a good call? Thank you very much, man. Good to hear from you again.
Best city.
I'm just wondering if that seems to be a good assumption. I do not know what I'm getting into. Everyone was saying it, and I'm like, we'll see. We'll see. He said yes. Said yes. Okay, cool. I'll check them out. Any other recommendations, just let me know. From what you remember, they were actually gas. Cool. That's cool.
Chat, look at the fucking crazy control I have on my character. You see, because you put the fucking dash on X. When you put the dash on X, this is how fucking perfect and fucking simplistic your control.
You're having to roll your thumb
Not at all.
Across the whole fucking thing.
Look at the fucking genius
We need
of
to
this
put a
shit.
webcam on
Look at
this.
this.
That's
Look at
crazy.
that. It's fucking awesome. Look at this. Boom, boom, boom. And if I had my other, fucking moves and shit, I could just switch between that and boom, 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 boom. So I could be like this. Boom, 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 boom.
Hold on.
Switching between that shit
I'm outta here,
and dash that shit.
I don't give a fuck.
It's fucking crazy.
You guys out of
Fucking
webcam.
perfect.
Let everyone see this.
It's so fucking perfect.
We're witnessing this again. This
is fucking amazing, dude. Like it feels, it just feels right. It feels right. Like it's just dashing instantaneously, and I have full control over the character without any fucking problems. Like, how do you not do this way? You put your shit on what? A? Are you out of your mind?
No, we put dash on R.
But then how do you switch the character and stuff? You switch.
You use one button to do it.
Use
You
one
swipe
button.
through.
But then if I want to go back, so if I have like,
Yeah, you only go one direction. And you put the
and
other one-
I'm the crazy one.
You put the other one. Steve, you put the other one right here.
I'm the crazy
Put the
one.
right there.
What?
No, dude. No.
See if it's wrong with that.
Insanity.
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm the crazy one. Oh, I almost fell in that shit. Oh, fuck you. Forget about that. Oh, that's where they create more shit. This fucking level was awesome, man.
This intro level?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And that big ass fucking monster at the end and shit. That was fucking dope.
I found one! I found this. Oh, Jesus, I really found one. Oh my god. Hold up. I found an old, we're gonna get the investigation camp.
Oh, look at this. Oh my god, I'm so going so fast. Oh my god. I'm so fucking fast.
I found an old webcam. I'm gonna plug it in.
Oh, you plug it in, baby.
I'm gonna plug it in. And we're gonna show you Steve's hands.
Plug that bitch in.
I'm gonna show you what we've been dealing with for like 10 plus years. This is what we've been dealing with.
Look at that. Look at that. And then I gotta charge it before we make it down there. Listen to this shit. Well, the music's different, so I don't know if I like the new music. I think I like the original actually.
Yes, sir. It's a choice.
Yeah, it's like this is.
It turns into something that's very rocket.
Yeah, like super fucking. I like the hyper techno sound on the newer one. You know, this is rock all day. Ah.
Oh my god.
Big fat boss.
Let's play Looney Tunes B-Ball. Wait,
what?
Did that ever come out?
Did you even know it existed before then? There's something in Looney Tunes related that you don't.
Looney Tunes.
Oh, Looney Tunes. Oh. I was definitely thinking something else.
I know Haunted Holiday came out. I know all these other ones, but these coming soon besides Speedy Gonzales. Did Looney Tunes B-Ball ever come out on Super NES?
Chat, heads up. Looney Tunes B-Ball, go.
No, where are my Looney Tune experts?
You guys, somebody gotta know.
You're right.
That room's big enough.
They're in here somewhere. And the secret society here, Violet.
Did. Thank you, Retro. Retro, I can trust.
They won't make the same mistake.
Remember these ads?
Around him.
Multi-page ads.
Our Mavericks will keep him busy until we are ready. We're having problems with the control chip. A little time. We must hurry. Shadows. Chat, write this down. This is important. Remember the code, chat. You got the code? It's important. Chat. You missed your shit. Where are my experts? Who's the first one? I'm gonna say it is Flame Stag. Is Flame Stag the first one, I think? Right, chat? Or was it Overdrive Hostage? I can't. It might have been the Morph Moth. Wheelgator?
Chat, we found it. You're connected. All right,
Wheelgator Spurs.
bros. All right, bros, we're out here. My name's Max. We're gonna go surf something stupid.
Gator.
Oh God. Oh shit. That went poorly. Oh God.
Yeah. Falling apart already.
What happened?
Let's go to the Gator, boys.
Okay. All right, we refresh. All right, boys, we're back. We out here. This is 7. Yo,
it's your boy Maximilian.
No.
Yo, it's your boy. It's your boy Infinite SGE, and we're in real life right now. Check out how I'm actually running this right now. Look at this.
Oh, look at the sliding.
Yo, you slide on the top.
Look at that shit.
Huh?
Look at actual
Easy.
crazy shit, bro.
And you slide on the top right here. Boom. You hold this button down, and you take him out. Slide, slide. Easy. Slide.
Look at these professional tactics.
Let him go. Bam.
Nobody
Slide.
knows.
And I can go up the top. Look at this shit. So I can go bam, bam.
Show the TV. There's the TV.
Oh,
What do you
God.
want? Look at his hands.
Easy.
Damn, I just whipped this out and it's good.
Bam.
It's real good.
Taking bad guys
I'm
out
gonna
with
put
the
this on
slightest
Steve's
of ease.
shoulder as he takes you through this magazine.
Yeah.
Show him the mag.
It doesn't seem fair, does it, chat?
Damn, you can't make it up there.
Is it
Not
Final
yet.
Fantasy 3?
You goddamn better believe it.
Holy
Who
balls
says life
sakes.
is fair? The wait is over. Final Fantasy 3 is here, and it's fair to say that it'll blow you out of your shorts. The critics at EGM report, this huge 24-meg card boasts some of the most amazing graphics ever. The soundtrack is better than anything we've ever heard before. And Die Hard Game Fan writes, I kneel in reverence to the brilliance shown by the programmers of Square.
That is some glazing, my dude.
Squaresoft, go ahead, give your SNES the ultimate fantasy, coming October 94.
Coming.
Steve's over here. He's doing his thing.
Hell yeah.
Steve with the hands.
Flying over.
Look at this whole unique perspective chat has now. There's all this shit going down over here. Here's the chat. There's legit the chat. Look at all these fucking chatters.
What?
There's all this shit going on over here. Hi YouTube, how's it going? There's this more shit that's happening. Thank you again, Afro. Appreciate it. Here was the Saturn. I pulled down.
Oh, motherfuckers jumped off.
Day-to-day chat. I'm just gonna take you around the room. There's Kage, bro. There's Kage. Let's see. Let's just bully over here.
Is that
There's
Kage?
a big old Genesis poster back here. It's blinding light. The Genesis poster is vulgar and PSO shit.
Fuck
NPC
you.
Origins. This is my NPCI development setup. You know, this is my NPCI. Do shut the fuck up, chat. Pogs. We got Pogs.
Where are the pugs?
There's Pogs. Hey, I shit. There's my stupid award that I
There's something down there. I want to check it out.
Not stupid. Anyway, here's the wide shot, bitches. Here's the Video Games Wide Edition.
Extra wide.
Extra wide. This is how it all works. And
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know
some
what's
stuff
there.
over here.
We gotta wait because I can't even
there's
get down
some
there.
shit. There's an air conditioning unit. It keeps us cool.
Oh yeah, cooling and chilling.
Cooling and chilling.
Are we chilling or are we cooling?
We're chilling.
Oh shit.
Currently and or chilling. Okay, hi.
Ah, it wouldn't let me in. No, go up, go up!
Yeah, we have a camera. Actually, like, what's nice is that I actually have a camera that I can pull out and just, like, do some shit with if we need be.
The mini cam.
Famous ad.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Dude, I have to go get the camera again. God damn it. Here, hold this. I gotta go get the camera again, dude.
I found one of the most famous ads ever.
It sounds like one of the best ads.
Menage a trois. It has 36 great holes.
Oh, what?
Yeah, 36 great holes.
Starring Fred Couples. Oh, wow. Wesley already knows.
Oh no.
Yep. Oh, you know.
Yeah. It's over there. Chat. Check this shit out, bro.
Mommy, what are those two Sega machines doing?
Whoa.
They're making an arcade system, dear.
They're making an arcade system. Your mom. What are they doing?
And then in the corner, they show it with the Sega CD and call it a menage a trois.
Damn, the sex machine. I wonder why this thing didn't sell. I wonder. That's a great question.
Golf Magazine presents 36 great holes. starring
36
Fred Couples.
Wow, where does it say that?
Right there.
Golf Magazine presents 36 great holes, starring Fred Couples and his holes.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
He's gonna fill them.
Damn, bro. Hold on. Wait, there's that good shit. Damn.
Look at this.
The Seven Samurai and Showdown. Samurai Showdown 2? Shit, this is a print ad for Sam Show 2.
Yeah.
Look at that shit.
Got 4.5 fun factor.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's alright.
That makes sense. What the hell? Santa Claus playing Mortal Kombat? What am I looking at, dude? Oh, Sam Show. Oh, yeah. Is this about Sam Show
Game
on
Boy.
Game Boy and SNES?
SNES, yeah.
Oh,
Sam
Sam Show on
motherfucker.
SNES was fucking ass, dude.
Ass.
This game sucked. It was not good. I remember playing it. I was so disappointed.
Yeah. 3DO, Sega CD, Game
Gear.
Game Gear Sam Show?
That's brutal.
What the fuck?
I don't know if I'm down.
Actually, here's something that's pretty cool.
What?
X-Men. Coming to arcades.
Oh shit! It's Coda.
Yeah.
Before it even had a name.
Didn't have a name yet. Coda.
Holy shit, select from 12 characters, X-Men ability straight from the comic book. Literally Children of the Atom before it had a name, dude. So this is like, must be like 93.
Oh, that's slowdown.
Or
Wow.
what it says right there, I guess.
Wow.
What?
That's cool.
Yeah.
How'd I get hit?
First preview.
Get real. There's that. Big one.
Chat, do you like the handy cam?
Oh yeah, look at this. Attitude Xmas.
Oh my god, this stick. I could have bought one of these.
Arcade Pro Dual
Interact stick.
compatible.
Oh, Jesus. I think Markman must have one of these. He's got to.
Right? This has an LCD screen
What
on
the
it.
hell? Look at that
Program
little
pads.
screens. That's weird as shit, dude.
Think about it. You're about to get finished off, and things are getting pretty bloody.
Damn.
You only have enough time to hit one fire button, then slam. You fight back with a vicious combo move. Victory is yours. No ordinary controller will let you do that, but program pads are definitely not your ordinary controllers. Real-time programmability.
Damn, it's got STDs, bro.
You can program 6 of your most powerful combo moves into one button. Talk about playing with an attitude. Turbo, auto fire, 6 fire buttons, slow motion, extra long cord.
Dude, these controllers let me finish off my friends.
Shit.
I edge and then I finish them off. But all hard.
Handy gear. The handy boy!
Oh shit, this abomination, dude. This weird ass
The handy
abomination.
boy.
Holy shit.
Fuck you, bitches. Let's go. First try.
Damn, good shit.
Let's go. Whew. That man was flipping and dipping.
Damn, the DK's having a good time.
Yeah, definitely.
He's having a good time. Yeah, there's the commit scumicide.
Scumicide.
Damn, Captain
I still
Commando.
got it, chat.
Beautiful.
I still got it.
Look at the baby next to him.
And all because I put
Wow.
the dash on my X. That's the only reason why, chat.
Wow.
Such a fucking weird.
That's such a weird. I did not know who Captain Commando was until MVC1. I had no clue who that character was.
Wire Sponge got it. Thank you, chat.
Rumble pad or a rumble vest. There you go. Yeah.
Head crushing, bone snapping, spine popping, Saturday night.
Well, you guys said Wire Sponge was first, though. Does the
Slam bastards.
Does the Wheel Gator take out Wire Sponge, or is he just like that? Or is he just easy?
Special offense.
Software, etc. ad.
Gator takes out Crab. I should go after
Star
Crab.
Wars Arcade?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just easy. Yeah, let me.
Galloping Ghost
Yeah,
is
let me take out
a
Crab.
one of that.
This is a Sega game, right?
Yeah, Bubble
Yeah.
Crab.
It's not Star Wars Trilogy. It's actually like a
Yeah, before it, the OG Sega one, like really rough looking visuals.
I need Boots 8-step. Which stage is Boots? Cause yeah, I need the air dash. The air dash is the Boots, right? I remember that shit. Yeah, I need to focus on getting all his parts and shit.
ESPN buying up all the print ad space. Call Gabriel's Hot Tips Hotline.
Don't call that number, Chad. Don't call that number. Do not. I would not recommend it.
1-900-860-TIPS.
1-900 chat.
Yeah, dude, this Earthworm Jim art was always mad sick. Like, look how well rendered this shit is, dude. Look how well rendered this freaking artwork is. It's so good.
Oh, I remember this. I used to come here with the wind. I had the wind guy to come here.
Now available in Canada.
Yeah, the big vertical wind, right, Steve?
Yeah, dude, it destroyed this guy. I could kill him before he even got to any of the extra fucking
Tested
areas.
for combat. Wow.
Built
Look at these sticks. Oh, I had this thing.
Yeah, I need to get the wind
I had
check.
that.
This is the wrong area.
Look at these sticks over here. There's a variety of arcade sticks.
The wind.
What happened to this man?
Just to remind you, not everyone.
Pitfall.
The Mayan Adventure.
Wow.
Someone plays that game Echo.
What the fuck?
It's a ton.
I remember this. I'm a secret.
Street Racer?
Yeah.
Licensed by. It's a Nintendo game? It's a SNES game?
Yeah. It's like a weird
What
mode.
the hell?
Ubisoft. Look at that Ubisoft logo.
What is that Ubisoft logo? Holy shit.
Oh,
I wonder if Eve's approved that.
yo, sick.
Fun factor 3.5.
Really? No, Lion King was pretty fun.
Bro, I think we know why it got
Yeah, because they couldn't beat that level.
that fucking level. Look at this Blizzard art.
Yeah.
Here to take out the trash.
Blizzard Interplay.
Blizzard Entertainment. Back when Blizzard was good.
Damn. Fuck you, Blizzard. I'm being good and shit.
Clay Fighter. That's some Clay Fighter art, alright. Jesus Christ. Oh, should we show him this weird ass head?
Is it? Oh my god. Chat, are you horrified yet? Chat, are you horrified yet? Yeah. Shock ads.
Shock ads.
What the hell? Is this for a Scottie Pippen game?
Yeah, Slam City with Scottie Pippen.
What the shit ass, dude? I'm so confused. What is that kid? That weird looking child have to do with Scottie the Pippen? Huh? How are we gonna have an NBA Jam game with no Scottie Pippen?
Because he's doing his own game.
Slam City with Scottie Pippen.
Damn. Weird. All right, chat, my arm's getting tired.
Okay. Yeah. Welcome to IRL streaming.
Yeah, that's it.
Look at this cover for Street Hockey 95.
The tits?
No.
Hold up.
But like, look at that cover.
That's a fucking cover.
I'm just like, what?
That, I guess, conveys street hockey in some way? In some way?
Is that the price? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, Philips CDI. No, it says worth $250. Do we get a copy of Silence of the Lambs? Here's some weird ass, I don't know, Mad Dog McGree and shit. I don't know, bro. The Pico.
Yeah, just take a Pico.
Easy clap, chat. Let's go.
Steve is cooking this guy.
Yeah, yeah.
This game's supposed to be hard. What the fuck?
Please. I've been playing this game for way too much
Mickey
now.
Mania has begun.
Fucking David Haffey worked on that game.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, Coach Chat. Where to next? Put me in, Coach.
I'm literally going to make a video where it says I love balls, and I'm just going to play this for the first time. Is there a better version of balls than the SNES version, chat?
Maybe the Genesis one runs better? Because they were saying like the SNES one runs like super slow.
Runs like shit. Chat, hey,
this is
what I gotta
important.
go do to play balls?
It's important.
Steve.
At the hands of Mega Man X.
Steve, how many times
3DO? Really?
He's quite formidable.
We don't have a 3DO.
Not sure.
We kind of have a CDI, but we need to replace
them
something
any
on it.
longer.
Like a watch battery or some shit.
We have to intervene. They didn't do the laugh. Dr. Kane. Yay. Kane.
Who is Dr. Kane?
Jobber scientist.
Jobber scientist?
Yes, indeed.
Damn. Play Fighter 2, Judgment Day.
Judgment Clay.
Judgment Clay.
We have all the zero parts.
In case you were wondering what you were getting into. Beep. Hey, Steve, stop beeping.
Hey, man, this is the soundtrack.
You gotta say, excuse me.
You
He's
chose
only
this.
in this one in 3. He found X.
That's possible to resurrect him without it.
Did you go through this whole thing?
I've got to get Zero's parts back at any cost.
I want to go to the back.
Darkseid.
No
that was,
fucking way.
That was Darkseid. You
No
passed it.
fucking
Yeah.
way.
Oh, where was it? Straight up, that was Darkseid. At some point, you passed.
Echo. Arrow the. Steve, stop beeping.
Chat, you said
Balls
Flame Stag,
out.
right?
Balls out.
Flame Stag was the character? Oh my god.
Balls out.
Dad, you want to see my balls?
There is his balls, chat.
Balls out.
I have to save this. I have to remind myself.
Show
that
them.
My balls played.
Show them your balls.
Hey, you guys want to see my balls?
Balls,
My balls are
out.
out.
Chat, do you see his balls? Are you seeing it? With some nice balls. TOS. Chat, is it Flame Stag? Am I right?
Past there?
It's past it because we're back.
Is Flame Stag or is it who else?
Boris L. Unless you're a 40-foot robot with a rocket launcher, then it's kind of cool. This is a good ad. This is a good ad.
Okay, thank
Boris
you,
L.
chat.
Let's see a rocket launcher. It's kind of cool. Lion King. Evolution X.
Yo, dude, get a clue.
PC games. Sorta. Where'd it go? Oh, remember this shit?
Yes, I do. Funko prices.
Funko pricing.
There it is.
Oh my God, it's back.
It's on Sega CD.
No way we have to play it.
It's hungry. It's alien, and it's in your head.
Bro, Steve,
Dark
we're
Seed.
gonna get the Dark Seed. Me and you.
It's aliens hungry and it's
We're
in
gonna
your
get
head.
the Dark Seed together.
Oh, that's
We
good.
played this with Kenny.
What the
We
fuck?
played this with Kenny. We got a major headache.
What the hell happened?
We got a major headache, and we're gonna bring Dark Seed back, and we're gonna involve you now. The Dark Seed.
The dark.
It actually says like H.R. Giger did the art on that.
Oh yeah. Oh, because they promoted it. You know, it was a big part of the game. I mean, to be real, without that, I probably know to give a fuck. Hey, play as Akuma in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Steven. Akuma
trick.
though. Steven.
Ah! Ah!
Steven.
No, don't even try. Don't even try. I was trying to go for the fucking the free character.
You know what would have made that easier?
I saw a free character. I'm like, oh, let me try to get that. Oh yeah, guess what? GG's. There's something special up here. Yeah, I knew it. It's like some.
An Incredible Hulk game on
My
Genesis.
brother got that for Christmas one year.
Oh, where's that
Game
thing?
on Game Boy.
Is it any good?
No, but he was happy.
Oh, this up here.
No, but he was happy.
No, don't explode.
SWAT Pros, these are all codes. Damn. I have a CD player. How about you stupid Mario piece of shit?
Damn.
Chat.
Shit it on
If you
us.
want to see what the console wars did to kids, this is the perfect visual representation. Sorry, Steve, I'm getting in the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is like the part where people send in shit, like their artwork on literal mailers. I don't want to plus this thing up too much, but look at this. Look at this Mario and Sonic fan art from the early 90s where people were bitter about Nintendo. I have a CD player, you stupid fucking little Italian man, you fucking piece of shit weeb. No CD having piece of shit weeb. Look at that, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Shit. Woo! Damn, look at what that X button does, baby. Right, Simmons?
Yeah, it lets you take damage.
Yeah. Fucking
And
slide in that
missed
bitch.
the hard upgrade.
I didn't need that bitch anyway.
Well, no Shoryuken for you.
Nah, fuck that. Shoryuken is a...
Damn, the Fighter's Edge tournament winning combos and strategies for
trick up this
Dark Stalkers.
What the fuck is that?
Number 1. Wow. Wow.
So stupid.
Oh, this fucking
You
gorilla.
ever play Donkey Kong Country with a joystick? Built Gorilla Tough for Gorilla Games.
Gorilla
That's
tough.
crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Jaguar, do the math.
Chat, what was his weakness?
It's more fun.
Do I have his weakness?
Atari Jaguar, 64 bits. Do the math. Blow chunks.
Blow chunks.
Fuck, I'm gonna die to this guy. I have no idea what his weakness is. Just shoot
Video
from behind.
games are chat. What is the chat?
Raw dog.
Chat,
Great.
listen. What is this ad for? Here's the advert. Video games are like underwear. You get attached to the good ones, but eventually you have to change them. What is the ad for? You get a special acknowledgement and shout out. Video games are like underwear. You get attached to the good ones, but eventually you have to change them.
Damn, Naxter, how the
Fuck, how did you know?
How did you know?
It's Blockbuster, bro! How? That's crazy, dude. Hollywood Video closed. That's crazy. How did you know?
That's crazy. Me and Simmons were looking at this like, damn, that's an ad, all right. Holy shit.
That makes sense.
He Googled it. Ah, nah.
He Googled it.
He was waiting for
that
his moment.
fast? Get the fuck out of here.
That was fast.
That person wrote it.
Shit, they made the ad. They've been waiting.
Time to shine.
Dude, brutal Paws of Fury.
That game sucks.
Dude, look at these hot, sexy fucking animals.
Yeah, that's some primo furry
Jesus,
art there.
chat, this is like the hot fuckable furries you're looking for, right? Are these the hot furry singles you're looking for? Are these them? Are these the hot furry singles you're looking for?
Fucking dick.
Are they? Is that the ones? Are they right there? They're right here, chat. There you go.
How the fuck are you supposed to survive this? Jesus
That's what I'm
Christ!
looking for. Right, never. That's the stuff that you're into.
Fuck this shit.
My dude, they're available now. Available now. Go get them. Go get the rabbit.
So Max, I know we haven't really said this much, but if Primal Fury gets put on Switch Online,
Yeah.
that'll
It'll be the first time there's ever a real release of that game.
Primal Fury, Bloody Roar 3, Primal Fury will be online.
That would be
on
crazy.
Switch 2. Will the Bloody Roar fans actually show up if that happens?
No.
No.
No. There won't be enough. Oh, bro.
Are there any left?
Bro. X-Men cards.
Yeah!
Bro, dude, chat.
What is going on with that Psylocke?
Stuff.
What? Who drew that? That is
somebody.
not that is not anatomy.
Dude, the Fleer Ultra 95 era X-Men cards. Look at this shit, dude. Fleer Ultra 95 era X-Men cards, man. My God.
Won't have matchmaking.
No, it won't. There's no way to have matchmaking.
But I mean, like,
As be
bro,
friend invite only.
Bro, like it will technically have online. Like Soul Calibur 2 is about to. So, again, but with Link this time.
Game Pro's holiday gift guide: a Street Fighter 2 hat for $15, a Street Fighter 2 shirt for $16. Lufia official player's guide.
Joe Jusko art. What happened to Psylocke there? I'm sorry. Like
I need to see the Psylocke.
I don't want to be a
Is she
snob,
that
but
bad?
like, what the fuck is going on there?
It's creative liberty. Some girls were drawn that way.
It's something.
That's something. Yeah, Joe Cusco.
That's Psylocke. The fuck's going on there?
Right there.
It's just her. She's like, why the long face?
That's an altruistic interpretation.
Why the long face?
I'm just talking about like her, like
Or body. They're
body.
pushing proportions.
like Jesus.
She's extra muscular.
It's not even that. Lock the door, swallow the key.
Hey, you ever
3DO
seen
on PC.
You ever seen? Oh God, what's the American Ghost in the Shell chat? Like American style Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, Aeon Flux.
Aeon Flux.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you're thinking of Peter Chung.
Yes, like
Yeah.
that. That's what that is.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like that, yeah.
What did he go on to do after that shit?
Stuff.
Jeez.
Indiana Jones and the Greatest Adventures on Super Nintendo.
It's not a bad game.
The chat wants you to show it to them. They want to see the fucking Psylocke.
Oh, the Psylocke?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll show you. I'll make it. I'm unbaking it because he beat the boss.
Neon Flux is a great fucking series. Or was it Liquid
Oh my
Television?
God, did you see the?
Chat, you remember Liquid Television? Pepperdine Farms remembers.
Pepperidge Farms. No,
Pepperdine.
Pepperdine.
Yeah, same.
Pepperdine's a college.
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Pepperdine.
It's the same thing.
Pepperdine Farms. It's all right.
Brrrt.
Excuse you.
Brrrt.
Excuse you. It's okay.
Eon Flux was French.
Where's the style at the time? Sonic looking a little wonky, yeah.
Where to, chat?
See, you don't know the fucking order of X2, your favorite X game?
Are you out of your mind? You think I remember any of that shit?
Mutant
You
Rampage.
said it was your favorite X game.
Just because of my favorite X game doesn't mean I fucking remember every fucking detail about it.
That's not ever asking every detail. You don't remember the fucking boss order?
That's a pretty fucking big detail.
No, yes, it's a big detail, but
So
it's
there
not
you go.
fucking
I don't remember
hard.
all the fucking details of that shit. I was supposed to remember every fucking
Mutant
dumbass
Fake ass fan.
Oh please.
Fakest
I
fucking
remember
fan
that shit.
I've ever
I remember
seen.
to beat the bosses on one first try. Can you do that? No. Why? Because you're using the corners to dash.
Fake ass fan.
Ruin your whole fucking way to play.
Fake fan.
Dude, I think I remember this was the first stage I went to.
Mutant Rampage Body Slam is the name of a video game.
Holy shit.
Body Slam, sort of a tag team wrestling rampage with a crew of mutants. It's 2086, and you guide teams of mutants in head bashing, body crunching battles. It's got a sexy chick on it.
Fun. Have you
Sexy.
see the Ghost in the Shell
series that just got announced, Max?
Oh yeah, it looks like all retro.
Yeah,
I did see it.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, they're going for the manga style.
Oh my god.
Tournament Tokyo.
Take 5,000 Super Street Fighter 2 fans, 60 large screen color TVs, SNESes, a rock band, world premiere footage of Street Fighter the movie, put them together, and you get the Super Street Fighter 2 Championship 1994. Oh, this was a crazy tournament. This was like I think this is actually the biggest Street Fighter tournament, the fighting game tournament of all time, technically, for one game. The Japanese SF2 tournament took place the past summer in Tokyo's Kokugan Stadium and the traditional site of the country's annual sumo wrestling tournaments. There's a whole multi-page article on the giant-ass Tokyo tournament. Holy shit, dude. We found gold. This, I think for the longest time, they just had Capcom Cup here. Yeah, this is literally where they just had Capcom Cup. For the longest time, I think this was the #1 biggest tournament ever. And it never got, I don't think it got beaten until like maybe even recently. But yeah, this was a huge, huge tournament that was in Japan in 1994. Huge! There's a YouTube documentary on it. That makes sense. It was a big deal.
Who was competing in it?
Dude, everybody. Like everybody in Japan. Like there were no named players really. There were some.
Were there any American players?
I do not think so. No. They couldn't afford to go.
God damn.
This person's literally dressed up as Bison fighting.
What if Chris Tang was there?
Jun Kizuka, the 1994 Super Street Fighter 2 tournament champion. They played on SNESes. They played Super Street Fighter 2 champion. Super Street Fighter 2.
Taquito, somehow.
He would have been way too young.
Damn. How old's Daigo?
A few years older than us.
He could have been there.
Maybe. He might have been. He might have been.
Two-year-old Taquito.
Fights were displayed on a big screen to an audience of 5,000. Did they tell you how many people entered? This guy. What a dick.
I'm not landing on that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It says 5,000 people in attendance. That's crazy, dude.
And it was Japan?
Yeah, in Japan.
Tokyo. Take me back to Tokyo. Daigo's old as Valle.
About that age. Yeah, like mid-40s-ish.
Uncle Valle.
Capcom Big Celebs launched the movie event. Deion Sanders.
Damn.
At Capcom's press conference. Remember Deion?
What the fuck was he doing there?
I don't know.
I remember the bubbles wrecked this guy.
The X Band. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
The 3DO.
I remember that, Simmons.
The 3DO cuts the price. Goes on tour. Just in time for the holidays, Panasonic has cut the price of the 3DO to an extremely affordable $399.95.
That's a good price.
The new price tag coincides with some exciting software, including Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo and Burning Soldier. Chat, 3DO is only $400 in 1994. That's like $8,000 now.
Only $400.
$400, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Remember it used to be 700?
Launched at 700.
I think only the Neo Geo and fucking PS5 Pro were the only systems that actually launched for more than that.
Yeah. Blockbuster Video, December hot sheet, number one rentals in December of 1994. On the NES, it was Jungle Book.
I was one of them.
Mega Man 6, Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, Mario's Time Machine, and Tecmo Super Bowl.
Poor fucking kids.
Super
I need
Nintendo.
the air dash, bro. I
Number
can't do
1,
shit against this.
Donkey Kong.
Yep.
Number 2, Mortal Kombat 2.
Yep.
Number 3, Lion King, Earthworm Jim, and Shaq Fu. Wow.
Well, yeah, you rented it. You didn't buy that shit.
This is the year MK2 came out. Sonic and Knuckles on the Genesis, Mortal Kombat 2, Lion King, Madden, dude, all the sports games are all on Genesis. Holy
Genesis
shit.
was a sports machine monster.
Sega CD. Who rented Sega CD? Holy shit.
I don't remember Blockbuster even having.
That's
Sega
crazy.
Blue explosions.
Nickelodeon Guts.
The game.
I know, I'm clutching it out, Chad. I almost died multiple times against these bosses with like 2 pixels of health.
The Beavis and Butthead SNES game. Wow.
Wow, that's how they end the magazine.
Beavis and Butthead.
Oh my god.
Hey, Beavis.
That was a trip.
Anybody who plays this video game gets to act as stupid.
I got a legit amazing amount of entertainment from that like 5 hours.
Chat, where to? Put me in, coach. I'm smoking these bosses.
The games that actually let you control.
We cooking tonight, boys.
Of America's leading morons.
No armor, no heart tank challenge. I don't know where they are. I need the shoes. I don't know where to go to get the shoes.
Featuring music by Guar.
Mega Centipede. Where do I get the shoes, Chad?
You don't know who Guar
That's
is?
the best controller of all time, dude.
War.
Oh my god, that thing. You're 90 years old and you don't know who Guar is?
Guar?
War.
You never heard of Guar?
Ostrich has the shoes.
Fuck you. For a period of time in a year, we're the same age.
I have to go there, get the shoes, die, go back to main screen, and then I can actually fight the other characters.
Steve has to go mainstream.
I have to go mainstream now.
The band? Yes. Alf! 97 years old, you never heard of Alf? Oh man.
Oh, I remember this stage being fucking crazy hard.
Saturn Street Fighter Alpha 2 gets a 9.1. It rivals Mario Kart on the N64.
God damn.
It's number 3 top 10 picks of the month. Wow. Holy shit.
Alpha 2?
Alpha 2 is
yeah.
up there. Up there with Mario Kart 64.
Why do they like Andretti Racing so much?
I don't know. Probably because it's simulation. There's not many sim games yet. This is cool.
I remember this ad.
Blast score. Alright, let me breeze through here. I'm trying to find something. Oh god. Somebody took out the penis.
Steve cut out.
Steve cut out the penis.
Wait, what?
What? Damn. There's Skinny's boy. Remember these looking so impressive.
Oh, this Mission Impossible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That never came out.
No, it did.
Did it?
Yeah, Mission Impossible came out.
Really?
It's a very, very different game from
There's a secret up here, Chad. I don't know which one it is, but there's a secret.
Last Bronx and
Oh, motherfucker.
hell yeah.
There's a secret up there, Chad.
Die Hard Arcade?
Which one it was?
Sushi X-Files.
Spawn!
Remember when we played that
That game fucking sucks, dude. It sucked in the 90s and it sucks now.
The fear.
And they really like Blastcore. I really like Blastcore.
Then why wouldn't you?
Fuck, it's up there.
Doom 64.
Almost 8
I'm surprised this guy doesn't like, because this is considered like one of the best Dooms, actually. But that's like now.
Now. That's the youngest Sting. Sting is an 18-year-old. Mortal Kombat Trilogy. Reverse Babality. What the shit? Hey, give me the good stuff. Saturn? Oh, Command and Conquer on Saturn, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, baby. Damn, Tekken 3. 2-page spread on Tekken 3. And
Spread it.
Darkstalkers. Shit.
Jetta's Damnation. What the hell is that?
I think that was the original name of it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Darkstalkers 3 Jetta's
Oh,
Damnation.
this fucking thing. 3D sword.
So you get the sword, damn.
Battle Arena Toshinden.
Fuck. They knew how to market.
$20 each.
battle circuits on here. The original Persona.
Proof that demons do exist. Persona.
Yep. Persona Revelations, the real OG game. I'm looking for the main ad and I cannot find it. 1997 Tokyo Game Show. Symphony of the Night. Tactics. Gundam Battle Assault. Cool.
Oh, that thing took so many pictures, the boss at the end would be like, be fucking super powered up and shit. You had to avoid that thing, so you...
Persona's awesome. Yeah, how many of you saying that have actually played the first Persona?
I have.
Yeah, Max has. Max owns it. I thought Persona started at 3. Yeah, exactly, chat. How many of you are true fans?
Like they have a big ass.
Only on PSP? Wrong, sir. Wrong. It absolutely came out on PlayStation 1.
Every month that goes by is another month closer to the September release date of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
Continuing our coverage of this year's most anticipated RPG, EGM has tracked down the US producer Seth Luisi and asked him about the latest developments of other key concerns in the translation of this epic RPG. There have been some controversy regarding certain mature aspects of the game. Will Sony censor the game in any way for US audiences? If so, what specifically? Sony has always maintained its intent to preserve the greatness of Final Fantasy VII. It is a masterpiece, a work of art, and we have every intention of keeping the integrity of Square's work.
I think that was a
intact.
weapon to take him out.
Damn,
That's
bro.
kind of a non-answer.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not. They're not saying shit.
That's not it. These weapons aren't that great.
What other PlayStation products have you been involved with? I've been involved with numerous games of the past. Of the games that would have been released for the PS1, I was responsible for Beyond, Wild Arms, Carnage Heart, Tale of the Sun, and all the upcoming Square titles to be published in the US. Damn.
They just threw this guy over.
They threw this one man to translate all of the games. Like, holy shit. This one guy just translated everything. What has been your reaction to you have to receiving so far? What has been the reaction you have received so far from the gaming public about the anticipated release of FF7? 7 is one of the most anticipated video game launches of all time. There is a general sense of excitement surrounding this title from the consumers and retailers alike. Along with the gaming community, we are anxiously awaiting its launch. It was the most fucking non-interview ever. It was when like every interview was fluff.
Yeah.
Like nobody was actually saying anything, you know? Nobody wanted to get in trouble. Bruce Willis's Apocalypse.
Yep. That was a game.
War is hell.
And a Lost World ad that's really weird.
Really weird. It's like a poster, actually. It's just a poster. Swagman.
Swag.
Of what lurks in the... Dude, this is a Saturn game?
Yeah, it didn't come out in North America. It came out in Europe.
Good.
Swagman. Swag.
Swag.
Overblood. Call it the sci-fi Resident Evil.
Dynasty Warriors.
One. Yeah,
I was supposed to hit him before he morphed into that fucking thing, Chad.
Fucking fighting voice. I'm getting tired, man. Real Bout, Fatal Fury Special. Holy shit. Release date, arcade, pretty much. Neo Geo. Oh, it's the Neo Geo version.
Wow.
That's with all the lane hopping that they're adding back to the game, by the way.
For what?
For the new one. There's a lane hopping version.
What the fuck?
In the new Fatal Fury. Yep.
Get the hell out
There's
of here.
lane hopping.
They're making another Fatal Fury with lane hopping?
No, in this one it has it. It's like a mode.
Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha.
It's like a mode.
Yeah.
So weird. It's going fucking hard on the card.
Yeah, this is not a good remix, to be honest.
Why, Steve?
Like you just said.
Yo, wow. So this is letters to the editor in 1997, right? Old and new friends in Street Fighter 3. Dear EGM, why did Capcom decide to only include Ken and Ryu in Street Fighter 3? I would have loved to have seen Sakura and Chun-Li. The world doesn't revolve around Ken and Ryu.
Don't tell Max that.
A Sailor Moon longing for Sakura and Chun-Li, go figure. Knowing that they couldn't please everyone, Capcom chose to have an almost all-new cast. They knew that since we have waited 6 years for this true sequel to Street Fighter, most of us would want to see a fresh game. More than likely, Capcom would have received a lot of flack from gamers if Street Fighter 3 rehashed all the characters. They did keep Ken and Ryu. However, Street Fighter, because two are pivotal characters in the Street Fighter universe and are the two most widely recognized Street Fighters, the other Street Fighter 2 characters will probably come back for Street Fighter
so the fire's not good. It was good against the other guy, not against this guy.
Yeah, Street Fighter 3 was fucked up, dude.
People hated it.
People hated it. People did not. There's some glazing that like, Street Fighter 3 is actually good. Like, no, dude, people did not like this shit. People were pissed off.
Well, it's the difference between new generation and, you know, fucking Third Strike, you know?
Yep.
So it's like...
Third Strike only added Chun-Li. And Akuma. And Akuma.
New character-wise, like Makoto. Ugh. Arcade coverage galore. And it's Scud Racer. Scud. Hell yeah.
I need some fucking health. Fuck you, game. Give me health.
People like Third Strike and its
There you go.
characters
Good
now,
shit,
and
game.
they didn't at the time.
Nah, especially not in Street Fighter 3 New Gen. You know?
Yeah, nobody played New Gen.
No, nobody fucking played New Gen. It also feels kind of bad.
I remember just seeing New Gen, like, it was just the 3, Roman numeral 3, that was it.
Yep.
And, like, it was always empty.
Oh, nobody played it. It was played about as much as the Street Fighter the movie, the game machine.
Yeah.
This thing is hard. There was a specific weapon that took it out very quickly.
Was New Gen that bad? Yeah, people just didn't jive with the new cast. They wanted their mains back.
Why would you call it Street Fighter and not put in Street Fighter characters? That's the thing that we were pissed off about.
Yeah,
We're always angry at that.
pretty much.
It's not like Street Fighter 2 featured a ton of characters from 1.
You might give a fuck about one.
Right.
Exactly. Hell yeah, Fighters Megamix. I remember this ad.
Did you see the shirt I opened? I had a Fighters Megamix shirt that I haven't opened.
Hell yeah,
It was
really?
literally from 1995.
Yes.
And
that means the quality of the material is way better than
Yeah, I
modern
actually
t-shirts.
wore it, and it was kind of like comfortable, but it doesn't fit or wear like any modern shirt nowadays. I literally opened this up for the Virtua Fighter tournament.
Yeah, because like the material shirts were made of is so much thicker.
It's so much better. Yeah.
And better and more durable.
It fits so weird. I was like, yo, what? So I opened the bag for the very first time in 30 years.
Nice.
It was kind of nice. It was like, wow. Didn't smell like smoke or anything funky, which a lot of shit from the 90s does.
Yeah.
Have like a smoky ass smell.
Yeah.
This guy.
If you love fighting games, if you really love fighting games, you definitely had a Saturn. You were importing shit on Saturn.
If you could.
If you could. Although I was actually surprised. I remember EB Games actually just had a whole import section for Saturn. It was mostly just fighting games.
I don't remember that. I wish I knew.
Well, that was way before we worked there, but it was like that was in like the mid to late 90s. And it was just like, yeah, remember that pillar?
Yeah.
It was the pillar in the store, and it was on that pillar.
Hmm.
Yeah. On like the back side of it, like opposite side of the cash register. And then they moved it. I moved it a couple times, but yeah. That pillar had a Central Park Media, an AV Media anime movie.
Oh, I remember that when that was that spot. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what it was.
Look at that pose.
Yeah, you remember those? Remember those anime pub? I think it was Central Park Media and I think it was just AV Media or ADV.
ADV. I think it was
ADV.
I'm gonna bust out my anime VHSs, which I still fucking have. Be like water, Steven.
Then I ended up working at a store that
Water?
became FYE.
Water.
And it had all that shit, and it had Kitty Media.
Motherfucker.
Kitty Media. Ooh.
What is he doing?
Anime 18.
I could have sworn there was like a way to loop him. I think I needed my super.
Need the
fuck?
charged version?
Yeah, the charged version.
Nice hit.
Yeah, this guy was annoying without the super. Because the super would like immediately fuck about. Look at this shit. Come on, you fucking.
Are you using Streamlabs? I use regular OBS. Yeah, I just use regular OBS.
Streamlabs OBS and all that.
I don't use Streamlabs. No, I use Streamlabs like other stuff, but not their OBS. Oh my fucking god! What an asshole!
What about Stream Elements? You use Stream Elements?
I have worked with them, but no,
Yeah.
I don't use it all the time.
How do you do it over there?
I used XSplit for a very long time. Don't get me wrong. I used XSplit. I was sponsored by them for a long time because they were like very fighting game adjacent. You know, we had like direct XSplit devs helping us all out and shit. You use OBS, right, Simmons? So you use XSplit
I'm
stuff?
still on XSplit.
Goddamn.
I think I downloaded it, but I never
How
did.
crazy it's still around.
It still gets updated.
Is it obsolete now?
No,
No, it
Simmons
still
saying
gets
it's
updated.
updated.
It's just eventually it's gonna get to a point where I just get so mad at it, then I'll switch over to OBS.
We use enhanced broadcasting? No, not yet.
I'm close a couple times.
No, not yet. Steve, you still got it?
Still got it, baby.
You still got it?
Still got it.
You got it. Actually, you got the
I'm sad,
magnifier.
I'm sad nobody in the chat was old enough to remember those anime companies.
Huh?
I'm good though.
You want to beat it?
No.
At the end?
I'm not gonna beat this.
Simmons, pick something.
All right.
How's a good Mega Man X2?
I still got it.
Do we want to do Looney Tunes B-ball?
No, that's weird. Nah, fuck it. What do we end on?
What do we?
What do we feel on in the end? It's actually getting pretty light.
Feel it, Simmons.
Pretty light.
It is pretty.
Feel it, Simmons. Oh my god, yeah, it's 4. Jesus.
Yeah, it went quick. All of our voices are fucking shot.
Yeah.
What do we want to play?
Samurai Showdown 1.
Wow. It's a blast of the past.
Let's play Sailor Moon, Steve.
Oh, let's go. Oh, the combo.
That's the
heavy
crazy
one.
combo game.
Oh man.
You can dream it. You can do it.
Shit.
We never played Mega
Man Soccer or Mega
Man Battle and Chase.
Mega
Man Racing game? That's a PlayStation game, right? Mega Man Battle and Chase? I think it's a PlayStation game.
Battle and Chase?
Yeah.
Mega Man and Bases.
No, it's like Mega Man has like a Mario Kart game.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at this intro. Old school.
To destroy all enemies. Why did Homer destroy those
Poor trees.
Because he hated them.
poor land?
They disrespected his mother. So he chopped them up.
This game runs like shit.
Oh, on NES.
NES.
Yeah, it's NES. Yeah,
Look
yeah.
how tiny the characters are, dude. I was like, what the fuck? This is a bummer.
This is all we had, sir. This is all we had.
Like Game Boy characters. What the hell?
Lord, look at the pixelation of these motherfuckers.
It's crazy.
17.
You had to use your imagination.
Even the music was like, oh my god. You're doing me.
I don't remember like Fatal, like Art of Fighting and stuff. I don't remember it being this way.
Yeah.
I remember them having pretty big characters and shit. And Samurai Showdown was popular because of the big characters. Also, no screen zooming.
Yeah, obviously.
It's not there.
And every hit causes seizures. What the fuck?
Every hit causes a flash.
What the fuck, man? No! No!
Yeah, I got mixed.
Yeah, it looks almost like a Game Boy game. That's what I mean.
They went for like the most farthest out version of the sprites.
Yeah.
Like this went for the most pulled back look.
Damn, her face is literally 6 pixels. Look at that face, dude.
Her mouth.
Oh, there is a Game Boy version of this, yes, but they're like chibi in that one.
Bird! Was there any Samurai Showdown games on the Saturn that weren't Japanese? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think they're only in Japan.
I don't think they got released out here.
Yeah, maybe when they block through the flash. Look at this dope ass crowd in the back. Oh my god, they're
It's
so
kinda
live.
cool.
They're super live.
They move eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
They're waiting for something to happen.
Ah, that's what it is.
Round in.
They only get excited when you die.
Maybe when you use your PAL. You should use your PAL and then, yeah.
You can just get PAL.
I saw a move. That guy right there?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, wait. Okay, he's about to.
Here it comes.
Right there. I saw that guy right there. He just moved.
Oh, and then
Yeah. Oh, shit.
look at that motherfucker over there.
Yeah. He's punching that. He's punching. Oh, that looks bad.
Yeah,
That
this
looks
looks
pretty
nice.
good. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. It's a pretty lively crowd, chat.
This Hanzo?
Dude, this music is rough, man.
Goes to cremation or burial.
Esturianzo! Il por me! Il son! Love that shit.
Is there any good version of Samurai Showdown 1 or 2 at this time besides Neo Geo?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe there's a Sega CD version of the game or some shit outside of the actual, big cartridge. Chad, that's a good question. How did people play Samurai Showdown 2 without having, a $1,000 arcade Neo Geo?
Yeah.
Dreamcast? No, that's way later, man. That's like 6 years later. So what console got number 1? The best one. We're not talking about Sam Show Collection. Come on. No, that's way later. That's like 10 years later.
Yeah, at the time. Come on, we're like 90. We're like in the 90s.
We're
on,
like
Chad, go back
we're like
in time.
1995 right now.
95 or earlier.
How do you play Samurai Showdown 2?
Go into the past.
Wasn't there a 3DO version?
There might be a 3DO version. There's no PlayStation version of Sam Show 2. There's an old PC version.
Oh.
3DO had a good version. Yeah, 3DO had like some 2D hits on it. Kind of want to get a 3DO.
Yeah, I want to say there was like a 3DO version that was okay, right? Like there was like a decent Neo Geo CD maybe.
I was a stupid baby.
That's a pretty good point, Wesley. Yeah, Neo Geo CD. They also had the RPG. Yeah, but then again, you would have had to have like a $200 or $300 Neo Geo CD.
I think they actually made a Neo Geo ROM cart. Like if you have a Neo Geo.
Yeah, they did. But it's as expensive.
But it's like $400.
Yeah, it is as expensive as a Neo Geo cartridge. It's like, oh, fuck.
Well, isn't that the same issue that Vita had? Where it's like, oh, okay, well, if you want the memory card.
No, we mean like a ROM cart, like what we're playing all our SNES games on.
Yeah.
If you have a Neo Geo, like an old Neo Geo, right?
Yeah.
Which is just arcade hardware. You don't have to buy all the games individually and find them. You just have a ROM cart, pretty much.
Oh, you store
You just put all the games on it and the system plays them.
Jeez.
That ROM card.
But that thing is like mad expensive. Like,
is it like $600?
It's like $400 to $600. Yeah.
Oh, you get what you pay for.
Might be worth it. It'd be cool as fuck to have like a working ass Neo Geo with somehow like a good, like a good YBPPR
sells out instantly.
Component cable for it. It sells out instantly.
Yeah.
Damn.
Not surprised.
Yeah,
Not surprised.
I mean,
Probably just a dude making them in his garage.
a lot of them were like made in the Ukraine.
That's true. Also true. Talking about the Neo Geo ROM cart, right? So if you have an old school
EverDrive.
Neo Geo hardware, Neo Geo EverDrive, you can just play all the games off of it, from the ROMs, but it's running on hardware. It's running on the original hardware. Yeah, and we can play Sega CD games. We can play Sega CD games without needing to put the CD in there. We actually have the ability. We did that before.
Yeah.
There might be a Sega CD version. Just check Sega CD version. It looks good. Nice.
There is a Sega CD version.
Check that out.
Show.
We should do. Maybe we should have a Genesis night again at some point.
I think we should have a Genesis night.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Genesis and Sega CD.
Yeah.
This guy's burning with revenge. Burning.
Chat, next time we do Yo Video Games, you want to see a Sega CD Genesis night? Sega CD Genesis 32X. We'll get it up and running. Make sure all our shit is working ahead of time.
On 32X.
I know, but we can play like Star Wars and whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Play like brutal
Pause, brutal pause.
Oh yeah, the sexy furry game.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the game I just showed everybody. There's like the hottest furries in that.
Oh, but it was sexy furries?
Are those furries?
Oh yeah.
Okay, those are furries. Okay.
I don't want regular furries, Max. I want sexy
No,
furries.
they're mad sexy, bro. They're
Damn.
hot furry singles in your area.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we played MK2 last time. Sega CD MK2.
Fuck was that? You got a Zuna drop? You're alive, you're alive!
Oh my god.
Dude,
man.
Let me get this motherfucker.
Good luck.
Get this motherfucker. This is a 4-button game. Let me get the motherfucker. Give me motherfucker.
SNK is 4-button.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get some like. We need to get a list of like really good Genesis games we haven't played.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't say like Comic Zone or X-Men 2 or Echo the Dog. Yeah, I'm sorry, picking on that list there, but it's like we played those.
Oh my god,
that's damage.
We need like the cream of the crop.
Oh. There you go. That's a good hit.
I've played Vector Man.
Ipun.
me.
We've played Eternal Champion CD. We know about that.
It's
that
great.
Game's great.
It's fucking great.
Valis. Oh my god. Swift Neo. It must be the hardest thing in the world to be a fan of Valis. Although I heard they got the rights back into some
Here we go.
actual
One hit, boys.
actual game publisher. So there might be a.
It's
future.
pretzel motion to do the super.
There's a super?
Yeah,
Samurai
POW.
Shodown 1, dude.
No, you got a POW, bro.
Dude, POW is just damage. There's no super. POW is just damage.
Really?
You just do more damage.
Yeah, we played through Contra Hardcore.
This guy's being such a piece of shit. Okay. Oh, what?
For Quinn.
That's a 6p?
Ever played Alien Soldier?
Good shot.
Yeah, I don't think we played Bloodlines much either.
Castlevania Bloodlines?
Yeah,
No, I don't
not
think we did.
much really. If we have.
It was just one day we messed around, you know?
Yeah.
Top 10 Sega CD games? We don't fucking know.
We have no idea.
We have no fucking clue.
None of
We
us
could
have
not
any.
provide any insight
No
there.
one owned a Sega CD.
Nobody actually. People like Sega CD not because the games are good. People like Sega CD because it's like an interesting, unique, weird middle ground for Sega.
It's a curio.
And it's also, you know, a bunch of like valuable games. Like,
Yeah.
you can easily collect the entire Sega CD collection, like 32X.
Well, apparently the Terminator 1 game is really good. It's what the new one coming out is based on.
You should play that.
Yeah. Like it's supposed to be like really good, have good music.
See what it's like. Gunstar Heroes. Fuck Gunstar Heroes. Most amazing goddamn Genesis game. And then you gotta get to the end with that stupid ass
Dice
dice roll horse shit, and we've never beaten it. Never can get past
I
it.
thought we beat it once.
I don't think we ever beat it, dude. We've gotten to the end of that game several times.
I swear we beat it once.
And we have to do the dice roll horse shit.
No, I think me and Andrew beat it once.
So it's back in the 2 right buttons to do the big chop.
He's literally flow charting.
It's a computer.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Boink.
Oh my god! The damage!
Yeah, POW's just damage. So you don't have supers.
Yeah, he's just flow charting, so you just wait for him to jump. The Zuna drop is the only thing I'm like not aware of.
Dynamite Heady.
Dynamite Ducks.
What was the one where they were like fucking flying in the sewer and shooting fucking like, you know, bats and shit? Like
Sewer Sharks.
Was
We
it Sewer
played
Shark?
that.
Yeah.
It's not good.
The only thing I remember about fucking Sega City was that game. What the fuck?
Oh, that's Treasureland Adventure. No, I'm going through Buster's Hidden Treasure.
Look at that giant skeeter eater flying around here.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's been around for a while.
Hanging out.
How is Taz Escape from Us? Remember that game? Guardian Heroes of Saturn. We've played it.
It's okay. It's fun. It's cool. Oh, no, we're going to play it the Guardian Heroes like. Or my friend is working on it. The XKI dev. He made the combat. He's going to let us know when like a good new build is up with an update. What's it called, chat? Towerborn?
Oh, Towerborn?
Yeah.
I've heard of Towerborn.
Yeah, it's the Guardian Heroes like.
Did you just say Tower Porn? What's
Towerborn. Yeah, it's like a beat 'em up Guardian Heroes sort of ish game. We'll have fun with it.
Only Genesis game I had was Sonic Spinball. You poor bastard.
Damn. What is wrong with you?
Damn, to call me awesome is an understatement.
He's pretty awesome. But I mean,
awesome.
What else can you call him?
And fleshy.
Ooh, shit.
You know what we should do?
Oh,
Why don't we have a good fucking call one day? We turn on Sam Show, latest Sam Show. Final updates, all the characters and shit. We play as the goddamn For Honor character and shit. And the huge titty penguin girl. What's her name?
There's a titty penguin girl?
The huge titty crane chick.
Oh, yeah.
She made it in eventually.
Titty crane chick, yeah.
Everybody forgot
God,
about
that
that
is the
game.
most. That is the most saddest. fucking
Iroha,
character.
thank you.
Iroha. That is the most saddest character bio I think I've ever fucking
literally
read.
male fantasy character.
Oh my god.
Everybody forgot about the game.
That character's embarrassing.
And it was because of the netcode, and they fixed the netcode, and nobody cared.
Dude, they fixed the netcode like years after the game.
And it took. It wasn't an immediate fix.
It took like steps.
It took steps. It needed to be like,
Yeah.
the netcode rollback. Oh god. Oh god. This is bad.
Yeah, that's right. That's my problem is that you gotta catch me at the beginning, man. Like it's the same. It's the same argument as Cyberpunk being good now. Like people are like, oh, Cyberpunk's so good now. I'm like,
I hold
bro.
first impressions of fighting games so critical.
Yeah.
Because your first impression of a fighting game
Has to be
is
good.
so important,
It
dude.
has
If
to
it
be
does
good.
not immediately go like, wow, then it's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is not Texas? Oh, is this supposed to be Texas? Because this is Utah.
Utonia.
Yeah, it's Monument.
Is that guy supposed to be American?
Yeah, I guess, or Earthquake.
Earthquake's American?
What the
That makes
fuck?
sense. He's fat as fuck.
Right?
Big, fat, obnoxious person. He's definitely an American.
And he farts.
But he's like, he has that Japanese.
And he voted for
marking.
George Bush.
Yeah, right? Fuck! He just grabbed me.
Remember when they put Andrew Jackson in this game?
Yes. That was Samurai Shodown 5.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 6.
Was it 6?
6.
5 or
It
6?
was 6. And he's that one character who's got like Johnny Seven Blades on his back, who's in the newest Sam show. That's his rival, but like they won't ever acknowledge it because they don't ever want to put Sam.
They don't want to talk about Andrew Jackson being in the game again.
They don't want to talk about Andrew Jackson.
Not the best call. Hard to do specials, right?
All right.
Yeah.
That's just Samurai Show in the middle. Oh, you fall for it, you stupid bitch.
Yeah, he has a rifle with a bayonet on it, and he's a very.
I block low. What the fuck?
It is a very,
The game
very
said no.
anime.
I literally blocked low.
Looking Andrew
You a
Jackson.
hoe. You're not my bro.
Well done, Earthquake. All right, let's go on to that chat. We're tired as
All
fuck.
right, let's go.
We'll be back. Yeah, next time let's have a Sega CD Genesis night.
Yeah, I'm down.
Ooh.
Should be fun. I'll pull it out. I'll make sure it's working. I'll get,
Genesis chat is
we'll make sure
Genesis.
it'll be all good, pretty, and make sure everything functions before we start. Towerborn coming to Game Pass on April 29th. Yeah, so that was what it was.
Yeah,
It was
fuck
like the end of
yeah.
April. He's like, we'll have a new build that we want you guys to try it. And I was like, sure. And it was not even sponsored. I just want to play it for him because it looks really nice.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Anyway, good night, chat. Thank you for all nominating Dreamcast #1. Thank
Wow.
Number one.
Wow.
you.
I'm having
you.
PTSD already, chat.
Good night, everybody.
It's the thing. It's the thing.